Give me my shot, give me my shot, give me my shot. Kick come, care. I don't give a damn, I don't care, I don't care.
Goes for another frag, and BJ's ahead of us up offensive board.
Now watch me, get down. Give me my shot, 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 give me my shot. Get down.
1v2, the spike is ticking in. The after shot comes in, but Eden King takes him down. Velocity secures the
Give me
map.
my shot, give me my shot. Kick come, care. I don't care. Get down.
History made on the global stage on Sunday, but today marks a possibility and a chance for these young guns to start their own legacy. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. You all are watching the VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 1. I'm going to be your host and caster Skate, and alongside me a beautiful face, Shadow. How are you doing?
I'm doing really great, Scare. Thank you so much for the warm welcome. Just feeling a little under the weather, but nothing that a game of Valorant, intense action can't heal. Like you said, all these teams today are going to battle against each other. I'm expecting an intense battle, a severe intense battle.
Yeah, I'm also expecting the same thing, right? Because we've got some experienced players as well, some old names. They're all paired up with some new young guns as well, some big names making it back into the scene. Global Esports Academy now coming into the mix as well. There's some teams like Asterisk joining us in the action too. Some old names that have been revamped a little bit, you could say. Revenant Esports now, and some good old teas, some good old rivalries out now, brewing back up again like Velocity Gaming. I'm super excited for all this action, Shadow, and how can we miss the big boys of S8UL?
Of course, so many new names are also coming into the picture, like you said, some new orcs also chiming in. But let's have a look at the format video as well, because the format itself of VSC SA is going to be so interesting.
Welcome to the thrilling VCSA 2025, where the top teams from South Asia have a golden opportunity to showcase their skills and bring glory to our region at the prestigious VCT Ascension Pacific. This exhilarating tournament unfolds in 6 stages. Let's dive into the heart of the action with the qualifiers. In the BCSA qualifier, teams from India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, Afghanistan, and the Maldives will compete, with 4 premier teams directly entering the quarterfinals. Only 2 teams will earn their spot in BCSA 2025 Split 1 through a single elimination format. In Split 1, a total of 8 teams will compete. This includes 2 teams from the qualifiers, 2 directly invited teams, and 4 pre-qualified teams from VCSA Split 3 2024. They will engage in an intense round-robin competition over the course of 14 action-packed days. Only 6 teams will advance to Split 2, while the bottom 2 teams will face relegation. In promotion relegation, the 2 relegated teams will compete against 2 premier teams in a knockout round to secure their place in Split 2. Get ready for an unforgettable tournament filled with fierce competition and dazzling gameplay.
Well, that was the explainer VT of all the 3 splits, Shadow. And of course, there's so many people out there who could probably be a bit more confused about that. Don't worry. All you need to do is just make your team play the Premier, and you might also stand a chance to be a part of Split 2 if all of your cards fall in the right place. But there's so many possibilities now that you have, right? And everyone have got a big chance to maybe grab a hand onto the big prize pool that we will surely tell the people about it as well in a little while. But Shadow, I mean, looking at the entire format itself, how excited are you for not just Split 1 but also for Split 2 and Split 3?
Well, everything is so interesting. Like you said, it's not just going to be Split 1, but we also have a Split 2 and Split 3 coming in. After that, we have the qualification also for Ascension. So many big things are on the line. Not just the moolah, not just the prize money, but so many things. Even the bragging rights are also there. So many new players coming in, trying to make a career in the game of Valorant. So this entire Split 1 is going to be super critical for all these teams.
And now that you mentioned Split 1 and the teams, these are the top 8 teams who are going to play in Split 1, ladies and gentlemen. They stand a chance of making history, or at least start their own legacy. Revenant Esports, Global Esports, Orangutan, And then we've got Reckoning Esports. All these names, we know them. They have been a part of the previous year's Valor circuit as well. SATUL, Velocity, Aura, Asterisk, all of them making their new name comeback. But why are they here? What are they gonna fight for? That's gonna be this massive prize pool of 1.13 crore rupees. But that's the overall prize pool, Shadow, because all of the divisions are in front of us. Split 1, 26 lakh. Split 2, 29 lakh. Split 3 is going to be 53 lakh. And then we also have a special prize of 4 lakh plus.
Yes, we do have special prize, but looking at the split 1 prize pool, the first placing team will get 12 lakh rupees, second placing team will get 6.4 lakh, third and fourth placing team will get 2 lakh rupees. Even a team coming on the 7th and 8th spot will get 80,000 plus Indian rupees. So like you said, so much moolah is on the lines. Along with that, also the qualification is also there, the bragging rights are also there. So many things are on the line. So making a mark from the very first game is going to be super important, because like you said, it's going to be a round robin format where the one game super important.
Absolutely, every single game is important. And why is that? It's all because of this point system, ladies and gentlemen. You will be allotted specific points based on your positions in all of those 3 splits. So if you win the split 1, you get 60 points. If you win split 2, you get 105 additional points. And then split 3 marks over 135 points. Now, you need all of these points to eventually move forward and be a part of the Ascension qualifier playoffs. Now again, it's not directly qualifying you for Ascension, but rather it gives you a chance to be a part of those top 4 teams who will play those qualifiers. And yes, the road is pretty long, but there are n number of chances as well, right? So that's what you really love to see as well. All of these teams slowly and steadily building their matches up, moving forward. And since we're talking about the matches itself, let's have a look at the schedule for 4th of March all the way till 10th of March, where we're going to have Valo action constantly every single day.
Yes, we do have action from the very first day. Like, we have Global Esports Academy lineup going up against the players of Revenant XSpark. We know how experienced these players are. And looking at the lineup of Revenant XSpark, we all do have high hopes from them. Then we also have Reckoning going up against the players of SATUL. SATUL is joining in the Valorant scene as an org for the first time, but the players are quite experienced one. So big things are expected from their side. Then we also have Velocity Gaming. We have seen Velocity with different rosters, and let's see how this time Velocity is going to fare off in the entire split 1.
Yeah, they really need to pull their socks up as well. But again, as you mentioned, some old names as well, even in that roster too. But we're going to be focusing on the matches that are going to happen today. Revenant XSpark up against Global Esports Academy. Orangutan going on against the members of Asterisk. So some well-known players now up against some young guns as well. I am super excited. So let's move our discussion over towards Revenant and Global Esports Academy, right? Global Esports Academy is making their presence known for the first time in VCSA 2025 circuit, at least in India. So they're gonna. I'm really excited to see what they've got on their bags.
Yeah, they are making their mark, but if we look at the roster, Lil Boy, Kibo, Ryzen, Smoke, Envy, these are all the experienced players. We have seen Lil Boy in Metal Esports, Alternate Realities, and after that, he has joined Global Esports. Even Kibo and Lil Boy, they were part of Metal Esports in the past. They do have a good synergy to work around with. So Global Esports Academy entire lineup is looking so promising, especially Smoke also. He was also part of Alternate Realities. He usually likes playing on the duelist. So Smoke, he definitely is going to be under tremendous pressure to get those opening frags, to create those opening for the entire team.
Yeah, but here's the thing, we're already discussing about the rosters for these teams. Let's have a look at them as well, because as you mentioned, Global Esports Academy, some good names out there, a couple of young guns too, being paired up with very experienced players. But since we're talking about experience, it's filled with the players of Revenant XSpark, Antidote, Deathmaker, Aziz, Raw Fuel. 3 of these players, they have tasted what feels to be in a part of the Ascension squad. We all remember that very old Orangutan where Antidote, Aziz, Raw Fuel were there. They're also paired up with Georgie, a new guy, Deathmaker. If we talk about Indian Valorant scene, we always remember the name Deathmaker. A very experienced player who's been a part of the True Rippers roster for probably the longest time. He and Hellfighter used to play together. Yes, now they're all apart. Hellf in a different roster. We've got Deathmaker here, but I'm super excited to see how this is going to pan out, how this entire roster is now going to play against the members of Global Esports Academy. As you mentioned, a couple of players used to play together back in the days of Middle when Sai was the one who was leading in terms of the IGL
Yeah.
chart, Ryzen, and it was Lil Boy along with Kibo. They used to play together. I still remember, I love the utility being provided by Kibo, but how are these two matchups going to pair out, right? Because it's again the big brains of Antidote who's up against Global Esports Academy.
One more thing is going to be there that Revenant XSpark, all the 5 players, they were also part of Mogo Esports. They do have a good synergy to work around with, and with a new agent also coming into the mix, Teho, the pressure is definitely going to be on Antidote because he likes playing the initiator role. Even Ryzen also likes playing as an initiator. So the main question is, will they go for the Teho pick or will they bring something else? Will they stick with the same old composition, same old maps? I don't know what's going to happen because it's the IGL's call what agent is going to be picked. But so many interesting things can happen. But I still have a feeling that Revenant XSpark might have an upper hand onto the players of Global Esports.
I like how you touched upon the fact of maps as well in terms of the changes that have now been brought up, right? Fracture is already back into the mix. We've got Ascent being removed, and Ascent used to be a very solid map for the lineup of Antidote. He loves to call on that map. Plus, we always know how snappy Aziz can normally get in those maps, and Ascent was normally a map where your Jet needs to outfrag the other team. So I guess that one being pulled out of the mix will definitely be a little bit iffy for the side of Revenant XSpark, but we'll have to look at what they will pick now eventually, because I'm really excited to see what the map veto is looking like, Shadow.
Well, we already have a Pearl and Bind ban coming in from the side of Global Esports Academy, and the first map which is going to be picked is going to be Lotus. It is a Global Esports Academy pick where Revenant XSpark is going for the defense first, and we also have a Beast after that, which is the pick off for Revenant XSpark, and Fracture is going to be the decider map. You were already talking about Fracture, and here it is. 2 difficult maps, according to me at least.
I mean, it indeed is, but I really want to see how both of these teams are now going to play on the map of Abyss and Fracture. Lotus, we've had an idea, we've seen almost all of these players play on that map itself, and if I'm not wrong, a lot of these teams actually love to play on that map. It's a very attack-centric map for those 3 sides, but Abyss is where your mid-rounding and your macro comes into the play because of how humongous that entire map is. You know that it's going to be super slow, and let's be brutally honest, Shadow, all the South Asian teams, they love to play slow. We really like to take our own time and take the slow rotations, go for those contact plays, and then go in for those executes on those heavy utility. And now, since we're talking about utility, Teho Breach composition was one of the most famous composition all the way in Masters Bangkok. And I want to see how quickly can South Asian teams adapt to the similar meta.
That's what I was saying, that if the South Asian teams will go for the Teho pick, Wise is also in the mix. Will they pick Wise or will they stick to the same old composition, not taking any sort of risk at this point? Because, hey, let's be honest, every single match, every single map is going to be super important. You have to earn those points, you have to qualify. So many things are at the stake. So no one wants to take that extra risk. If they have practiced Teho and Wise, the composition which was picked in Masters Bangkok, if they practice that composition, maybe we can see. But bringing something new at this stage for the very first time is something I'm a little skeptical about, because I don't think you should be going for a different new composition at this stage without even practicing it in the scrims.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very good point, right? You need to practice a few things in the scrims and then you wouldn't want to pull it all off. But I think so these teams have been playing for a long time now, specifically in the off-season itself. They have been preparing for this entire Split 1, Split 2, Split 3, or rather the entire South Asian Valorant circuit, because Ascension is online, so it's obviously a very big, you could say, milestone for all these teams to reach. And you really need to prepare all the way back into the off season itself. If I'm not wrong, the lineup of Orangutan itself was playing really solid for a long time. It comes down to how well can Global Esports Academy put their competition up against the members of Revenant XSpark. Experience up against some of the players who have been a part of the scene but were still struggling for any major success, some major titles, while also being paired up with some new young faces, Envy as well. Now, the responsibility comes onto that lad to show up how solid can he stand up in front of all of these behemoths.
Also, he loves playing as a duelist. Previously, he was a part of WG Esports, where he did showcase good amount of frags, good performance was there from his side. But the main thing is how he's going to gel up with the plus of Global Esports Academy lineup, how he's going to gel up with Lil Boy in Kibo, who already have a built-in synergy with each other. So the pressure is definitely going to be on this lad. But I'm sure they have practiced enough, so that should not be a concern for the entire team of Global Esports at this point. But also, Teho, I think, is one of those agents which I feel is completely broken as an initiator. You can get so much information. Let's just talk about it, because let's be honest, we all as casters, as players, just love the new agent Teho, because as an initiator he's giving you all the information. His ultimate is super refined and super powerful. Even all the signature abilities along with that are super powerful. So I think Teho is definitely going to rule the chart. Whoever has mastered Teho has a chance of winning this one.
It is highly possible, and it just not does only fall down to Teho. Along with
Yeah,
Teho, you can
of
also bring
course.
in the Yoru into the mix itself, right? Because we've seen so many Yorus being picked up. Let's be brutally honest, almost all the teams in Masters Bangkok, they were picking up those Yorus. We saw those constant Yoru plays. It was super fun to see how well now Yoru has basically become one of the most broken agents into the game. And it's all thanks to the setups that you can give with him, plus also how well can he scale up with all those setups of your teammates. So I want to see if we're going to see the similar adaptation onto Global Esports Academy or even Revenant XSpark as well, because knowing Antidote, he likes to stick with the basics and he likes to go for those standard plays. But those standard plays, those basics are so well refined, so well oiled, that becomes difficult for you to break through that. But here's the thing about Valorant, right? And this is what we always love to see, that they want you to experiment. They want you to change a few things. The experience is there, but at the same time, you need to be able to adapt to the current scenario. So that's the most important part. And I know there's a lot of people thinking why we've got these podcast hours. Don't worry, we've got a very fun interview lined up for you guys. So make sure you watch that out.
I hope so. You've been all good. And the first question right off the bat that I have for you guys: how is India treating you? Did you try? Are you guys here first of all? Are you guys here or still?
Yeah, I'm here.
Working.
I'm
I
remote.
think we cannot hear either of these coaches. I hope so. This technical issue just gets.
मेरे भाई
solved as
straight
quickly as
hello,
possible.
hello.
मैं तो सुन पा रहा हूँ मैं तो सुन पा रहा हूँ
Hello?
Oh.
Can you hear me?
अब आगे हो गया तो.
yeah
now I can
he's
hear you
unable to
perfect.
hear you guys but I can hear you perfectly. I can hear you perfectly.
How has
Okay,
India been treating you,
that works.
gods?
For me, it's fine right now. Like I expected something, but it's pretty good, to be honest.
Oh, alright. You did also watch a football game. Did you enjoy it?
Yeah. Pretty cool, man. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Alright.
Arubis, you're in India?
No, I'm remote right now.
Oh, alright. So then I do have a different question for you. How has it been coaching these young lads? Because they do have a little bit of experience, but they're still very young. Do you face like any problems with them or something that you might want to share?
Yeah, I mean, there's always going to be problems, right? It doesn't matter what team it is, but I've really enjoyed it. I've really enjoyed working with the new talent. I've really enjoyed, seeing how a different region kind of does their scene, how scrimming, like here, it's way different than NA, right? Because NA we scrim
Right.
like 2 different regions. Here, we get to scrim like
Yeah.
3 to 4. So there's a wide variety of teams that we can play against. And you see all types of different like strategies and playbooks. So it's been a lot of fun, honestly. I've been really enjoyed it.
Hey, that's great. Any kind of special preparation against RNTX because they're the giants over here?
Not yet, just because the season just started, but later on down the line, of course, 100%.
And when we talk about this region, I just want to know from both of you guys, Gobs and Arubis, what was your first reaction when you got to know about this region as a whole? And what do you think are the things that this region is still lacking with respect to the entire competition?
I'm not listening anything.
Oh, I
Sorry,
think
I'll
Gods
just,
has some
I cannot hear
preparation.
anything
Yeah,
you
please
said.
I'll just repeat again. I'll just repeat again if you can hear me right now. Can you hear me right now?
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you. I can
Might
hear
be
you now.
having
Yeah.
an issue. All right, cool. So my only question is, when you got to know about this region, what was your first impression, both of you, about this region as a whole, and what do you think this region is lacking as of now as compared to the international scene of Valorant?
Wanna go first or wanna go?
Anyone,
Yeah, I
anyone.
can go
Okay.
first.
Okay.
My first reaction was right. Good talent from what I could see, like just raw potential, raw skill. It's definitely there. Like my other thing was like underdeveloped, right? Like there was a lot of basics for that, like general, like top level teams or like professional teams. You kind of have these standards, have these systems, right? And I was noticed that that was immediately lacking, right? So it's been a lot of catching up on that, and then
Okay.
moving forward for what a professional team should be or anything like that, right? How to develop players, things like that. But the talent was definitely there.
Gobs?
For me, most likely the same. Most likely the same. The only thing I've noticed, like when it comes to like organizations wise, yeah, the region is underdeveloped, but the big organizations are like way more developed than in some most of European organizations. To be completely honest, like it's like mm, some organizations are here and other organizations are like down here. It's so crazy for me.
Okay.
Oh, that's interesting. All right, Gobs and Arubis, thank you so much for your time. We'll for sure meet again once you guys have more of your matches.
All the
Thank you so much for
best.
tuning in. All the best for the games.
Thank you, thank
All
you.
the
It was
best,
nice
guys.
talking.
Well. So those were some views, and I think so. I kind of agree with both of them over the fact that there needs to be some development in terms of the fundamentals for the entire region. But in terms of those raw skills, we really have that. And with all the experience that both of these coaches are bringing on the table now, Shadow, I think so. That's the best kind of learning that you can get when you know what you need to develop on, and then you've got someone who can help you with that.
Well, a good mentor is always required. A good mentor can definitely lead a very strong team to the victory. Because if you remember Deathmaker in the previous season of VCSA, he was making it to the grand finals every single time, but he was not able to lift the
Yes.
trophy. That was a problem with the entire team of Deathmaker. So maybe this time, under the guidance of the coach, having that international experience, so much experience coming on the table, maybe this time Deathmaker can lift the trophy, but there's still going to be a big can and a maybe in the picture because the competition is going to be severe this time because we also have the players of Velocity Gaming coming in, Global Esports Academy, SA2L also coming in. So it's not just only Deathmaker and one international coach, but other teams also do have a very good coach, do have a very good mentor. They have the raw skills. So everything is there. So this time, once again, the journey for Deathmaker and the entire team is not going to be an easy one.
Yeah, it's definitely not going to be easy, but I love the fact how you pulled up the point where Deathmaker made consistent grand final appearances, but
Yeah.
still could not get his hands on the trophy. While we've got one man on the other side in his own team, who we can technically say as the trophy magnet in terms of the South
Yes.
Asian scene, Antidote, and also his entire lineup. So it's gonna be fun to watch how this chemistry plays out. Deathmaker was a part of the previous lineup as well. If I'm not wrong, they were under the banner of Mogo when they won Split 3 itself. So they have definitely got the momentum with them. The question is, how well can they adapt? How well can they gel up into this age and select? Because Aziz, Deathmaker, both of them love to play onto that duelist. We've mostly seen Aziz go up with that role just because of how snappy he can get in certain situations. Sometimes Deathmaker takes that pressure onto him. Now, the best part about this entire lineup is also how they can quickly relieve the pressure onto the shoulders of their one player, because we've got a snappy aimer in terms of Raw Fuel as well, a big brains of Antidote himself, and we've also got Georgie now coming into the play. So I'm really curious to see how he is going to gel up with the team, how this new piece of the puzzle is going to play out his own cards.
I'm still wondering who are going to be the main playing five. Will Georgie play? Will Aziz and Rofil will play? Who will get the chance to play in the very first match against the players of Global Academy Esports? Because, hey, let's be honest, if you have got the good momentum rolling in your favor, if you get the good start, the confidence is already there. And that is something which the entire team of Revenant XSpark is looking at this point. They need a victory on the very first game. And that's why have a feeling that maybe Georgie won't be playing against Global Esports Academy lineup this time.
We'll just have to see. I mean, yeah, we've known Levi to be a part of this entire lineup, not just from previous few months or so, but it goes all the way back when Raw Fuel, Antidote, all these players, they used to play in the lineup of OG. They had Levi as their stand-in. They had that additional sixth member. So he has been a part of this entire lineup for such a long time.
Yeah.
And even last year when they were playing in the split, I think so. There were absolutely no problems in terms of the synergy when Levi came into the mix and was playing with the entire team with Tesseract, Raw Fuel, Aziz, Antidote, Levi, all these 5 players. They were playing like a well-knit unit. So yes, not seeing him here is definitely a bit of a shocker. But I'm still excited to see how that is going to pan out, right? Because you always need to have those surprises on board. And in terms of surprises, I think so. Global Esports Academy can definitely pull something out. Lil Boy is someone who I really want to see step up. We've seen this player for such a long time in the scene, but the question still falls: who is going to play onto that main duelist role? Will it be NV2K or will it be Lil Boy?
Maybe Smoke can also do that, because when he was a part of alternate realities, even Smokey also used to play as a duelist. So that also could be a possibility here. But that is up to the coach and the IGL to decide what sort of composition is going to be there. But VCC itself, Scared, is a roller coaster ride of emotions, because if you remember in the previous season how SK Rossi, after lifting the trophy, got so emotional, he was literally crying on the stage because emotions were bursting out of him. So VCS itself is full of emotions. The journey, the entire journey is never an easy one, but if you make it to the grand finals, if you lift the trophy, every single day's hard work is worth it. So that is what every single team is aiming at this point. And along with these lineups, we also have the players of Orangutan. They do have a second match. Then we have the players of Asterisk as well. Asterisk coming with a completely new roster, new boys on the table. So Asterisk, they do have an upper hand in terms of the X factor. No one has a history. No one knows what sort of plays Asterisk will be bringing in. So you can't counter them really. So that could be a thing which can prove to be advantageous for the players of Asterisk.
Absolutely, but that's again all for the second best of 3 of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone's been waiting for a while now. The podcast hours are now going to be finally over, as we'll be moving on to the map of Lotus and the Agent Select right in front of us. And I love it, Shadow, how teams are quickly adjusting to the Wise meta, how they're directly swapping onto a Wise being picked up by both of these lineups. Global Esports Academy, Smokia is going to play Wise, while Antidote on Omen for Revenant XSpark, Raw Fuel on Wise. Georgie is the man who'll be in action on that fade. Deathmaker is playing the role of Smoker and Lurker on Viper, while Aziz on his Raze. Super fun, super exciting. I want to see how Deathmaker plays onto the Smoker lurking role.
Interesting composition, like you said. We also have got Wise both sides, but I'm just waiting to see that how Fade's ultimate along with Wise ultimate is going to be paired up. We have Steel Garden, then we have Nightfall. Both these ultimates are super useful in terms of the attacking rounds and the defensive rounds. But for now, we have Global Esports Academy towards the attacking half, and then Revenant XSpark towards the defensive half. Seems like, from the looks of it, Global Esports, they're going for an A hit, where we have one of the player. I believe it is going to be Georgie himself towards the B side and Deathmaker towards the C side.
Yeah, that's going to be a fade haunt play. Early one, we've known this very normal lineup, and an early smoke as well coming in from Antidote, stopping any kind of possible push. So the rubble control early on maintained by Aziz. The question is, are Global Esports Academy going to force their own issue, because there's so many angles that they need to clear? The utility needs to be precise. Just normal jumpy coming in from Raw Fuel. Fallen Orb. They're going to be pushed up now slowly and steadily. Global Esports Academy scaling up. The Paranoia comes in. Caught perfect with a seize, and the nade comes in. Raw Fuel was there for the support. Gets into Kibo. Finally answers back onto Aziz, but there's still 2 players you need to clear. Raw Fuel taken down as NB. With that pistol looks superior, but Antidote, his angle has not yet been noted. So the question is, are they going to find him? Can he get something? With only a classic in the hand, noise being made. That has drawn in the rotation of Georgie as well over towards the A side, while Deathmaker slowly makes his way too. But I love this mid-round call from Global Esports Academy, Shadow, as they're now looking to explore the other parts of the map, because Revenant XSpark have got no information.
They have to go for the pivot, Scared, because let's be honest, Global Esports Academy now, they don't have any initiative left with them, because Ryzen is already out of the picture. They just have the smokes of Little Boy and Kibujin Ultimate. Then also have Envy's Pain Shells. Already they have made an entry into the C side. Even the spike also goes down on 3v3 retake for the players of Revenant XSpark, where all the players are trying to go for the retake from the side of Waterfall. Just Georgie all the way towards the spawn, but seems like Envy is aware about him, and Kibujan comes from the backlines, takes down Georgie, leaving only 2+ remaining from the side of Revenant XSpark. Deathmaker and Antidote. Deathmaker already down to sliver of HP. Even he also goes down. Antidote in a 1v3 situation. Just a classic. Little boy has been dealt with. Only 2+ remaining.
A high-low setup. Antidote needs to isolate the fights and he'll not be allowed to do so. Kibo with a 3k finishes off the round. Global Esports Academy getting the first one into their hand. A good pistol, specifically the slow approach is what we were discussing in the pre-show segment as well, Shadow, how all the South Asian teams like to play slow rounds. They like to take their time. And that's exactly what happened. And now they've got the Phantom as well into the mix. A pretty solid anti-eco.
Of course. Kibujan, he got 3 finishes out of that first round. That's why he has got a Phantom. All the other players do also have those Stingers, those Bulldogs and Guardian. But Revenant XSpark, this is going to be a save round for them. Just 5 classics all across the board. Practically on paper, this round should go in the favor of Global Esports Academy. Where, just look at how the players are still all the way towards the spawn. Going for a B hit, a stacked up site. The Prowler, the Paranoia being exchanged, and so does the information. Both of the teams are aware about each other's presence, but those paint shells, it was such a close call.
Yeah, those paint shells just a little bit late. A couple of players were caught in that seize, but I love the placement of the Razor Vines by Ryzen. It definitely saved his own life, otherwise he would have been taken down. But now they're going to be pivoting towards Irve. Already the stack comes into the play by Revenant XSpark. Georgie, up close, personal, wants to go in for the fight. Envy takes him down. Raw Fuel being taken out to Antidote as well, a bit low in that HP. All the way towards the backside. Envy, he pushes it out, and he will take down the players with the support of Ryzen. They just obliterate Revenant XSpark, and it's all down to just Deathmaker, a classic in the hand and a dream to follow. All 5. This should be a pretty solid one for Global Esports Academy. No problem whatsoever.
Seems like a flawless entire eco for Global Esports Academy. Deathmaker, let's see if he can deny that flawless. Because converting the round itself is going to be an impossible uphill task for him in this situation. So maybe he will decide to go down by the spike and deny that ultimate point to the players of Global Esports. But his position not being known, and Ryzen finally will deal with him. A 3k for Ryzen and the second round for the players of Global Esports Academy lineup. A good head start for Global Esports. Revenant XSpark, now this is going to be an important round scared for Revenant XSpark because this is going to be their first bye round. If they lose this one, it's going to be a 4-0 in the favor of Global Esports.
I can see a couple of half shields with the Regent's shield being mixed as well. They've at least got the full utility. Yeah, finally, Raw Fuel picks up his heavy shields. I was waiting for him to do that. But as you mentioned, this looks a pretty solid bonus round as well. But again, moving all the way towards the ace. Snakebite was already in the feet of Georgie. Envy catches one on Antidote with a stinger in hand. Is just nasty. But Aziz was able to answer back. Not a big problem though. Georgie is in a big wall of trouble. And it will all be ended with that pick. Ryzen catching him as well. A couple of rifles being dropped. One of them upgradable. And we've seen one stinger already upgraded into that. And I love the call from Global Esports Academy. They had their position of Smokia over towards the seaside. So no one pushed out Mount. So the call is to end up at sea. But Revenant XSpark are also rotating pretty fast.
Yep, Deathmaker is already inside the site. The Prowler goes in, but no information has been passed on to the players of Global Esports at this point. All the 3 players still stuck all the way towards the sea mound. But just look at the position of Little Boy. E side has been left completely open. If Little Boy goes a little deep inside the site, he'll have the information which is required at this point for the entire team of Global Esports. And seems like Little Boy has got the info. The site is completely empty, and here's a pivot coming in. The entirety of Global Esports is moving all the way towards the seaside, and Revenant XSpark, they're not even aware about this rotation coming in. Seems like an easy plant for Global Esports, an easy site for them.
Time was the only issue, but they have a lot of it on board. Good call from Global Esports Academy. Now all they need to do is just set up in a post plant, and these stingers are going to hurt in close range battles. Smokey are the only guy on Guardian. Lil Boy's position, perfect. Catch in the first one. Deathmaker sees him, but a little too late on that trigger. Aziz will be able to trade him quickly. The smoke was already down there. The paint shell's being sent out, and that's the Nightfall. Catching both the players. No sound cues whatsoever. The beep, beep, beep is going to go on. And there's no wingman this time to help in with the defuse. The tap comes in. Peek. Perfect. And they will spray down the players as he's able to take one more, but not good for the second. A bonus conversion from Global Esports Academy. They are doing a phenomenal job. And Kibo seems immortal.
Well, 3 rounds in the favor of Global Esports. Revenant XSpark, they lost on to their first bye round. So that means it's going to be a 4-0 unless Revenant XSpark pulls off the thrifty round. Only then there is a hope of denying that 4-0 to the players of Global Esports. Global Esports already having a very good head start. Like you said, a full buy round for them and a eco round for the players of Revenant XSpark. And we already having that first contact against Deathmaker. Deathmaker already out of the equation. That outlaw being used to the perfection at this point. But seems like Global Esports is hit. The Prowler goes in. They have the information onto the player Aziz along with that antidote as well. And we still looking for one more with that outlaw. But seems like he'll just have to hold on to his grounds for a little while.
Just waiting if there's any kind of trap play set up by Revenant XSpark. Paranoia comes into play. Raw Fuel takes one down. Good trade coming in from NV. Showstopper up in his own hand. Sends the rocket. Takes himself out of the picture. A big mess up. But all of that commotion over towards B and C means that A site is absolutely empty. Revenant XSpark are playing very heavy contact play early rotation. And Global Esports are reading it perfectly. They know that if they make noise towards one part, then Revenant XSpark will rotate over towards that side. And they go to the opposite one. An opportunity for Georgie though, to probably try and make a play. He needs to take the fight against Smokia, but Smokia just perfectly jiggling. 1 HP, not enough to save you. Anti-position noted, goes for a wide. Smokia is ready for that. Shuts him down, and another round for Global Esports. But some good damage done by Revenant XSpark, taking 3 rifles away.
Of course, 3 rifles were taken by the players of Revenant XSpark, but at this point they need a round as well. Aziz has got his showstopper, even Raw Fuel has got the Steel Garden available to him. But one more time, it's a full buy round for the players of Global Esports. See, here's the thing, Scared. If Revenant XSpark lose this round as well, it's going to be a 6-0 in the favor of Global Esports. Again, a very important round. And seems like already a good start for Global Esports as Smokey finds a connection onto Aziz. Aziz already out of the equation, only 4 players remaining. The showstopper has not been used, is no use in this particular round. The win factor, the win condition which Revenant had is no longer there now.
Oh, lovely clear. Prowler finds Georgie. No way he can survive. Kibo shutting him down as well. And now Raw Fuel in the angle, in the connector. Shuts down NV. No more entry for you with the double satchels, but does not matter as Global Esports have already made their way through the tree. They've got the entire side in control. Look at the amount of utility. They've got a snake bite, a paranoia as well. An arc rose. Flash can come out at any time when you want it. You've got Lil Boy watching the backstab. Steel Garden finally on the other side. Raw Fuel needed to survive, but there's just a couple of players affected by it. They've got the close range shorty too, so it does not even matter. Primary jam, Diffuse being stuck, but they've got no idea about Ryzen's position as he catches 2. And that's going to be another round for Global Esports Academy as Raw Fuel was caught while retreating. Lil Boy gets the last pick. And GEA, my oh my, there's no room for Revenant XSpark to breathe.
5-0 Global Esports in the favor of Global Esports Academy. A nightmarish start for the players of Revenant XSpark at this point. I don't know how they're going to turn this one in their favor, but seems like Revenant XSpark was just not prepared for Global Esports. But let me ask you, Sked, what do you think is happening wrong with the players of Revenant XSpark? Because let's be honest, all these players are the experienced one. Antidote, Deathmaker. No one expected such a start from the side of Revenant XSpark. Here is a timeout coming in, and it's a good thing. The timeout should be there because they need to discuss it with the coach. And maybe after the timeout, things will start getting better for Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, they really need the timeout at this point, I'll be honest. You need to slow down the momentum that Global Esports Academy is rising on. So, discussions out there in their own arena. Global Esports are super happy though with the start. I'll be very honest, Lil Boy has also been doing a pretty solid job in terms of finding out the opportunities on those lurks. When the entire team is going C, this man himself goes over towards the A, finds out an empty side, gives the call, the whole team runs in with the rotation, and look at the same thing that NB is doing right now, which they did in round 3, Shadow. They've got another outlaw in their own hands. Round 4 was when they last brought this outlaw up, and all half shields for Revenant XSpark. Deathmaker, do not peek. Do not peek, my buddy. He'll be taken down. Aziz falls yet again. Kibo shuts him down. He's been having a horrible start on this map.
Once again, Revenant, they lost onto the buy round, so they don't have the weaponry to work around. A close range battle is something they are looking for at this point. Stacked up C site, but seems like this time Global Esports, they're going for a hit. But NV finds one, Deathmaker and Georgie gets 2 in the trade. A 3v3 situation. This might go in the favor of Revenant XSpark. There could be still be a possibility. But the entire A empty site. So that means an easy plant for the players of Global Esports. The spike goes down. A 3v3 retake from the shadows is still there with Antidote. But this battle was important and Georgie wins this one. Takes Ryzen down. A 3v2 in the favor of Revenant XSpark. This could be the first round in their favor.
Lil Boy, his angle is important right now. He can stop the rotation already from Deathmaker. Nightfall being used up, perfectly dodged as well, so you don't know the position of Kibo. Maybe wait a second. Is he probably hit by that? Is the question. Deathmaker shuts down Lil Boy. Just a sheriff in the hand. The spam comes in as Kibo, only good for one, anti-trades him out. A much needed round by Revenant XSpark. And a thrifty itself on top of that. And that too, when they lost a player early on from a 4v5 down, they brought this round back. This is the reason why they picked up that timeout, and a good call coming in. But I'll have to say, Shadow, that more than the calls, it was individual mistakes by Global Esports Academy that eventually paved the way for Revenant XSpark's win.
Well, certainly, Revenant XSpark, they got their first round. They also have got the showstopper, and the Antidote also has got his ultimate online. Maybe Revenant XSpark can also look for a second round in their favor because they need back-to-back few rounds if they want to come to an equalizer. This time seems like Revenant, they are prepared for any sort of an A hit. 2 players all the way towards C side, 2 players towards B side. Even Ryzen is also just 1 point away from his own Nightfall. Slow approach from the side of Global Esports. But finally, those gunshots are giving all the information to the players of Global Esports that C site is a stacked up site, and taking an entry into this one is not going to be an easy one.
They're just holding it down, and the reason why Revenant XSpark are stacking the C side is just because Aziz is positioned too high forward over towards the rubble, but finally the execute begins. Razorbind slowing it down, and we cannot really move. 45 HP only. Prowler pushing Deathmaker back as well, clears out a good amount of angles, so the side is theirs. But the question is, how far can they push forward? And do Revenant XSpark have enough utility for the retake is the big question. They really want to push it all the way over towards the spawn. Raw Fuel in a close angle was traded out as well. Back and forth fight. As Smokia is the last man with the love. 3v2. Aziz has got the showstopper. Deathmaker finds another trade. 2v2 now. Advantage for Revenant XSpark. Showstopper comes into the play as well. Aziz will be able to take it down to 1v1. Deathmaker has the angle, takes the fight and shuts Ryzen down. A close round, but Revenant XSpark take it home.
The second round also goes in the favor of Revenant XSpark. Deathmaker definitely do save the round. A much needed round for the players of Revenant XSpark. Seems like the comeback is coming from Revenant XSpark. Back-to-back 2 rounds. They still need 3 more for an equalizer. This time they have got the Viper's Pit also online. A full buy for Global Esports once again. 3 players of Revenant all the way towards A side. Deathmaker towards the B side, and we have got Raw Fuel towards the C side.
Now they change their approach. They've got probably one more round remaining for the buy, apart from a couple of players. But all that economy that was built up for the past 5 rounds, just 2 rounds from Revenant XSpark and all of that is down in drain. And I like the change this time from them. Normally in every other round, Aziz was pushing towards Rubble, he was getting picked off. But this time, it's a 2-2-1 setup, or technically a 2-3, since there are 3 on B. He is entirely empty, they want to play it for the retake. Deathmaker, he's got his own Viper's Pit. Not committing on to that one. Smokey is all the way over towards the sea, playing to try and gather the attention. Hold on a second. Raw Fuel just strips out his ball. It's a good utility being used up, but again, Smokey is going to be pinched in from 2 different directions. Look at the position of Aziz. Site A has been taken, yes, but that's definitely one player being taken down. Georgie, in the meantime, was able to find a pick onto Kibo. It's very scrappy, it's very messed up, as the call is now to all the way end up towards the B side.
The spike goes down, a 5v4 retake. The numbers advantage is with the players of Revenant XSpark. Deathmaker has got the Viper's Pit, but Envy is aware about the position of Raw Fuel. The pain shell goes in, and Georgie and Raw Fuel, they both swing out, and little boy Envy have been taken out. Only Ryzen remaining in a 1v4 situation. Ryzen finds one, Ryzen finds the second one. Can he find the third one? The answer is no. Deathmaker deals with him, and once again, the round goes in the favor of Revenant XSpark. Back-to-back 3 rounds, and Revenant XSpark, the comeback is there. Even they saved the ultimate. The Viper's Pit was not used in this round, so they do have a win condition for the next coming round. They have the Nightfall, they have got the Viper's Pit, so there is a possibility of the 4th round also coming in the favor of Revenant XSpark.
Absolutely phenomenal. And with that, we've got another timeout now. This time, though, from Global Esports Academy. They really need to now take a chill pill, slow the things down. Revenant XSpark, they've eventually caught up, right? Now, Global Esports want to play very slow. They are kind of reminding me of G2 players. While Revenant XSpark, they love when things are chaotic. And that's exactly what they're bringing on the table. So, I'd have to say, it definitely is reminding me of the G2 versus T1 Grand Finals we saw in Masters Bangkok. Because it's just the fact that there are different types of playstyle. One, a very structured playstyle. The other one, very chaotic. And when both of these collide, a lot of the times, chaos is the one that comes out on top. We saw that happen in the previous one. I mean, Envy all the way in the defender spawn. We had a couple of players, Aziz, along with Georgie, all the way towards the attacker spawn. They kind of flipped the entire side, but the duels eventually went for Revenant XSpark, flushing out the last of the few players too. But now, they're still going to try and force it. Shadow, a Bulldogs, Stinger, a couple of half shields as well in the mix, and they only have one ultimate to play around.
Bring them down.
That also from the shadows.
Okay.
Viper's Pit already being used towards the seaside, so that means until the pit is there, there's not going to be any chance of any sort of entry towards the seaside. So that means Global Esports will be looking either towards the B side or the A side. But Kibo needs to be very careful and cautious, but finally he finds an opening towards Georgie. Kibo also finds antidote. 2 players already out from the side of Revenant XSpark. The numbers advantage is with the players of Global Esports at this point.
Couple of trades back and forth. But as you mentioned, the advantage this time for Global Esports Academy, punishing the aggressive play yet again. Oh, lovely shot. Aziz finds the timing to open that door. Now you have to run all the way back towards the A side. As this one was reinforced. Aziz can hear all of that. Is he going to move forward? That's the question. Can he find the timing? Lovely flash though, but he dodged it perfectly.
30 seconds left.
The call is already there. Rawfuel is just going to rush his way over towards the A. But again, Shadow, the timing is with Aziz. He can find both of these players. He shuts down one and resets his aim for the second. With a 3k in this round, you cannot shut this man down for long.
Every single time this guy is stepping up whenever the team requires it. Back to back 4 rounds in the favor of Revenant XSpark. They did face a little hiccup at the start of the game, but now seems like the entire team of Revenant XSpark is back online. And Global Esports, they are struggling. They are struggling to find even one single round. Yes, they have got Nightfall just 1 point away. Even the Showstopper is also 1 point away from Envy. 2 ultimates can be utilized, but seems like Revenant, they have got the momentum rolling in their favor. The Horn goes in to get some information all the way towards the A side. But the Dark Cover itself is making things a little difficult for the players of Global Esports to execute towards A. Aziz all the way deep inside the site. Then also we have got Georgie and his Nightfall. So the A hit is not going to be an easy one for the players of Global Esports. If at all, Nightfall is utilized, the entirety of Global Esports will either have to pivot all the way towards B or C side.
There.
This could be a very nasty trap. As soon as the smoke fade, the Prowler Antidote's position noted. Aziz fires some shots, but it's Georgie to pick up a couple of picks. Smokia Ryzen though answer back as well. Paranoia, good one. Antidote will have to reposition now, give up on that space. But A side is open for grab. Good play coming in from Ryzen. The Stingers now working. The Sheriff now being upgraded to a Spectre. Nightfall used up. Entire site is empty. They still haven't upgraded to those rifles that were on the floor though. They've also got their own wall up to eventually pick at least one. This might be a big mistake not picking up those rifles. Good clearance by Antidote as well as Rawfuel clearing out the entire rubble. You know that the players are on site now. Few less angles to check out, but Lil Boy, bit of an off angle though. Noted, perfect play. Ryzen comes in with another trade. Answer back down to a 2v2. Spectre Stinger in hand. Big problem. Time is ticking. They've got the timing as well. Close range battles is where these SMGs shine. And Ryzen with the classic gets not just one but two. Impeccable performance from Global Esports Academy. And a round which we thought was lost. They pull it all the way back from the brink of defeat.
A much needed round. A much needed round to break the momentum of the players of Revenant XSpark. Global Esports, they had to win this round, and finally they got that one round which they were looking for. The lead is still there with the players of Global Esports. This time Ryzen stepping up big time, getting that 4k on the board and getting that victory which Global Esports needed at this point. Now Envy once again have got the Showstopper and 2 ultimates still there towards the side of Revenant XSpark. One is being the Nightfall, the other one is going to be Steel Garden. Pain shells towards the C side to clear some area. But the plan is to execute towards the A side where Ryzen gets an opening flank towards Aziz. The Paranoia, the Prowler being exchanged, the Nightfall being invested at this point. All the information which Revenant needed is there, and Antidote do capitalize, finds Envy, but Envy also gets the trade to the Showstopper.
Oh my god.
3v4 situation, the numbers advantage still with the players of Global Esports.
Look at Smokia. He's got so much space towards Mount, but Revenant XSpark, they're slowly and steadily understanding the way how Global Esports Academy are playing in this game. So they've already sent a couple of players all the way towards C. Deathmaker as well as Rawfuel. They can hear all of that, and on the flank angle will be Georgie. It's all about timing. Steel Garden now used up. Rawfuel. He's just going to slow down the entire push. Georgie, the timing is on to him. Opening the door, they've created the point of confusion. This could be the 1 second that this team needed to go in for the execute. Lovely shot by Georgie though. Takes down Lil Boy, but now his position noted. He's out an angle way too quickly. Wants to quickly rush up, takes down Ryzen. That's a big play coming in. Kibo wanted to fight a bit more forward. Down to Smokey in a 1v2. And head being shown and a head being taken. Georgie from that flank gets a 3k and a round for Revenant XSpark.
Certainly, for a second it felt like Global Esports did manage to break the momentum for the players of Revenant XSpark, but seems like that is not going to be the case. The experience which Deathmaker and Antidote is having is definitely giving them all the benefit. And now just 1 point away from the equalizer.
Now we win.
Will it be a 6-6 first half or a 7-5? This round is going to decide. 2 ultimates towards the side of Global Esports and 1 single ultimate towards Revenant XSpark. Keyboard Jin's Viper's Pit is there. Aziz Showstopper. And a weaker buy, a weaker weaponry also towards the side of Global Esports. So there is a very high chance of a equalizer coming in the first half, but that Horde is going to give so much information. On top of it, the Showstopper is also there.
Spike
Wow.
down, attacker spawn.
It's all just chaos. And Global Esports Academy. The stinger in the hand, Lil Boy gets one, but will be traded as he spiked down out in the open. Kibo will pick it up. 11 HP on the raise on the other side. Kibo is just going to break this door to run towards A. Aziz hears it all. It's going to be a game of cat and mouse. Kibo can also go in for the pit after planting, and he will do the same. Now, last time when he dropped the pit, he was sitting in the same angle. Aziz, after watching this pit, should realize where Kibo is. He's pulled out a classic though. Switches it back to Vandal, will be able to dodge the boom bot, but it still does not give out a lot of information. Aziz, it's time. You need to land this one shot. Can he do it? Here's the big question. Pit dropped out. Paint shells used up. It's all about he needs to take the fight. Goes in, takes it, but takes the shot onto his body. Kibo wins the round. And Global Esports Academy keep their lead after the half on Lotus.
A 7-5 first half in the favor of Global Esports. They did manage to have a very good start. For a second, it looked like, for a few rounds, it looked like this is going to be a very dominating first half. But Revenant Esports, in the mid of the first half, did manage to
One enemy remaining.
redeem themselves.
Aziz. Or Kibo, he
And Aziz was not also having much HP towards the end all the way because of the Viper's Pit. But finally 7-5, a workable half for the players of Revenant XSpark. If they do manage to get the pistol, they can come to an equalizer.
They really need this pistol now to equalize things, as you've said. Few goes out on the mix. Couple of classics as well. Half shield onto Kibo, Lil Boy taken down pretty low in that spam. Or rather, it was mostly because of the DK. Still 65 HP in hands. Need to be safe, need to be smart. Paranoia ready by Antidote. Envy, is his position noted though? No, absolutely not though, but he's only good for one. And has given out one of the rifles, or rather you can say the pistols. Lil Boy catching two with the right click. Ryzen out there, raw fuel now. The only man remaining, position noted. Numbers advantage need to be played by Global Esports Academy. They try and go for the peak. Raw fuel able to isolate one, but the shots he could not land. And with that, the pistol, another one goes in for Global Esports Academy. Lovely play coming in from this team.
Both the pistol went in the favor of Global Esports, but this pistol round was super important for Revenant XSpark. Now, they don't have the weaponry for the upcoming round. Going to be a save round. Ryzen really stepping up. That pistol getting those 3Ks. And Ryzen as a whole, if you look at the first half, I think every single time this guy was stepping up whenever it was required. Already having 16 finishes. The top fragger of the team at this point. But entire eco for Global Esports and a save round for Revenant XSpark. On paper, it should be a 9-5 in the favor of Global Esports. But Ryzen, he needs to be careful. Finally, he's aware about the position of raw fuel.
Rushes back so quickly. He thought that maybe there were more than one. Good discipline though. share on the other side being triggered. So they're just now testing out the Wise utility, removing it from the mix. I like the play that Revenant XSpark are doing. Holding it down, cutting out the entire noise. Alright, that haunt, it's gonna keep a few players of GA over here only. Smoke goes out over to the connector with the paranoia itself. Razorbeam out in the open. Kibo with the spam gets to Georgie for the trade on the other side though. And as soon as you move forward, Raw Fuel surprises with the right click to Envy. Good timing on that lurk, and look at where this man is going. He's going to wrap all the way around from the C side though, but the side players need to hold their ground. Systematically trying to re-clear Lil Boy. A bit scrappy, 11 HP, it's fine. Use of the paranoia, but it's all going to fall down. How quickly can Raw Fuel make his way? Needs to open the door, and as soon as he does, they're going to know there's someone on the other side. Tap on the spike. Smokia takes care of Raw Fuel. Wise duel being won. Lil Boy is out there supporting the team, but Georgie wraps around all the way from heaven, takes one down, Haunt taken out, and Smokey and Ryzen win out their fight. But is there enough time for the defuse? And yes, there's a lot of time for the defuse.
Push a button, save the day.
The ninth round also goes in the favor of Global Esports, but not as comfortably as we expected, since Revenant XSpark, it was a save round, but still, despite that, they did manage to bring down it to only 2 players remaining from Global Esports, a 9-5. But once again, Revenant XSpark, they have a buy round coming in, and super important round.
What's interesting?
The bonus round for Global Esports is not looking that comfortable, since they have got a Bucky, 2 Spectre, 1 Stinger, and just a Ghost. So maybe this should be a 6th round for the players of Revenant XSpark.
And they quickly decided to play for Orb. So a good macro play from Global Esports Academy. They understand that in terms of winning the fight, they've got a massive gun disadvantage. So let's quickly play for those objectives. Normally, we did not usually have this kind of systematic approach from the South Asian teams. But we do have it right now. Share being put up. Oh, ho, 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 ho. Raw Fuel, my man, is just playing with Bucky. Oh, good shots. Revenant XSpark finishing off Global Esports Academy's aggressive push all the way from A Rubble. And also winning a fight over towards the B itself. Aziz. Can he find one more? Absolutely he will. NB being taken down. 1v4 remaining now. Smokia, who had the Bucky in hand, now needs to go in for the retake. Surely does not anticipate the repositioning of Raw Fuel. Georgie for the contact. Alright, he still gets one. Upgraded the weaponry. He had the Vandal in hand. Can he get anything more is the question. No is the answer. Antidote gets in a pick. Through that spam on that wall bang. 9 and 6 now. But this is the main round, Shadow.
Of course, Revenant XSpark did manage to get 1 round. The buy round did go in their favor, which was a really important one for them. But now this one is going to be a full buy for Global Esports as well. There won't be any sort of weaponry advantage towards either of these teams. But Georgie's Nightfall is also just 1 point away. If you do manage to get 1 or point or 1 finish, then Nightfall can really come handy for the plus of Revenant XSpark. Maybe they can have that 7th round on board as well. A Haunt all the way towards the A site. But the plan is to just get information. And that is exactly what Revenant XSpark is trying to do at this point. They're trying to get information all the way towards the C side as well. But seems like they do realize that the entire setup of Smokey is towards the C side.
Slowing it down. Again, we've talked about how the slow approach is loved by all of these teams. Good smoke though to maintain the deep control of Rubble. 3 players still behind us. Wall up, but I love this repositioning from Kibo. Haunt is not going to catch him. There's no utility being thrown on this man's way. Just a chip damage from the paint shells, and he's giving out the information that it's all a fake. Run down over towards C, and Kibo can quickly rush in on a very early flank. Can he catch Raw Fuel is the big question. Yes, he will. Nightfall used up over
30
towards
seconds
Seaside, but
left.
that's a very solid advantage for Global Esports Academy.
Smokey hiding in that smoke as he's trying to push that smoke and finally gets a connection onto Smokey, instantly shuts him down along with the help from the side of Antidote as well. 4v4 situation, the horn goes in, the information is there and Anti do capitalize, finds the frag onto Envy. Little boy unaware about the position of Antidote also gets taken down and Georgie lands last blow towards Ryzen and shuts him down. The 7th round goes in the favor of Revenant Esports. In fact, a comfortable round win for Revenant Esports. They just lost onto one of the player.
Beautiful approach, as you mentioned. They needed to take the fight over towards spawn because they lost an early flanker or an early lurk player. And they capitalized onto it perfectly. Aziz was having a difficult map in the early few rounds, but is now on 13-13. Georgie, the new entry, has been playing perfect. 16 and 13.
There.
Now Antidote just holding it down all the way from spawn. He knows that Global Esports want to take an early space. They're just waiting all for that. The Arcros was taken care of early on. Ryzen's position noted a bit. He was spammed down and so was Kibo. So they're punishing on all the different fronts. Now slowly pushing, taking the space. They've got the B main control. They've also got the entire mount control. There's a trap set up over towards C. But I love the call.
No more thorns.
It's only Raw Fuel out there who was there standing, making sure that he was grabbing enough attention, and that's a 4-player stack. Showstopper baited out. Oh my god! What a big brain play from Revenant XSpark, and Global Esports Academy just fell right into their trap.
Not ready yet.
Revenant
30
XSpark
seconds left.
moving all the way towards the B side which was left completely open. The spike will go down. A 5v5 retake, but look at the HP of the players of Global Esports. Kibojan down to 18 HP. Raw Fuel finds a connection onto Envy. A good information.
Lovely.
Deathmaker finds Ryzen. Georgie finds Kibojan. And Global Esports completely being annihilated by the players of Revenant XSpark. It's only Little Boy and Smokey remaining. A 2v5 scenario and make it 1v5, and Raw Fuel with a 3k will seal the deal. And the 8th round for Revenant XSpark, just one round away from an equalizer. Revenant XSpark, they know how to stage a comeback. They know how to pull off a comeback, and they're certainly doing so at this point.
My man just runs it down. And with that, we've got the second timeout from Global Esports Academy. There's only one more remaining, and that is for Revenant XSpark. None for GEA. They need to make this one count. They had a 5-0 start, Shadow, on this map. The score is now 9-8. And this is a pick for Global Esports Academy. The next one, Abyss, that's a Revenant XSpark pick. Having a look at what happened in that previous one as well. It's just Raw Fuel getting down everyone. But that first pick was important. Steel Garden up, but the ult economy is looking really solid for GEA. They've got 3 major ultimates. Very close now. Ryzen 1 away from the Nightfall. Kibo, Smokia 1 away from their own. Or rather 2 away from their own. Showstopper was used up in the previous one. Now that's going to hurt them a bit. And Envy is having a rough map. 9 in 15. Definitely not the stats you want from your own duelist.
Move.
Of course, Envy needs to step up, but seems like Kibojan is filling in his shoes
Placed.
and
Not
leading
ready
the
yet.
chart with 18
Placing wall
finishes
trap.
of his own.
Retrieving flash.
Like you said, Raw-Fuel has got his own Steel Garden online. After making a little noise all the way towards the C mount, the plan of Revenant XSpark seems like is to execute towards the A side, where we have Little Boy along with that Envy. But let's be honest, Envy is not performing up to the mark. So this should be an easy sight hit for the players of Revenant XSpark. They just need to deal with Little Boy. Up until now, Global Esports, they don't have an information that what is a game plan.
There.
of Revenant XSpark. Which side they are trying to hit? Slow and steady approach. Finally, now Global Esports know it's an A hit. The Prowler goes in, and along with that, the players also try to get the control of the tree area. But no, that was a fake. They're going for a B hit. The Steel Garden being invested. The Prowler goes in. The entire control of B side is with the players of Revenant XSpark, and even the spike also goes down.
What do they have for the post plant is the question. They've got a paint shells up, a C's, Arc Rose, no paranoia whatsoever. Global Esports need to go in for this retake. Ah, Prowler catching onto the position of Antidote. Puts out a smoke as well. Now you really need a flash to probably push out of it as he's catching one, and that's going to be the entry. Good trade though from Ryzen, but he's all the way down to just 4 HP, and he's the last man standing. He was the last man standing. A 9-9 equalizer for Revenant XSpark. The last minute rotation calls from Antidote have been perfect, and Global Esports are just being caught off guard in all of that chaos.
Here's the thing. Now Aziz, Showstopper is also just 1 point away. Deathmaker's Viper Spit is also just 1 point away. And I agree that Global Esports, even they have got their ultimates online, but they don't have the ability for the next coming round. Seems like Global Esports, they were not even aware what was happening. They've got the Nightfall. Even Viper Spit just 1 point away, but no weaponry, nothing at all. Just 2 stingers to work around with, and just the pistols. On paper, this round should go in the favor of Revenant XSpark at this point. But seems like Revenant, they're trying to get information towards the B and C side. Look how forward Global Esports is playing towards the C, especially Smokey and Kibojan, having their entire C mount control. They need to be very careful. Raw Fuel still aware about the position, but still not aware about the position of Smokey. Smokey can be that X factor to bring down Raw Fuel and have that numbers advantage, but that has been denied as Raw Fuel finds a connection onto Smokey and Kibo. C side completely empty and open now.
Good patience, good diligence from Raw Fuel. Kibo just getting a bit too overzealous out there, wanting to trade Smoke here. Ending up giving away his own life, and the odds tipping even further away from them. The paint shells were there, but the TP will save Antidote down to just 49 HP, but his entire team untouched. 150 for all of them. Rifles on board. Good utility to try and stall. Everyone from Global Esports Academy flooding out all the way from spawn. The catch one, Raw Fuel taken down though, but how far can they push? Ryzen catching one more. Deathmaker answers back on the other side. Georgie not noticed, but only good for one as he's been taken down, but Aziz was there to answer back. And fun fact, Shadow, for the past 2 or at least 3 rounds, Aziz has not been using his satchels for the entry. Antidote has been finding so good timings on those attacking rounds, and Raw Fuel as well on his lurking plays has been phenomenal. That they don't need an explosive entry from Aziz. They can literally just walk in on empty sites.
I agree. Raw Fuel did manage to take down both the side anchors of C side. And after that, it was an easy peasy side hit for the players of Revenant XSpark. But this time, the Viper Spit has been committed all the way to the C. So that means till Kibo is there, there is no chance that you can try for a C execute. But seems like that is exactly what Revenant XSpark is eyeing for at this point. Even they also have got their Viper Spit, Showstopper and Nightfall online. This is going to be an ult heavy round. Nightfall already being invested. Showstopper is there, and finally Aziz using those blast pack and taking that site entry. Despite the pit being there, Revenant XSpark has managed to make an entry into the C site.
Shadows traveling.
Slowly taking all of that space. Global Esports Academy though. That's going to be the Viper Spit being committed along with the Steel Girdle on the other side. No more primary weapons. Raw Fuel out there for the late lurk. But the fight's being won by the members of Global Esports Academy as they try and shut down a couple of more. Hellboy out there rising, but they need to navigate through the pit, which was taken down eventually. Deathmaker Ingosh take it down. Aziz up close, personal right click on the face. Kibo takes that trade. Know the position, regen shield helping Ryzen as he takes down the last. Kibo with that wall bang, that maker taken out. They had to drop the pit. They were being claustrophobic there. And with that, Global Esports Academy finally break through the sight holes of Revenant XSpark.
Of course, a good retake coming in from the side of Global Esports. Still keeping themselves in the game. I'm telling you, Scared, this is going to be an OT. This is going to go in the overtime, this first match itself. Because the way the rounds are going back and forth. Global Esports has managed to break the momentum for the players of Revenant XSpark. They still have got the showstopper. On the other side for Revenant, I don't see any major ultimate coming online anytime soon.
Good spam coming in and on through that spam. Aziz finds another one on NB. This definitely is not his map.
Again.
They're going to be getting a free entry onto the A side itself yet again. Aziz though wants to move in first. Lil Boy answers back at him. A couple of players playing anti-lurk of raw fuel, but the site anchors were there to hold it all down. It's still all the way down in the hands of Ryzen. He needs to win, but guess what? Georgie just snaps like a madman. If I'm not wrong, that was a 180 flick. Brings it to an advantageous state for Revenant XSpark. This is Kibo and Smokia, the couple of anti-lurk players who were inserted all the way in B, now moving towards the stairs. So many angles to clear, so less utility in hand. A snake bite for Kibo. As soon as he launches that, Revenant XSpark will know the position of this man. Alright, they either ways know it now. Rockfield sees it, and a beautiful spam by Deathmaker. Perfect timing being picked up. Smoke here, now all he can do is run, tuck tail, save the weaponry.
Seems like that is what he's trying to do. Or maybe try get an exit frag. Because Smokey do realize that converting this round is impossible. Now the time is also not there, and finally the weaponry has been saved. The round has been lost. Revenant XSpark 11-10 in their favor, already having the lead for the first time now. Envy still having that showstopper, but this guy has not been able to perform up to the expectations of the fan or the team. He need to step up. Lil Boy has got the from the shadows. No major ultimate towards the side of Revenant XSpark as well. But Revenant XSpark, they have got the momentum, they have got everything, they have got the confidence. Even they have got the weaponry, a full buy for them. But look at Global Esports, half shields, stingers, guardians, a scrappy buy for Global Esports. If Revenant XSpark gets this one, they are going to be on the match point. Lil Boy needs to be very careful, but seems like his position has been compromised. Aziz is aware about Lil Boy. Takes a step back. The dark cover is there to provide the necessary cover. Few random shots. But the entirety of Revenant XSpark is still holding on to that A main. But finally the pivot is coming. But the main question is, are the players of Global Esports aware about this rotation?
Late 1 minute re-clear by Revenant XSpark of B as well as Mount. So they've got all the space on the map apart from Rubble. And they don't really need to go and clear that space either. They can try and take those long range battles on the other front. Got the better weaponry for that. Spam out there. The wall being figured out. Raw fuel. He is so good
30
in
seconds
terms
left.
of jumping and triggering the shear. Smokia cannot leave a place on this map. Antidote. Wait a second. He's sticking. He's got the spike. Does the spike down all the way in the spawn? That could be the biggest blunder of this game. NB catches Georgie as well. 10 more seconds remaining now. Aziz is moving up. They need to catch a pick. They need to go for the plant. And they've lost this round. Revenant XSpark. That is such a massive mistake. Antidote wanted to make a play, but there was no smoke to cover him. He had the spike in his hand. A blunder, but a good capitalization from Global Esports Academy.
This one small mistake from the side of Revenant XSpark might cost them the entire map Because now Global Esports, they have come to an equalizer, 11-11, a timeout coming in from the side of Revenant XSpark. They really need to have a talk with the coach and maybe pull something out of the box for the upcoming round. Because an OT, an overtime is something which Revenant doesn't want at this point. Envy also did step up big time. He got the perfect value through the showstopper, and after that the perfect value through the vandal. He got the 2 frags which were required at that situation. So Global Esports, like you said, good capitalization on the mistake of Antidote.
And with that, second time out for Revenant XSpark used up 11-11. We are in for a treat. All the people who thought that this might actually be a storm, well, guess what? This could possibly be the best start we would have wanted for VCSA 2025 Split 1. Shadow, you've already given out your call that this map is going in overtime. We'll have to see a judge for Envy. He's running all the way towards B. Up close and personal. And there are a couple of players close to him. The Prowler will give out the information, but Ryzen is there to trade that Prowler. Maybe. Are they going to still move forward? Yes, they will, but it's only good for one. Rofu trades him out quickly. The util in hand. My man. Ryzen. You've got some muscle of steel. 34 HP. Lucky to be alive there. And it's still a 4v4.
Just look at the HP of Ryzen. 34 HP and just a stinger. Rofuel has still got the Steel Garden. Paranoia being exchanged. Global Esports is aware. The entirety of Revenant XSpark is outside the C. But finally the pivot is coming in all the way towards A, where we already have Smokey. Even an A hit is not going to be an easy one for the players of Revenant XSpark. They do have a few utils in hand to work around with. But Ryzen still inside the smoke. A stacked up side is not going to be easy, and Smokey finds a connection onto Deathmaker, shuts him down. The numbers advantage with the players of Global Esports now. Raw Fuel also down to 63 HP, but finally the spike has been planted. The horn goes in, but Ryzen deals with Georgie as well with the classic in hand.
Wow.
Antidote finds Ryzen, jumping Ryzen in fact. Kibujan finds Antidote, and finally the 12th round goes in the favor of Global Esports, and now Global Esports is on the match point.
That one round, Shadow, you mentioned that one mistake from Anti carrying the spike all the way towards C. That was the big mistake. The capitalization in the next one, and finally we're seeing an operator now being brought into the mix in the last round of this map, potentially the last round. But here's the thing. Revenant XSpark are conditioned in a judge, in stingers, and in rifles. They haven't seen this operator. But this time it's all the way towards C. The question is, are they going to find something? Because this seems like a very fast hit over towards the A. But this is where the entire setup is for Smokey. He was playing all the way towards C, but now is playing towards the A side, so he can definitely slow things down, which he's doing as well. And this wall has not been tested out by Revenant XSpark at all over towards the stairs. So this could very well be
Careful here.
the anti-Revenant XSpark setup by Global Esports Academy. I like this, but
Fire in the hole!
showstopper. Now they're moving it all the way towards the B. The classic Antidote late round pivot. 1 minute remaining and they can't really go for the retake. Showstopper not finding any, but just the space over towards
Face your
Heaven.
fear!
Nightfall used up as well to push some players even further back. They really want to move forward through the link. This could be a big problem. Antidote, he has already shown his presence like in the previous round from this space. Kibo moves out, just moves out. Ryzen will be able to trade him though.
And Smokey also finds a connection onto Deathmaker. Aziz gets a trade, a 3v3 situation. Fuel finding Little Boy, Envy, the last man standing with the operator in his hands, and a 1v3 situation, and a hope to win this one, but that hope will be crushed by Georgie, and Revenant XSpark gets a 12th round on
Switching
board.
sides.
And like I said, we are moving
Overtime.
into an overtime now. A good play coming in from the side of Revenant Xpark. The nightfall of Georgia did definitely prove to be an asset in that situation. The entire round was played to the perfection by the players of Revenant Xpark.
Phenomenal performance by both of these teams. We are going the distance, baby. Super fun. But here's now important discussion. Both these teams, they've got one additional timeout each. The one who wins out their own defensive round will eventually
Where are you?
close out this entire series. An early haunt this time from Revenant Xpark. Seems like a similar setup. Deathmaker playing all the way towards C. Got a person over towards the A as well though. Raw Fuel. Global Esports Academy. Slowly clearing out the space. I like the macro play though, Shadow, because again, Envy takes out that orb a couple of points away from his own showstopper. They slowed it down, but the fight towards B is going to be the important one. Kibo, the peak timing, crucial. They go in for the peak anti. Finding out where the player is. Up in the close corner is where Aziz is. They made noise over towards B, over towards C, but this Prowler yet again clears out the entirety of the mound. Antidote has given the call to his team already. Run towards A. Raw Fuel playing it a bit more aggressive out there as well.
30
He can slow
seconds
things
left.
down. Can't really push out from the shears. Okay, gets one pick on Aziz though. And they want to pivot over towards B. A call from the boat of Antidote. And this could be working really well. A couple of players holding it down. Georgie gets one from the spam. Maker is also there. You've really got to go in for the spike plant now. 10 more
Spike
seconds
planted.
and Ryzen will get some extra seconds on clock.
The spike has been planted. A 4v4 retake for Revenant Xpark. The paranoia do goes in. And Deathmaker finds the value also behind that. Antidote also gets Ryzen. Little boy do manage to get one. Only 2 players remaining. A 2v3 situation. And Georgie finds Little boy, leaving Smokey all by himself in a 1v3 situation. Deathmaker is going for the defuse and he's sticking for the defuse as Anti deals with Smokey. And with that, Revenant Xpark gets one more round in their favor. But they still need one more if they want to have that victory on the map of Locust.
Envy just getting caught in that
Switching
paranoia.
sides.
It was beautiful
point.
from Antidote. It set up Deathmaker for a couple of kills. And it opened out the site entirely. And Envy then, if I'm not wrong, he just wanted to play a bit of an anti-flash to dodge the Vice flash. That's why he turned 180 over towards the wall. Probably was also praying, if I can't see you, you can't see me. But alas, that's not what's happening. Revenant Xpark opening all the way towards trouble. We might possibly see a fight here. Ho 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 ho! Nasty shot! Envy gets a pick on Georgie. This is how you needed things to open up from your own duelist, finally. There's still some gas left in his tank.
He is still holding on to his grounds. His position is going to be important. He needs to find that trade. He needs to find that connection. But Keepton finds a connection onto Aziz. A good break coming in from the side of Antidote, but Smokey
Spike
finding
down
2 of his
A.
own, leaving Raw Fuel all by himself, and seems like we are moving into the second OT, second overtime, because Raw Fuel in a 1v4 situation seems like an impossible task, and Smokey with the 3k will get the 13th round for the players of Global Esports.
Switching sides. Overtime.
Smokey gets another one. A beautiful 3k indeed. And it all started from that one early pick by NV2K. He opened things up, and as soon as Georgie fell, now you don't really have any fade utility for your mid-round or to the late round calls. So Antidote had to make a rushed up decision over towards the B, which was read out perfectly by Global Esports Academy. But now, Revenant Esports want to fight Mount. A couple of players playing aggressive. Anti ready with the paranoia as soon as Deathmaker takes contact. Bot and Prowler being used up. This was a C-pinch play from Revenant Esports, but a good awareness of Global Esports Academy, understanding what might happen. The dodge this trap play perfectly. And now they're moving all the way towards A. There are still a couple of Razor Mines there, so it is going to slow them down, along with Georgie sitting as well to try and catch in a few picks.
Bring them down.
Georgie finding Envy.
I'll find you.
The haunt has already been destroyed, so that means Georgie doesn't have much information. The smoke's all over the place, but despite that, Rocky finds a connection onto Ryzen, but Kibujan and Smokey stepping up big time, finding 3. And the road also goes down through the hands of Smokey. Deathmaker, the last one standing. Seems like the 14th round is going in the favor of Global Esports Academy lineup. A 1v3 for Deathmaker. If he clutches this one out, I'm going to be a big fan of him. But seems like an impossible task, even for Deathmaker at this point.
And he's blinded as well, so you know where he is. No flashy duelist this time, so he can't really pull out anything. No ultimate whatsoever. No poison cloud. Nothing to block any one of them off. All 3 players together. Another flash used, a position noted. That Maker runs up, time running out, and so is his life. Only good for one as Lil Boy trades it out, and Global Esports Academy gets their round on attack. And an opportunity to close this map with this defensive round.
A 14-13, a timeout coming from the side of Revenant Esports. They need this timeout. They need those back-to-back 2 rounds. If the next round goes in the favor of Global Esports, they get a victory on the map of Lotus, and that's something which Revenant Esports doesn't want at all. Both these teams looking really strong. Seems like they have read each other like a book. Global Revenant, they are aware that what sort of plays the opponent is going to bring in, and they are prepared for every kind of a situation. That's why we are seeing these back and forth rounds coming in. But maybe things will change after this timeout. There's a possibility of that happening. Global, they just need one more round and the deal will be sealed. They'll get the victory which they are looking for.
My question is, are they all sitting together in a boot camp, or are they all at their own individual places? I think so. All of them are at their own homes. But it's still fun to see.
And a double early aggressive play by Global Esports Academy. Lil Boy quickly jumping in all the way over towards Rubble. Puts out that smoke as well to gain that early control. Towards C. Well, you've got Smokey. Razor Mine, Sheer. Smart play though, because he knew that the Pain Shells is going to destroy his Razor Mine, so he activated it to try and slow the push down. Still has got the Arc Rose. Envy. Oh, lovely timing. He catches one and Smokey gets 2 on the side. This is a massive play. Global Esports Academy. He will be shut down eventually by Georgie. But there's still a 4v2. A Prowler, Haunt, a Boombot. All of the utility available for Global Esports Academy to take this one down. But
enemy
Aziz
remaining.
pushes out forward. Envy shuts down Georgie, and it's only a Boombot that he needed. Now they know where the position of the last guy is. They can go in, stick for the refuse without any problem. A dream for Aziz, and he will not be allowed to fulfill that. It's going to be the map
Defenders
for
win.
Global Esports Academy. What a play. The first map of VCSA Split 1. We go to the overtime, and it's 15-13.
Well, 15-13 it is, and Global Esports, like you said, gets a victory on the map of Lotus. Overtime after overtime, Revenant Esports did give a very tough competition to the players of Global Esports. Global Esports, at the very start in the first half, they did manage to have a very good head start. It was a 5-0. After that, Revenant Esports did manage to get the first round in their hand. They did showcase a comeback for a second. The first half looked like that Revenant Esports has made a comeback, but both the pistol rounds were also super important, but towards the end, Global Esports did realize what sort of plays Revenant XSpark is bringing in, and that's the reason they were able to counter those plays and get that victory in their hands.
It all fell down to the same point that you mentioned, right? Those pistol rounds. Because you pick up a pistol, the next one is going to be in your hands until and unless you mess it up or your opponent makes a nasty play. So that totally means 4 rounds in the entire game. That's what went for Global Esports Academy. That's why a lot of emphasis is always placed on those pistols. A good play, good resistance, good resilience though, I would have to say, from Revenant XSpark. But again, over towards the end, in the overtime, you could eventually say they gassed out, or rather, a couple of players from GEA eventually fired themselves up. It was a very nice map though, but I'd have to say Antidote had some good calls in his own pocket though, bringing his team for those late rotations over towards the A. When they were at the defense, they understood the kind of play that GEA was going, and they had to make things chaotic. But through that chaos, Global Esports Academy, they navigated their own ships perfectly, like how an anchor needs to be. That's how Smokey was in that very final round. So kudos to the entire lineup for pulling this one off, because this is one of the most experienced team in the South Asian subcontinent as well. So you know that winning a map from this team means that you are prepared for what's to come for the next one. But this was a map pick for GEA, Shadow. The next one is a map pick of their opponents. That's Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, Abyss is going to be the next map. But talking about the map of Lotus as well, I think Risen also stepped up big time. Those 3 kills which were coming in from his side.
True.
So many rounds were there where Risen was stepping up big time. And Global Esports Academy did get those rounds in their favor. Not just Risen, I think Lil Boy and Kibo were also doing the majority of the heavy lifting. It was just Envy. I don't know why he was not able to come online. Yes, towards the later half of the second half, where he was able to get those crucial important frags through his ultimate and those weaponries, but still, in the entire first half, I think Envy was completely absent.
I'd have to say yes, because I also wanted to see some good step-ups from Envy, but it just seemed that this was not his map, right? There were many opportunities when he wanted to try and take the fight, but there were certain situations as well, if I'm not wrong, when Revenant XSpark, they had their own attacking round itself, and we wanted to take the entry from the link. He was just shut down as soon as he crossed the smoke. But let's have a look at the highlights and see how this map eventually went. The Global Esports Academy started things off on a very flawless note and eventually ended up converting the bonus to 5 only. That's when Revenant XSpark decided to step things up.
And certainly that 4K also which came from the side of Risen was also really important. I think it was round number 10 where he dealt with Aziz, Raw Fuel, Deathmaker and Antidote. Those 3Ks were there from the side of Smokey and Keyvosion as well. But on the other side, seems like even Deathmaker and Antidote were also struggling a little bit from the side of Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, he eventually was. I mean, let's be honest, right? Whenever you are IGLing, you're not really expected to frag out a lot. But even after that, there were certain situations when Antidote stepped up. We saw him winning out those early duels. In a certain situation, he opened things up as well. It's absolutely fine. But yeah, we'd have to say, if you want your team to win in a dominating fashion, every single player needs to frag out their opponent. And this was a big blunder which I was talking about. Probably one of the big reasons why we have Global Esports Academy the winner of this map. And I remember, Shadow, you mentioned it as well. What if this one round ends up being the fall of Revenant XSpark? Guess what? It eventually was.
Spike down A.
And certainly it was towards the end also.
Player standing.
Global Esports, Revenant XSpark, they were able to, especially Revenant XSpark, they were able to stretch the map to the overtime, and after that it was Global Esports getting the victory in their favor, which was much needed, especially on the map pick of their own. But like you said, the next map is going to be a pick for the players of Revenant XSpark, and if Global Esports do manage to get a victory on the upcoming map, it is going to be a 2-0, but chances of that happening are really slim, because it was not a dominant dominating performance of Global Esports that we can say that they can comfortably get a win on the opponent's map pick as well. So maybe we will be seeing a decider map also. That is going to be the map of Fracture.
Highly possible. Again, let's have a look at the stats of what happened in the previous one. 17 first kills for Global Esports Academy compared to the 11 of Revenant XSpark. Clear-cut domination there. Post plans, you could say they were fairly even. 8 of 13 to 7 of 11. So good conversion rate for both of these teams. Ratio a little bit better for Revenant XSpark though. But when it comes to the post plan win rate, that's a bit more better. 0.64 for Revenant XSpark. 0.62 only for Global Esports. But that's about it for the stats. The MVP of the previous one, Smoke A.
1.7 KDA, like you said, ACS is going to be 247, damage per round is 156, headshot percentage is 36.2%, first kills, 2 first kills. So Smokey was definitely doing the majority of the heavy lifting. The entire team of Global Esports was performing really good, and I think Smokey was somewhere 24 in 18, and Kibojin was also definitely doing too much in that situation. But from the side of Revenant XSpark, the MVP is going to be Georgie with 27 in 19, 270 ACS and 3 first kills.
Good job out there. And I wanted to bring up the point of Georgie as well. I mean, let's be honest, we are seeing this man on the official stage with this roster for the very first time, and he stepped up big time for his entire team. But it's always a collective effort, and that's why we are seeing 3 players crossing the 20 kills mark for the side of Global Esports Academy, right? Normally, we would see these kind of stats on the other side, Revenant XSpark, but I really love how this lineup eventually brought themselves back, and the impact after those timeouts, it was really good too. The moment they took the timeouts, the next round or maybe the round after that was a definite conversion. But yes, there were still a couple of blunders from Revenant XSpark which they would want to avoid in the next one, because this could have possibly been a map for their side. But Global Esports claiming the victory back, clinching it back, I'd have to say, stealing it away from their opponents. I think so. That's a very solid show of how well-knit unit Global Esports Academy is. And if they're playing together like that, I think so this team can eventually take down the bigger names in the community too.
They certainly can, but like you were talking about the mistakes which Revenant XSpark was making, I'm sure you're talking about the round where Antidote went with the spike all the way towards the spawn. That was a big mistake. If that round had gone in the favor of Revenant XSpark, maybe they could have been the one to take the victory on the map of Lotus, but there are too many ifs and buts. We are no one to commentate on that, but yes, it was a mistake from the side of Revenant XSpark, and these sort of mistakes they really need to avoid on the upcoming map of Abyss. Otherwise, maybe Global Esports can do a 2-0 to Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, I'd have to say, I mean, if they have prepared the map of Abyss enough, then definitely we can see Global Esports Academy going in for that 2-0. But I think so it's going to be a bit too difficult, because in terms of those slow rounds, those mid rounds, I'll have to say Antidote's calling changes the way how that map changes. Since it's the map of Lotus, you can go for some quick rotations. He can give out the calls in the last 25 seconds of the round. On the map of Abyss though, the approach needs to change entirely. It's a very big map. So you have to take your map control potion slow. There needs to be lurk plays. There's so many things that you need to do on that map, and so many things that we need to talk about as well. So ladies and gentlemen, we'll be talking about all of that after this very short break. Don't go anywhere. Global Esports Academy did make some magic happen, but this time around we've got a master magician with us, ladies and gentlemen. Let's welcome Aladdin on board with me this time, joining us for this map number 2 between Global Esports Academy up against Revenant XSpark and VCSA Split 1. Aladdin, first of all, how are you, my friend? It's been such a long time since we were last on this desk.
Thank you so much for having me here. I am absolutely fine, and thank you so much for this warm welcome. This is my first time casting Valorant in English, so I really want the chat to be a bit. I mean, I want them to be a bit relaxed about it. But let's not talk about it. Let's talk about the match. Previously, we saw the first match between both these teams, the Global Esports Academy versus Revenant Esports. Now we have the map of Abyss. It was Lotus previously, and Team Global Esports Academy. The way they started the first map, it was absolutely brilliant. That 6-0 start was crazy, and after that, Revenant Esports, they did start late, but later on, they started with the bang. I mean, there was that situation where the score came down to 11-12, but after that, with a couple of OTs, Global Esports Academy, they finally won it.
Absolutely. So now Revenant XSpark are in the back foot, and with this lineup, they will try to conquer the map of Abyss, force down the map number 3 of Fracture. It's a Sova, Astra, Breach, Jet, and Teho. Finally, we're seeing that Breach-Teho combination as well into that Astra for those universal smokes. But Global Esports Academy are sticking with the basics. They're bringing in the Cypher, Sova KO comp. So that's going to be the Flash Recon as well, along with those Flash Knives. Omen coming into the play along with Jet for NV2K. NV2K was struggling in the previous one, Aladdin. So he really needs to step things up in this one at least.
Absolutely. At the start of the previous match, Envy was struggling. He was unable to get any of those picks out there, but now he needs to come online as soon as possible and and he has to create some input as well.
Yeah.
But let's not talk about it. The round number 1 is starting. The pistol round is starting in a few seconds, and you can see the setup is going to be towards a B side. Jet is there for now, but I think it's going to be a timeout for some reason, a technical pause out there.
Yeah, I didn't want to point that out, but okay, I guess we'll just have to bear with it. You know, we've got some amazing people out there who'll fix this very quickly. But as you mentioned, right, I really want to take people back to the previous map of how things went. Global Esports had a phenomenal start on their attacking side, went in 5-0, and then eventually Revenant XSpark built up on their own momentum, closed things out on a 5-7 deficit. But since it's the map of Lotus, 5 rounds of defense were perfect. And then it eventually ended up going into the OT, where Global Esports Academy finally pulled things off on a 15-13 note. I'd have to say, Aladdin, you know, there were times when I thought maybe Revenant XSpark will run away with the momentum, but Global Esports Academy brought themselves back in. Now, again, finally, the timer is sticking in front of us, and we can talk about that setup which you just mentioned. 3 people starting towards B.
3 people starting towards B, and you can see that Astra is towards the A side along with Sova. For now, the intent of team GEA is not very clear. They have the Cypher on the lurk towards the mid side, and they are trying to pay attention on both the sides. But for now, Z is trying to play that information, pushes forward, and now he's moving towards the mid side, but he could not find a little boy. A 180-degree angle switch, and now he finds another one. He is just too crazy with his aim.
Standing ahead.
Finds 2 player. I was not expecting that he will be able to beat one of them, but now Raw Fuel finds another. Tables are turning towards the Revenant side. I mean, they're starting with a bang now.
Last player standing.
Pretty good point that you mentioned. Georgie as well finds the timing onto NB. It's all down to Ryzen. Not even able to plant right now. The shock darts out in front, takes him down, shuts him out. Raw Fuel. This heaven is for this Sova. Crispy on that aim as well. And I kind of agree. Want to bring people back to that fight. Aziz pushed all the way out towards that heaven part, and then eventually took down Lil Boy. But this is where Smokey did not even have his weapon in his hand. A little too lenient out there, my friend. Was punished for that, and eventually Aziz catching that 2-piece now has given him enough economy to bring out that outlaw with a half shield. Starting off all the way over towards the B. Mid being controlled by Raw Fuel on his own Sova. Couple of Astro Stars being placed out there, Envy being shut down this time. He had an opener in the previous one, but not this time. Aziz, 2 rounds, 2 first bloods. And now since they've seen the Outlaw, they're going to rush all the way towards A possibly.
This is something that was missing in the previous game. Aziz was unable to get any of those picks in the starting rounds. And even on the attack side, he was not the one pushing the side. It was Raw Fuel, Antidote making their space towards the sides in the previous game. So a bit of, I mean, I can say that Aziz was not playing that the way he used to play. But this is something that we were missing in the previous game, and now it's back probably because in these 2 rounds, he's the one who got the first pick, and now he is again ready with this weapon in the mid side. A smoke being deployed and the angle is being blocked because they are expecting that the weapon is here. But now look at this. Raw Fuel finds 1, finds 2, and finds another. I mean, the weapon advantage was there, but expecting that all the players are pushing towards this side, that was something that Aziz needs to be credited on.
Yeah, he waited for everyone to jump in that connector and he was like, sure, hop in. I'll just welcome all of you in that vent. But it's absolutely fine, as you mentioned. It was yet another eco round for Global Esports Academy. 2-0 start, so that's the first pistol and the anti-eco that they've won in these 2 maps. Out of the 3. They've got a very solid bonus as well. A Vandal, couple of Bulldogs in their hands. An Outlaw, and Aziz wants to play aggressive. He's got the Bulldog, swapped it up. There's a couple of players coming out of smoke. Perfect, Kibo. Shuts down Aziz. An early pick coming in. The early aggressive play of Revenant XSpark, punished by Global Esports Academy. And they can slowly take their time. Reclearance from Georgie. Question marks now being created. B-side is where they want to rush, though Georgie still gets a pick on Smokey. 52 HP for the man. But as long as he keeps on standing, those fault lines, those flash points are going to be annoying along with the aftershocks. Antidote playing in his own smoke, wants to create some space, and Kibo finds the opener along with Envy, shuts down Raw Fuel. B-side is now open and it's a 2v3 situation. An important round for Global Esports Academy. They do not want to drop any weaponries.
I think that's the only thing that team Revenant is focusing on right now. They want to drop all the weapons that they can.
Here.
A Vandal in Georgie's hand. Envy trying to clear the flank angles, but on the other side, Ryzen and Georgie. It's going to be a 1v1 between them.
One enemy
Georgie,
remaining.
he has a Vandal. He could have saved it, but no. Baker trying to drop that weapon, and unfortunately, Envy finds him. Another round. That was supposed to be, Revenant was trying to get this round, but Aziz with that bad start, we can say that the situational advantage was one thing, and then weapon advantage. GEA did not make any mistake, and finally found their first round.
Holy smokes, all 10 Vandals on the board. At least, alright, there's one Phantom in the hands of Kibo. Finally, someone's adapting to that Phantom meta. But all half shields, you could say. Just one region for Revenant XSpark. Could be a bit of a problem though. If in case they're caught in a bit of a spam out there. 3 players of Global Esports Academy starting towards A this time. Mid will probably always be worked out by Smokey. He'll be constantly there creating question marks, and this time Georgie is there to try and take that fight. Look at the Deho drone clearing so much space all the way towards B. Has pushed back Lil Boy so far. Aziz taken so much space over towards the Heaven too. So they kind of have an idea that where this hit might actually go. Georgie want to take that fight? Yeah, Smokey shuts him down though in the mid, so they've got the mid control now.
Absolutely, they have the mid control, but now they're falling back. They're not committing. They're not pushing towards that. They're falling back towards the B side, and look at Aziz. He's there. They have to anticipate the position of Aziz, otherwise Aziz can do a lot of damage. Oh my god, what just happened? Lil Boy, he had no idea. He just checked the angle casually. And now Envy is pushing towards that A side. I mean, this is a fake of fake. A double fake.
Beautiful. Global Esports Academy now. There's no one on the A side to try and stop this plant. 12 seconds, they've got the plant down. And I think so this is a good time for Revenant XSpark to call in for a save. They can't go for the retake. Antidote still wants to. Finds one though. Envy taken down. But they don't have anything else, so they're just gonna hold on to these weaponries. What
Absolutely.
a round, Aladdin.
I mean, Aziz could have turned the table. He could have at least, he could have found 2 players, but unfortunately, it was Lil Boy. He had a perfect answer. He checked that angle casually, and Aziz, he was there. That was pretty unfortunate, but Global Esports Academy, they have the second round in their bag now.
My question is, why did Aziz not hear the TP? That's the big question. Because it's not even a LAN where you've got that audience where sometimes you don't hear those subtle sounds. But either ways, first the lurk of Smokey, slowly creeping up towards mid, and then the re-clearance of Global Esports Academy towards B, understanding after that drone someone might have pushed up, created so big question marks that Revenant XSpark eventually lost the entire map control and players individually. So this time around, the answer is to not push. Hold the ground down. Yeah, he was outside, just gonna run back to safety.
This time Aziz was lucky, although previously he was not. I think he heard the TP in the previous round, but he was just... He got tunnel visioned somehow. Now, attention is towards the B side, and all the 4 players are flooding towards that. Envy finds one with the knives. Android is right in front of him. But Raw Fuel, as he finds one, Envy, he got taken down with a pistol. That was amazing. A 3v3 now, 3v4 in fact. Team Revenant, they have this advantage now. They do not have to throw this. Oh my god.
Smokey leaves Georgie there. Raw Fuel was there for the trade, but Kivo answered back. HP disadvantage for Aziz. And a weapon disadvantage for Deathmaker. Needs to land a crisp headshot. But he is being stopped. A flash right onto the face. Kivo needs one more for an command. Up close and personally shuts down Deathmaker with the spam. No time for Aziz. All he can do is take the weapon down as he turns around. Kivo peaks and Kivo wins. Global Esports Academy. An expensive round but still converted.
One enemy remaining.
Deploying drone. Enemy mark.
Yeah, an early one. I like the idea though. Now the position. Georgie, finally, winning out that lurk battle, repositioned himself in the vents, was able to take down Smokey, who was constantly being a bit annoying to him. They're still trying to create some question marks around the map. But Aziz, lovely, shuts down Lil Boy. Now there's no one for you to smoke out those crazy choke points. This operator becomes even more threatening. Ryzen shuts down Georgie in the vent. So now this ace split can come into play. Number of angles now you need to watch out for. Deathmaker caught lacking, caught lurking. Envy shuts him down. Raw Fuel on the backside.
30 seconds
Good
left.
for the trade. Still keeps the numbers advantage in his team's favor. There we go with the Hunters shooting early one. It was just the tap of the spike as Z shuts down Ryzen. Null command used up. But this man is alone. Oh, the movement is perfect. Shuts down Aziz and now has got a time to probably go for the plant. 14 seconds. Still needs to clear heaven. He needs to clear the backside. He wins that fight. It's down to 1v1. And anti-peaks at the perfect time. Kibo had the chance to become the hero, but Antidote turned out to be a stronger villain.
Last player standing. 10 seconds left.
Have to slowly try to break down as to how Global Esports Academy are working on their attacks. Now, if you really look at it, this map is played very slow, and they are taking their time to steal away those maps. It is just the fact that Revenant XSpark understood that Global Esports are going for contact plays on different fronts. So they just positioned themselves in a bit of an off angle to try and catch Global Esports player off guard. And that's why Smokey lost his fight in Vent, and that's why Lil Boy as well was caught over towards the B when Aziz was opping all the way from B Heaven. Now, since you know that there was an operator which was not claimed back, Global Esports can still go back to their same working ways. But now I want to see a bit of those fast executes from them out there, because if you play slow for eternity, it makes Revenant XSpark, it basically makes their life easy to slowly bring in their counters. Right now, they're working really well around the map, clearing out the utility in the mid. 3 players pushed out, but that means the sites are weak.
Spike planted.
Defeated.
Concealment.
Last player standing. 1 enemy remaining.
Lovely. Lovely response from Global Esports Academy. They understood that there's the mid push down by Revenant XSpark. That meant the sites are weak. They quickly went in for the execute, overwhelming the site anchor. And then just positioned themselves in the way where they can take those fights. Even though they were losing the members, the trades were good. And Smokey over towards the end, just winning out those crucial duels, trading out his teammates. That's what he's best at, and that worked out perfectly. Now, NV2K, he's on a stinger, but they can try and play for his orb so that he can get his knife online. That's what he's trying to do as well. Look at that. A knife by Kibo confirms that there's no one playing up close towards the A. So with just a refreshable utility, they took down one orb, and now they've got the Blade Storm online. But look at this mid. That's where Aziz is. He had no clue. Had to check few angles. Yeah, and Smokey now with the ultimate has got all the information. Antidote up close though. Only good for one, could not take the second. And with that, Envy just doing his own things on that. Jet catches 3, and the round in bed. Global Esports. Smart play.
Oh, this is a nice one. Scanning ahead.
That's gonna go down to another round though. And rather, I kind of have to agree to the few points that you mentioned. The Global Esports, they pulled out their fast play cards. Aziz just pushing down all the way from free. Catches one. Smokey caught with the drone. Raw fuel. Moves in from vent to take him down. That's the second time there's been a player playing in Wen, so caught Smokey. The first time it happened in round number 7.
Stay down.
Lovely play from Ryzen. Anticipating where Aziz was. Slate positioning. Catching one Deathmaker. He might have actually got the timing though. Rafiel was able to take Kibo down as well in the mid from the exact same angle. Now that's a big problem. But look at the position of Envy. I was about to mention he can catch Deathmaker, but guess what? There was someone who had the guns behind him on his head.
Absolutely, but at least they got the plant. Ryzen, he's trying to somehow survive, but this is unfortunate. Our 4v1, it was all those utils was coming on him, and he could not survive. This round goes towards Team Revenant XSpark, but all the credit goes towards that early on picks, those anticipations, and now Revenant closing their 4th round. There's one thing that we're missing from GA's side, as you mentioned already. They have to play some early on aggressive round, but after every other one, they go for those slow lurks and slow rotations out there. No all-in commitment, no aggressive pushes, and even look at this round. 3 on the A side, 1 towards mid, and 1 towards the B side. This is their default setup in every other round.
This is how it ends.
That's the Armageddon though, and it not just catches 1 but 2. Aziz catches Ryzen as well. It's an obliteration towards the A. For control of the spike. What a trap play from Revenant XSpark. Global Esports not anticipating what was waiting for them out there in that lobby.
Watch
Now
them
this is
run
the
when
reason
lit
why
by my
Teho
sonar. That's
is being
when
picked
we
up by
strike.
so many teams on almost every other map, Aladdin, because the utility is just so good.
But you have to focus on something that I mentioned already. In every other round, Team GEA is playing with the same setup, and that's what they predicted. That's what Team Revenant predicted. And those ultimates and those pushes combined, it destroyed Team GEA, but in this round they have a different setup. But look at Aziz. He pushed forward to get all the information, but this is something that can fire back towards him. He has to fall back as soon as possible, because there's not 1 but 2 and 3 players in front of him. Aziz finds one, finds another.
Spike down B.
That was crazy. Look at the HP of Kibo.
And it was a force by Aladdin. Oh, Envy.
Oh my
He
god.
might have actually found the timing. Oh my goodness, no. He moves back. Deathmaker notices him.
Drone going out.
They have an idea what's happening.
To suppress.
And there's going to be a couple of suppressions as well. So no more
One
utility
enemy
out
remaining.
there in the open,
Spike
Georgie.
down B.
He just needs to hit his shots on
All
setting
missiles away.
ducks. Now you know where Envy is. The timing could not be worse for my man.
I got the spike.
And pick up the spike though. But will he go for a full rotation over towards the A is the
30
question.
seconds left.
Yep. Seems to be the case. It's all down to how quickly Antidote understands that this is an A hit now. He can probably get the spike planted so that extra bit of gold. Rather, those extra money will help his team. In these situations,
10 seconds
Aladdin,
left.
he really needs to play an aggressive. Maybe push out spawn, maybe catch 1, and then possibly get the numbers down. But will he get those individual duels is the question. Nah, he's not pushing.
In every post plant 1v3 or 1v2 situations, you have to push forward and get that advantage, and this is something that he's trying to do, but no. A dual peaks comes from the side of Team GEA. Not GEA, but Revenant Esports, and this is it. Revenant secures another round, and if we talk about the starting of this round, a force buy from GEA side. And Aziz with those two beautiful picks.
Last
This
round
was the
before
story of the
switch.
previous round, and this is it.
It's going to be all half shields across the board. Now, if Revenant Esports have a read on the creds, they can bring out an outlaw in this round. You know, there's one thing that I noticed, that regardless of the map, Aziz pushes out in every single round. And at least one or the other extremity.
And if he wins, the team wins. If he does not win, the team loses. This is how it happened in the previous game, and now in this game, obviously Aziz is winning all those duels, and we can see that team Revenant Spark is on that advantageous side. But for how long does team Global Esports Academy, do they have any answer to it? Are they going to plan something? I mean, bait Aziz out and try to peg him from two different angles? They can do anything, but let's see what are the plans. What is the plan of Team Global Esports Academy for the next round now, as they do know that Aziz is pushing in every other round.
The question is, can they actually catch him? Because they tried. Two of them were taken down by him. And the third one, just one shot on the body could have done the trick for him too. Some cute animals out there walking on this map. And I really meant that. And there was one walking all the way up there.
Swimming or walking, not sure.
Yeah, I believe it was walking only. I think so. That basically gives me a motive now to jump onto the ghost mode in this map and watch.
Operator.
On it, but yeah,
Aziz
understandable.
doing Aziz things.
Well, here's the thing, you know, it's the last round when you're bringing out the operator, not in any round before that. The reason is, again, it's Aziz who's pushing out always. I believe there was just one other round when he had the operator too. They won that one, but they lost the operator. So now could not build upon that economy. The entire mid being clear, Smokey. Clearing it out. Oh my god, weapon div.
Absolutely. Better weapon D advantage. Aziz with his knives out.
Here.
Spike planted.
I mean, Team GEA, they have the control. They planted the spike as well, and now on a post plant, Revenant XSpark, they have to do something amazing. Do they have any ultimates? Yes, they have the ultimates, and Raw Fuel committing his ultimate. In fact, Ryzen this time around, he commits his ultimate, finds 3. Oh my god!
Last player standing.
Nasty from Ryzen. Obliterates the entire Revenant XSpark.
Oh my
Gets
god.
3 and then lets his teammate pick up the crumbs. What a round
Switching
from this
sides.
team. What a hunter's fury. I was about to mention, Aladdin, that Antidote has got the Cosmic Divide. So this could be a very good round for them in terms of the defuse. You can just force out your opponents to push out through your own wall. They also had the Hunter's Fury for Raw Fuel himself. They could have cleared out any close angles. This was the perfect chaotic round that they could have brought in, but Ryzen did a fantastic job. Getting 3 with that Hunter's Fury basically meant that now the round is for their team to grab. And eventually those trades went in. 6-6. It could not be any more even.
Absolutely, Revenant XSpark. This is something that they wanted, but I mean, in this whole map of Ibis, Revenant had that upper hand advantage from the beginning, but GEA Esports still making it even on the 6-6. They need to get some credit as well. They have to be appreciated as well. NV2K with his knives in multiple rounds, he's just better. But Aziz and NV, this is the fight between these two giants. But now that the tables are turning, let's see how Team Revenant XSpark plays towards that attacking side, because we have seen them going all in aggressive. This is something that we were talking about that GE is not doing. But now when we will see a Revenant XSpark towards that attacking side, are they going to do it? Or is it going to be rely on that slow paced lurking gameplays. I mean, this map is so big that you have to rely on that. But still, in some rounds, in some weapon advantage rounds, you can go for all in YOLO performances.
Yeah, now here's the thing. Smokey wanted to go for those lurk plays. He was constantly playing in mid. He wanted to find a timing, but Revenant XSpark, they just understood the assignment. After the previous map, they just knew that Smokey is probably going to play the lurk in mid. For a couple of rounds, he found some success, but then the adaptation from Revenant XSpark was so good. Georgie playing in the wind, then they put up raw fuel out there playing in wind. They doubled up on mid to just make sure that their team had the mid under control. They had mid on lockdown every single time, and which was giving them advantage in multiple rounds. It eventually just ended up a few scraps that Global Esports Academy were able to pick in at those 7th and 8th rounds, where they found a timing on the sides while Revenant XSpark were busy pushing down mid. And those were the timings, those are the adaptations, the adjustments that eventually differentiate between a team that is good versus a team that is great. But the question is, can you carry on forward with that greatness?
Absolutely. And there's one thing that needs to be talked about Team GEA. I mean, they were repeating their strat the whole attacking side. They were just repeating it. If you remember that Armageddon, that ultimate from Deathmaker's side, when he picked 3 of the players of GEA, they had the idea that this is the whole structure that they have been using from the first round. After that round, they did try to change it, but it did not work out. I mean, the pressure was there. But let's see how Team Global Esports Academy, did they come back with a different start this time around when they're on the defense side. They have a Cypher.
A good point.
Yes.
I'd have to say, a very good point being mentioned by you, that the default was unchanged for the longest time. So countering that default became very easy for the side of Revenant XSpark when they went in for that Armageddon play. But yes, now, as you were about to mention as well, once the sides flip, what kind of default will Revenant XSpark go with to try and claim the victory on this one and maybe save themselves from getting 2-0'd, force out a game 3, force out a third map, and maybe take it home?
But attack pause is something that we all hate. I can see the chat that this is something that chat does not bear at all. But let's wait for it. As you mentioned already, we have some very talented team members who can fix it as soon as possible.
Absolutely. We are working it. It'll be fixed up real quick, people. Don't worry about it. As soon as we get the confirmation as to the reason for this tech pause, we'll also let you guys know about it. But at the same time, as much as it is a bit frustrating for the people out there, even players, the momentum eventually breaks out.
Absolutely.
But one good thing is that since it is at the halftime, it's fine. They can eventually discuss what they want to do for the next half, how they want to go in for their own setups, what kind of changes will they bring in. Because considering how the main default of Revenant XSpark does not change around the maps in terms of the defense, that is Aziz, push. We'll look out at the rest. I think so in towards those attacks as well, we'll probably see some very late round calls from Antidote, asking his own players to rotate all the way onto the other side of the map. But this map is really not late rotation friendly.
There's another thing that got undershadowed is the performance of Raw Fuel and Joshi. I mean, Aziz was there to get those early picks, but it was always Raw Fuel and Joshi who were getting the job done in the final picks. I mean, they were there in every other round to get the job done, to just seal the deal. But for now,
Map 2 underway, 6-6 at the half. Global Esports Academy now move on to the defense of Abyss as Revenant Esports will start on offense. All 5 goes across the board for both of these teams. It's gonna get messy, it's gonna get bloody, Aladdin.
Absolutely, absolutely correct. And now this time around, when we can see Team Revenant Esports towards that attacking side, they are going all in 5 players, A push, and let's see. There can be a mid-rotation from the side of Team Global Esports Academy, but how do they anticipate this? For now, they're cutting all that noise. They are here. Cypher has the information, but Jet, he moves forward, gets picked off by Raw Fuel beautifully.
Oh my god. Even Smokey would be sitting there laughing, trying to understand what happened. It was Raw Fuel trying to shock dart the trip to save Aziz. Ended up just picking off Aziz for Smokey. That was very funny though, but NB quickly running in, trying to go for the defuse. The cover is there for the team, but back and forth fights though to make a Raw Fuel working or helping their team out. But Smokey sets down the last 2 players, gets a 3k and eventually gets the round for his team.
A bit of funny start we can say of this half from the side of Team Revenant Esports, but Global Esports Academy, they capitalized it beautifully. Aziz was trying to break that tripwire, but Raw Fuel, when he jumped in, he ended up picking Aziz itself. But that all-in push, it did not work out. Now they do have the information that Cypher is playing towards A side, still going towards this side can be very challenging. The tripwires are changed now. This is something that is beautiful from Smokey's side.
Revealing area.
They have the information once again, and all these players are pushing towards the side. Picks one, but gets traded off. Ryzen trying to pick another player. This time around, situation is down to a 3v4, but Raw Fuel finds Ryzen. This was brilliant.
Nasty shot right onto the skull. Dome being taken out. They've still got a utility for the post-plant a bit. A couple of outlaws in the hands. Not the best weaponry for the retake. But no upgraded weaponry on the other side. NV gets the first one. Georgie taken out. Deathmaker is still got them sides. Was waiting for the tap. There we go. Buys them some
1 enemy remaining.
seconds out there through the smoke. Lil Boy catches one. They know where Raw Fuel is, and he will be shut down as well. NV does it himself. Just gotta get the defuse is the question. They carry forward those couple of outlaws along with the Spectre too. I don't think so they're gonna get a lot of value out of these outlaws in the next round though. Again, Aladdin, because everyone on Revenant Esports will have full shields.
Absolutely. I think Georgie probably won't have a full shield because he used all his utils. So you'll have to decide between the utils and the heavy shield. But for now, if you look at the previous round, it's Team Revenant Esports. That's all they wanted to do, to just drop enough weaponries and have that advantage maximized. But now, as you can see, Georgie has a light shield. A Regan shield in play, and all the other players have a heavy shield, and once again they're pushing towards that A side. This is the 3rd round that this team is cluttering the A side and pushing towards it. The traps are again changed. And a heavy commitment from the side of Team Revenant Esports. Aziz is pushing forward. There's the smoke. The position being revealed, and Lil Boy picks him off.
This still a player with a half shield. You mentioned about Georgie. He is on the half shield, so outlaws are going to be annoying for them. A late out drone reveals out the position for a couple of players. No late lurks or flanks out there. It's going to be an all-out brawl. Oh, lovely flash with the paranoia. Catches 2 on the other side. It's a crossfire. The body's falling, but NB still stands. It's down to a 2v2 situation. Georgie low with that HP. Alt 9 perfect. Catching the player, and with that, the push out. Phenomenal utility by Revenant Xpark. You give them the site for free. They have all the things they need for the post plant.
Absolutely. They got the site with a couple of utilities. But after that, Revenant XSpark, they just made it raining. All those utils in the post plant, they came in handy. And now they have their 7th round on the board. But Global Esports Academy, they did not have the weapon advantage in the previous one. But now they do.
Yeah.
A couple of light shields and vandals from their side. But on the other side, you can see that 4 of the players are playing with the light shield, and Aziz once again he's pushing towards mid without any of the players supporting him. He has the wind control as well, but Envy is waiting, anticipating that one of the players is gonna push from here. Now they don't.
There's a humongous gap in mid, as you mentioned. And I like the adaptation from Global Esports Academy. They've lost mid, so they wanted to fight for an extremity. A is where they decided, and they basically pushed out Revenant XSpark away from them. But now, Aziz is going to be a big threat. Yeah. And he's going to catch one, maybe. Guess what? He catches both of them. It's a 3rd one for this guy. Nasty. Can he get the 4th? He tried, but it's Kibo who will shut him down. The damage has been done. A 2v4. There's a rolling thunder for the post plant. Let's make a 1 away from Guided Salvo as well. I can try and send him out for the hunt. Kibo still wants to fight. They still want to try and retake the Concuss. Dodged it perfectly. But now you got to take those fights. Individuals being given, but none being born. Revenant XSpark equalize in 8-8.
A brilliant start from their side. I mean, Aziz, he is always giving that advantage to his team. That mid control was crazy, and after that, surprising 2 players. And even after that, he was going for a 3rd one. But Kibo, he was just better. But unfortunately, Georgie in his position, that was it. Seals the deal for his team and wins another round for his team. Situation is down to an 8 versus 8. And now you can see that team Global Esports Academy is on their save round.
They gambled started over towards the A side, hoping that maybe Revenant XSpark would jump there, but a good call by Antidote, finding the empty side. B is where they're going to go in for the plant as well. The question is, will Global Esports try to take that fight, or will they just try to deny the orbs? Now, since the Blade Storm is activated, obviously they're going to try and force their way, but Aziz is he's in an off angle. Outdrawn used up, Aziz catches one, make it 2 as well. Support from the teammate, shuts down the entire push from the connector. Now he wants to try and dash in forward as the flash was perfect. Cannot get the 4th one, Lil Boy answers back, but 1v4, a bit too much to ask for, no time for him.
My ultimate is ready.
No damage.
No. They have enough money to go for a full buy in the next round. So another round goes towards Revenant XSpark. But Global Esports Academy, they did damage a lot of economy. Now this is that round where the ultimates are gonna come in play, because you can see almost 4 of the ultimates from Team Revenant XSpark. 4 of their ultimates are ready, and on the other side, Global Esports, they also have a couple of ultimates.
Oh, operator now for Envy.
Absolutely.
Well, Revenant expected. It's all the way over towards B, and that too very aggressive. And this time, Revenant XSpark running in all the way towards mid. Mid has been very weak for Global Esports Academy in every single round. And Revenant XSpark, they understand that. They maintain the entire mid control. Now what this does is, whenever Global Esports want to go for a rotation towards one of the sides, they cannot go from mid. They have to take all the way the bigger route through their spawn. That buys a lot of time for Revenant. And that has been a big problem. And look at the number of members they've got to commit to try and slow down this mid push.
I mean, early on, by Smoke here gave him information. He found one, but Aziz traded him off. Now they have the complete A side, but Aziz has to be careful. Ryzen is there. Ryzen is just better with his Vandal. Finds Aziz. They have the side control, but they have to take this fight with Lil Boy as well. He's hiding in the smokes, but he has no idea.
Hello?
There's another
30
player.
seconds left.
Take flight.
Fuel just casually walks in a smoke, and Lil Boy had no idea, as you mentioned. It's down to a 3v3, but guess what? There's an Armageddon out there on the faces. Both players will dodge it. Heaven clear for now, but there's an operator in the hand.
Last
Ryzen
player
still
standing.
catches not one, but Kivo's help. They catch both of them. It's all down to just one member, and Raw Fuel can catch nothing. As Global Esports Academy retake the side and the round along with their lead.
What a throw. That's all I can say. I mean, they had the plant. They had the main advantage to play for the post plant as well. They had the ultimates as well. But playing in the side, this is something. And the flank, that crucial flank, this is something that punished Team Revenant XSpark.
The operator still in play now. Null Command, Hunter's Fury. Both of them up. Georgie has had his Rolling Thunder for a while now. I wonder when he'll be able to use that. As I mentioned it, they quickly jump in on the back of Rolling Thunder, take control of the entire side. Backside clear as well, and they've got a lot of utility to play for the post plan. The entire util of Georgie is saved up. Foul drone as well for Raw Fuel. Deathmaker with his drone, who he just used to clear out any kind of flank. There's no flank coming in whatsoever, so that's going to be the Hunter's Fury now being used up to try and push everyone back. Ryzen catches Aziz though. That's the big man out of the picture. It's on the bridge though, so it can be spammed up, but hold on a second. Revenant have got no idea. The full push down comes in, but
my God.
Deathmaker catches 4 of the members, and he makes them meet their death. What a play from Revenant XSpark. The idea from Global Esports Academy was perfect, Aladdin. Send in a couple of players forward and the rest will sit down to go for the defuse. But Deathmaker had other plans.
Absolutely brilliant gameplay from his side. And this definitely forced Team GEA to take a timeout, because they have to process this first and then re-strategize. What happened in the previous round? I'm still processing it. What a brilliant play from his side. Global Esports Academy, they have to play with a different plan now. This is going out of their hand. Revenant XSpark. They do play better when it comes to attacking. Even if you compare this with the previous game, previous map, the number of rounds they won in the attacking side, it was way more than on the defense side. And now that they have the advantage, you cannot miss this. You cannot mess this at all. And this is your bonus round as well. You have to save some creds for the next one.
All 5 sheriffs, 3 half shields.
And a heavy execute from Revenant XSpark, because all of their players are towards that B side. A rotation from the mid is something that they can expect. They have to expect. Look at that
And they were
maker.
expecting.
Standing ahead.
Absolutely.
Not 1 but 2. 6 kills in the last
Spike
2 minutes
planted.
for this man. Ryzen good for 1 though on the head of Aziz. But they're just so chipped down. Should be done in desperate. But I like the idea that they're playing with the numbers advantage. Ryzen was taken down. Georgie catches 2.
Not one
And
left.
the third. Lil Boy was only 1 shot. 11th on board for Revenant XSpark. Their map pick looks a bit decent for them now. Finally in the driver's seat. Comfortable. Specifically on the attack.
Absolutely. Look at the replay. I really want to see that replay where Deathmaker managed to get those 5 frags, 4 frags.
Yes, this should do.
Never mind that.
That goes there.
Everyone wants to see. I think after this game, when the overall replay will be played, we might be able to see that. But let's talk about this one. Two of the players are pushing towards mid. Deathmaker again finds another player. This guy is brilliant. Envy. He has to anticipate raw fuel. The position is revealed. A flash comes in. But look at this guy. Raw fuel.
What? He just randomly drones out. He knows the Georgie is supporting him. Finally will be taken down though, but not before. They're already in a numbers advantage. What is happening to Global Esports Academy? They're losing members though. A good nasty ratty angle by Ryzen, but only good for one. Frustrated so very quickly. An antidote. Forcing Smokey to run back, and Deathmaker is just nasty. Once he gets going, he does not stop.
Absolutely.
It's the third one in this round. 7 in the last 2.
I think
Go
8.
to 8 if, yeah, I
In the
mean,
last,
if Smokey
yes.
falls.
Absolutely. A 1v3 situation. It was Smokey finds one, but does not have any time left.
Good idea. Lovely idea from Revenant Esports. Deathmaker just ran all the way back. Had it gone in favor of Smokey, he would have just used the Armageddon and then the guided salvos to claim the round for his team. Lovely play from Revenant Esports. Anticipating everything what Global Esports Academy is trying to do. So, just because RNTX played almost every other round in mid on their attacking side, they conditioned Global Esports Academy to push down mid with at least 2 members to try and shut down Aziz, who was constantly pushing there. So for the past 2 rounds, Global Esports had to commit members onto mid. That means the site holds were weak, and that's where Revenant XSpark was striking some fast hits, and they're probably going to go to another one, but this time towards B. We've got the setup of Smokey.
Cage triggered.
Global Esports, they're unable to read the play, but look at Aziz. What was that? He dashed on the face of Smokey. Found one and finds another now. Kibo is also down. But Kibo, as he was going down,
Enemy tagged.
he takes Aziz with him. But now the sports plant situation is not looking good for Global Esports Academy because the Roll in Thunder commits.
One
okay.
enemy remaining.
Good play from NP, little boy. Yeah, they're catching their own people. Raw fuel down. 1 member, and he's just in 10 HP. Ryzen
He has the
needs to
ultimate.
land the headshot. He's got the Hunter's Fury. You're absolutely correct. And he sees, he dances around the pillar. Raw Fuel has won the round for his team. He knows the defuse is not going on, and the Hunter's Fury will be committed to
Attackers
secure
win.
the map. Revenant XSpark make a comeback, and we are on for a series.
This was some brilliant gameplay from Team Revenant Esports. From the beginning of this map, they tried to anticipate the strategy of Team Global Esports Academy. Once they read it, Global Esports Academy did not change it. But on the other side, when it was their turn to attack, they used one strat. I think for like 4 to 5 rounds, they pushed mid in every other round, and this was their strat. Push mid until Team Global Esports Academy start pushing mid and then go towards the site. This was some basic strat from their side, and unfortunately Global Esports Academy could not anticipate it. They could not find a counter of it. It was so simple. Push towards mid until they start pushing, and once they start pushing, push towards the site. That's it.
Yeah, and I mean, conditioning your opponents to your play and then going forward with, the counterplay to what your opponent is trying to do. That's the best way to play that Valorant. And antidote, man, I'll have to say, regardless of what happens on defense, on attack, this guy is insane. He knows what's going through the mind of the opponent IGL, and he always puts his team in place where they get more rounds on attack. And this is one of the strengths of an IGL. Whenever you talk about an IGL, the better his attacking calls, the more solid team performs. That's why he has always been in the top scene in India, be it if he was playing for Orangutan, be it for MLT, be it for Mogo, and now for Revenant Esports. Oof, it's absolutely beautiful to watch. But man, Global Esports Academy, I'll have to say, this team is impressing me.
Absolutely, but let's move towards the highlight and see those crazy frags from Aziz's side at the beginning of the first half. And you can see some crazy moves by Rawfuel as well. But Deathmaker and Aziz, they were the showstopper in this whole map.
Last player standing.
They've been doing a very good job, I'll have to say. Global Esports Academy though, they eventually showed up some signs when they were good with the adaptations as well. They understood Aziz is constantly pushing forward. Envy as well, getting activated in this map. He was struggling in the previous one on Raze, but on Jet, he definitely seemed a bit more comfortable.
Absolutely. But I guess this is the highlight of Rawfuel. He's the only player that we saw, and now you can see that Rawfuel is the only player in these highlights. But never mind. Some crazy gameplays from Georgie's side as well. Smokey played really well in some rounds. Ryzen doing some crazy gameplays on the attacking side, but on the defense side, the gun power, the attack power of Team Global Esports, it was not that good.
It was, I'll have to say, it was lacking a bit. Because again, they could not understand where Revenant Esports wanted to go. They were trying to figure it out, and they did put up some good fights. But a few of them were eventually some of the highlight plays by a few of their players. Like in one round where Ryzen got a 3k with his own Hunter's Fury. Then eventually having that weaponry advantage. One good thing is that they've won 3 out of the 4 pistols that we have seen till now. So that means some good amount of rounds for themselves. Now this was the round where Deathmaker just spammed out everyone. There was one round where Aziz was constantly picking people off. And this man always finds himself in those nasty angles where you don't really anticipate him to be. Let's see Lil Boy get activated a bit too, but let's be honest, kind of needed a bit more than what they were able to deliver.
Absolutely, he got shut down early on, but I guess this was the round.
Yeah.
This was the round. Deathmaker, he was so stupid, and after that round, he activated something that made him get a lot of other picks as well. But Georgie, we have to appreciate this guy as well, because in every other map, in every other round, this one guy has that consistent performance. He is not lacking at all.
Rawfuel was dead in that angle if it was not for Georgie's utility to support him. I'd have to say that. And over towards the end as well, then Rawfuel just clutching out that, if I'm not wrong, it was 1v3. 2 isolated duels, and then, yeah, 2 isolated duels, and the third one, just a 10 HP player with a Hunter's Fury. He had to stick through that. He could not have left it whatsoever. Did not have any utility to push out forward, but phenomenal play by Revenant Esports in that previous one. So yes, I am really excited to see how it's going to go down for the next map. Boy, we are up for a series. It's the third one, and that too Fracture. I'm super excited to see how teams are going to perform on this map.
Absolutely, but let's move forward and talk about some strats, and we can see 14 first bloods from the side of Team Revenant Esports. And I think 10 of them are because of Aziz, because in every other round, be it the attacking or the defense side, he was pushing all in. He was going for that solo peaks and getting some input as well.
Yeah, he was actually doing a good job for his team. And that's why we are seeing a disparity in terms of the scoreline as well, 9-13. But looking at the post plans, 7-10 for Revenant Esports, 5 out of 7 for Global Esports Academy. Could not really get a lot of rounds on their attack, but it's absolutely fine. Revenant Esports getting those plants 10 times clearly shows that they were getting the site entries fairly easily, and it was all thanks to the man on screen right now, Aziz. 1.3 KDA, 285 for the ACS, and 169 damage per round, Aladdin.
This is brilliant, and 7 first blood, as I mentioned. I mentioned 10, but at 7-7 is also crazy because this is the total number of first blood that the other team had. So Aziz, he definitely deserve all those credits. But this is something that we always talk about. If one player plays brilliantly in one match and your team wins it, and in the next match, unfortunately, he is unable to play the way he played, your team suffers a lot. But if we look at the score lines, if we look at the scores of Rafael and Georgie, we can see that two of these players were there. They were supporting Aziz all that time, because Aziz, he was getting first or second frag in all those early on fights. But after that, it was Rafael and Georgie who were getting the job done. They were sealing the deal, sealing the round for their team.
There's also one important fact that I wanted to mention. It's pretty fun, right? Look at the deaths of Antidote. It's 11. Lil Boy, 17. Both
Oh
are
my God.
individual smokers of their respective teams. Out of the 22 rounds that we've played, Anti, he survived in 11 of them. That clearly showcases you that you have a little bit of that extra utility to play around, right? Whenever you've got an Astra with your in your lineup, you know that you want to play for post-plan situations. You've got those grab wells, you've got those knockups as well, and Antidote was using them to perfection. The 4K that Deathmaker got, it was all thanks to the setup that was provided by Antidote himself with that gravity well, basically making all the people vulnerable too. So I like the idea, and I like the anticipation that understanding the individual smokers needs to stay alive for as long as possible. I think so Lil Boy will also need to play a bit more carefully in the next one if they want to take this one home, but momentum is definitely in favor of Revenant Xpark right now.
Absolutely, they have the momentum, they have the confidence, and they need to get the third map as well. But Team Global Esports Academy, the way they played in the first map, it's not gonna be so easy as we are talking about it. One thing that I need to mention is the first map was picked by Global Esports Academy and they won it. The second map was picked by Team Revenant Xpark and they won it. But now we are moving towards the third map and we have to see which of these teams are gonna win this one. This is the decider map, and let's see what are the composition. That's another important factor. Although in this map they surprised the opponents with the Teho factor, on the other side Global Esports was going with the simple composition. But in this map, what are gonna be the composition? What do you expect? What are they gonna do it in this map?
I'll be very honest, right? As soon as you hear about Fracture, there's one staple pick for that map, and that's going to be Breach. You will have that. The question is who you're going to pair him up with. Is he going to be back to Teho? Do you have some lineups for KO? Or you really want to bring some other initiator into the mix for Smokes? I think so you're going to stick to Brimstone back again. We have seen the Privy Boy being picked up on this map on the international stages too. I think so we're going to be sticking up to those standard compositions. But yeah, since we have already seen a Breach Teho being played by Revenant Xpark in this map, I think so they can carry it forward to the next one as well. Georgie on the Breach was looking very solid in terms of all the utilities. They went in with Sova as the initiator. So again, a point that I wanted to mention, a triple initiator composition for Revenant Xpark. So they are really on for all those experimentations. You know, that's what I really like. I love all of that. You go for the experiments, you go for those nasty plays in the early few maps. You want to check things out, right? You want to bring things out that you've kept in your bag. So I like the idea. I like the adjustment. And I also am loving the entire journey that these teams are bringing us with, right? It's the third map in the first series itself. Global Esports Academy, Revenant Xpark. What more would you want apart from popcorns?
To be very honest, I was expecting a one-side domination from the side of Team Revenant Xpark, but the way on the first match we saw Team Global Esports Academy, we can expect a very close competition in the last one as well. But let's move towards a short break, and then we will be back with the third decider game.
back, everyone. You guys are watching VALORANT Challengers South Asia Split 1 2025. My name is Shadow, and joining me on the desk alongside me is going to be Aladdin. And Aladdin, Revenant Esports had their victory on their own map. But like you said, it is going to be the decider map. So what are your predictions? Do you think Global Esports Academy, they are going to get a victory, or will it be Revenant Esports?
Well, first of all, thank you so much for being with us once again. And as I talked about this in the previous match as well, I expected a team, Revenant Esports, to have that one-sided domination, because I have seen them playing previously in the Mogo Esports as well. All these players, this lineup with Levi as well. One of the factor that is missing here is Levi. With Levi, this team was deadly, but now with another player coming in, Georgie specifically, this player is taking this team to another level. I mean, there was a time when I saw this team playing really good, but they used to get a lot of pressure once they lose 3 to 4 rounds. But previously, with the Georgie's addition, this team is not taking any of those pressures at all. So I can say that this is the time for me to choose this team once again. So I'm gonna go with this team. I do not have to rethink, or I do not have to consider any of the other teams. So I can say that this team is going to win this match as well.
So your prediction has been sealed that it is going to be Revenant XSpark. I do agree with what all you said, that Georgie is doing the majority of the heavy lifting. He's getting those opening frags, be it the map of Lotus or Abyss. He was doing wonderful. But Antidote, what has happened to him? Because he was not up to the mark in the previous map. Even on the map of Lotus also, he was not doing really great.
This is something that we were talking about off camera. When you are doing the idling, a lot of pressure is there. Players do not expect you to frag a lot, but for now, we're going to move towards the last decider match, which is going to be Fracture. And on the defense side, we will be seeing a Revenant XSpark, and this is something that can go towards their favor, because they are really good on the attacking side. In every other map, we see this team playing relatively better on the attack side, but now that they have Global Esports Academy on the attacking side like the previous map, I think I can expect Team Revenant XSpark to do something crazy in the second half. But for now, they have to maximize their advantage. They have to get a lot of those rounds in on the defense side. If we talk about the composition, there is something different on the side of Team Global Esports Academy. They have Teho coming in, and as our co-caster was talking about, that Brimy Boy is in now. Lil Boy is playing Brim, and on the other side, Revenant also has a Brimstone in their team.
Both the teams are having a similar composition. It's just the Sentinel difference. Global Esports Academy, they have got Killjoy. On the other side, Revenant XSpark, they have got the Cypher. The tripwires are going to be so useful. Even the lockdown of Killjoy will be utilized to the perfection. But seems like Scared and My Wishes has been granted, because we really wanted to see Teho on the map of Fracture, because this agent is completely broken. You can get so much information with a stealth drone. His ultimate is also really powerful. But now, like you said, Global Esports Academy on the attacking half and Revenant on the defensive half. Revenant need bare minimum 5 rounds on the defensive half if they want to stage a comeback in the second half. Like you said, attacking half is a strong suit of Revenant, but you can't lack too much on the defensive side.
Absolutely, you're absolutely correct. You cannot lack too much on the defense side as well. But for now, you can see that a raw fuel is placed on the B side. We have Teho and Breeze playing on the A side, and both these players are pushing towards one angle, towards Tish, and on the other side, I think they are probably trying to flank the players on the B bench side, and there is this heavy Zico towards B. 2 of the players are coming from the B bench, and now Kibo, he has to be really careful, but he is not, and Aziz finds 1, 2, 3, and this is it.
Yep,
This is
that is it. In a blink of eye, Aziz sealed the round. A 4K coming in for this lad, and seems like he's going to get his showstopper very soon if this continues in the second round as well. First pistol goes in the favor of Revenant, and Aladdin, if you remember, in the map of Lotus, Revenant was really struggling in the pistol rounds. Seems like that's not the case on the map of Fracture.
Absolutely, and specifically Aziz coming in with that 4K. This was something brilliant from his side, but now once again we can see 4 of the players are moving towards the B side. Brim is left on the B side for any of those flanks, but Aziz again finds 1 player. This is the second round that Aziz has started with a pick, and let's see how this finishes off. Slowly and steadily they're falling back towards the B bench. Is it gonna work out? I don't think so. Aziz is still placed with that weapon. He's still waiting. He's gonna find another one as soon as somebody peeks. And look at him! Look at him! This guy is insane! Oh my god!
He got the perfect weapon. That outlaw was enough because then the entire team of Global Esports Academy was with the half shields and just pistol, and outlaw in such rounds are phenomenal. And Deathmaker landing that last blow towards the side of Lil Boy. The second easy peasy round goes in the favor of Revenant XSpark. Aziz heroics are definitely there. And like I said, his showstopper is just round number 3. And Aziz has already got the showstopper online.
Absolutely, he already has the showstopper ready, and 2 4Ks in 2 rounds. This is something insane from his side. But let's talk about the weaponry right now. The loadout is obviously in the favor of Team Global Esports Academy, but what are they gonna do in this one? Is there any different start from their side? No, 4 of those players are pushing towards the bench. Smokey, he is going to play for the flanks as well, but Ryzen this time around, he finds Deathmaker. They have the entry, they have the side. A post plant is gonna be played by the side of Team Revenant XSpark.
Spike planted.
Smokey, he needs to watch his 6 because the entirety of Revenant XSpark is coming from the spawn, from the B main. Smokey needs to be very careful. Seems like he's aware about the players' plan, but he finds 1 and gets traded off by Georgie, leaving only 4 players. It's a 3v4 situation where Georgie is down to 26 HP. This round should go in the favor of Global Esports Academy. Showstopper being invested. Aziz, he needs to find some sort of value with that, and he finds the value. Takes on Envy. Leaving Ryzen all by himself. The breach fault line is there, and Aziz is taking for the defuse. Half defuse already done. Risen takes on Aziz, but the trade is not there. Risen also finds a knock with a shorty. Antidote gets the trade, but the round goes in the favor of Global Esports Academy. Valiant effort from the side of Aziz, but the round goes in the favor of Global Academy.
A bit of careless play from Aziz's side. You picked 1, you diffused half, you could have fall back. The fault line was on you, you were concussed, you could have fall back. But Aziz, he was just trying to defuse full, and the teammates were not there for the support. And this is the reason why they lost the round. But it's okay. It's okay, it's alright. They already have the advantage there on the board. Now this time around, Global Esports Academy creating some tensions towards the A side. This is the first time they are pushing towards it. But look at Revenant Esports. 3 of the players are coming from the flank side. Raw Fuel, he is pinched from 2 different angles. This is it for Raw Fuel. But Raw Fuel still finds Envy. He still finds 1, finds another, but Kibo is just better. Look at Team Revenant Esports. 3 of those players are coming from the flank. 2 of those players, in fact.
Wait, Revenant, they do have the post plant utility. Georgie finds a perfect connection onto Ryzen, making it a 3v3 situation. Global Esports Academy, all they need to do is just buy some time when Kibo is down to 52 HP, but Smokey also finds a connection onto Aziz. A 2v3 situation, the fault line is there. Georgie needs to capitalize on that. But wait a second, Georgie gets Kibo, but Lil Boy and Smokey gets the trade and the round as well, coming to it. Situation, and Global Esports winning back-to-back 2 rounds.
The setup was crazy. I think it was close to impossible to break that setup in the post-plant situation. I mean, 2 of those players were on the rope side and 1 was playing on heaven. Those angles were very, very crucial. And this is something that gave the upper hand advantage to Global Esports Academy. Back-to-back rounds in their favor. And now Team Revenant XSpark is forced to save. Only 1 of the player is investing some money. And and the other players are saving. A light
It's only
shield.
Aziz.
Yes, Aziz. He wants to do some heroic plays, as always.
Of course, and he's a perfect person to rely on, considering the way he got those 4 Ks in the first 2 rounds. This time the entire team is relying on that Guardian in his hand. But the Sky Smoke's already there. Esports once again going for that B hit. He's to find one at least, and he finds one, but from the backlines, little boy finds 2. It's a 2v1 trade. Georgie, he has got the Rolling Thunder, but I don't see any reason for him to invest that Rolling Thunder in this particular round, because on paper, this round should comfortably go in the favor of Global Esports Academy. It's only side of
Absolutely, but this is something that they want to do. They want to drop some weapons, and unfortunately, they're unable to do that. Antidote will try to take some exit frags. A very easy execute. But if we talk about the plan, the strategy, the way Team Global Esports is attacking, they have 2 plans. Either go all in towards the B side and leave one of your players to check the flanks, or go towards the A side. I mean, either go towards the A side with 4 of your players and leave one of your players to check the flanks, or go towards the B bench. This is what they're doing. Team Revenant XSpark. Yes, absolutely. 3 of those ultimates are ready and 2 are close to ready. This is not looking good for Team Revenant XSpark.
Last player standing.
Of course. Like you said, 3 ultimates already online. 2 ultimates just only 1 point away. Global Esports Academy can easily get this 4th round on the basis of those ultimates, but they don't need those ultimates. This time Envy with the showstopper trying to find some sort of value, but the players are falling back. So that showstopper invested and no value coming out of it. The only win condition for Revenant XSpark is that Rolling Thunder in the hands of Georgie. Global Esports, the spike has already been planted. It's a 5v5 retake.
Placing swarm grenade.
The good thing is Revenant XSpark, they do have
Swarm grenade
post-plant utility. Rolling Thunder being invested and Antidote do capitalize finding the connection onto Envy. Smokey gets a trade onto Anti, but then finding 2 more. Deathmaker gets 1 more, leaving Smokey all by himself in a 1v3 situation. This round should go in the favor of Revenant XSpark, as Rockyu is taking for the defuse, half defuse, and he shuts down Smokey and will go for the full defuse. 3rd round goes in the favor of Revenant XSpark.
What a crazy gameplay from Deathmaker's side. 3 of those players were shut down by him, 2 by his ultimate and 1 at the last moment. But Team Revenant XSpark, they're solely relying on the utils of Deathmaker, not the ultimate, sorry. The missiles. Deathmaker is using his utility to the maximum. Another round goes towards Team Revenant XSpark, and this time the credit goes towards Deathmaker. I mean, it was close to impossible. The setup was crazy. But once again, they're pushing towards A side, all in aggressive. Raw fuel this time around. He shuts down Envy. No room for Envy, no room for his team to make a mistake. And now they have the control of A side once again.
Have that control, but seems like the entirety of Revenant XSpark is trying to play A side on the retake. Look at the position where Raw Fuel is. His camera, his tripwire is going to give a lot of information, which they need at this point. Down. Suddenly the change in
for hellfire!
Esports Academy, because they do realize the disadvantage is not there, but they do have the lockdown. Orbital strike being invested, but no value coming out of it. Revenant XSpark, they still have 3 ultimates. Orbital strike and Antidote.
Oh my god.
Don't need any
One
of it.
enemy
As they
remaining.
get 2, as they get the 3rd one and the 4th one, and the entirety of Global Esports Academy has been annihilated as Revenant XSpark gets a 4th round on board.
Absolutely. After the first pick, the Team Global Esports Academy, they were playing a bit passive. But after that, it was all Team Revenant Esports angles. The crossfires were completely insane. And Team Global Esports Academy, they could not anticipate where the players were. This is the same setup that we saw in the previous round for Global Esports Academy on the post-plant side, but unfortunately, the utils from Deathmaker, it was enough to break that standoff positions. But for now, in this one, Team Revenant Esports, they were just too good.
Well, of course, they were, certainly. Seems like even this map of Fracture can go to OT because the back and forth, the way the rounds are going back and forth, both the teams are prepared for it. But attacking team always gets an advantage on the map of Fracture. And I love the aggression which Global Esports Academy is bringing in. Because if you notice, every single time Global Esports is going for the aggressive approach, barring that one round where they lost onto Envy, they realized they don't have the numbers advantage, they wanted to play on that lockdown, but ultimately that plan didn't entirely work in their favor. The passive approach also didn't work in their favor. Now Smokey does have an ultimate, does have a lockdown, but Anti don't. He has got the orbital strike, Roful has got the neural theft, get all the information, but seems like Deathmaker will make things easy as he gets the confirmation on the Smokey. So that means no lockdown coming to help the players of Global Esports in this one. They don't have the weaponry, they don't have the ultimate, they have got nothing to help them in this particular round.
Absolutely. The only thing that this team wants now is a close range fight, but completely denied by Georgie. Georgie finds two of those players, although Kibo, the only player with a stinger, is still alive. And team Revenant XSpark, they're allowing them to plant and get that extra gold, but it's okay. Kibo has placed himself on a very good angle, but after the stun and those random fires, will he be able to survive? The answer is yes. Picks one, falls back, and now, when he pushes forward, gets shut down by Antidote, and this is it. This is enough. That's it. That's all you guys were allowed to do. And now, once again, the round goes towards Team Revenant XSpark. Very easily, very beautifully, they converted this round. And now, Global Esports Academy will be back online with the full buy. But let's see, will they be allowed by Revenant XSpark to play with their full buy or not? And on the other side, I really want to see the operator in hand, but I think the operator on Raze does not suit well, and this is something that Aziz would not like to do.
Showstopper and Vandal is working perfectly fine for him.
Absolutely.
Even in the pistol round also he got that 4K, but like you said, Global Esports Academy, previous one they didn't have.
No, Aziz heard me. He heard me. Look at him. There's an operator.
The big operator, the big gun is there in the hands of Aziz.
Destroyed.
I want to see the heroics which he's going to bring in this particular round.
I mean, in this round, some aggressive plays by Georgie. Georgie finds two. This is crazy from his side. Aziz was ready on the backside with all the support. Georgie finds the third one. Aziz he's going to try to finish the deal, but no, Smokey finds another one. Smokey shuts him down, and now Smokey is stuck because from two different sides, this tunnel is gonna get blocked. But for now, he is given enough room from the side of Team Revenant XSpark. Antidote, he's going for that 1v1. Nobody's pushing. You have to save that operator as well. This is it. Antidote finds him. And on the other side, Deathmaker saves the operator.
Georgie, oh Georgie. The way he got those two opening frags and Aziz using that operator to the perfection. Global Esports Academy can't afford to lose their buy rounds at any cost, because already the score difference is way too much. It's 3-6 in the favor of Revenant XSpark. A timeout is coming in from the side of Global Esports Academy because they really need the timeout to discuss with the coach that what is really happening wrong with the team. They need to win those full buy rounds, because if you continue losing on the buy rounds, there is no chance on earth that you can convert the map of Fracture in your favor. And this is the time when Global Esports Academy, they need to stage a comeback. Maybe the coach can guide something to the players, but seems like they need to find some way to stop the aggression which Georgie and Aziz is bringing in.
Absolutely. Now that Aziz has the operator, he will try to block B main especially, and maybe he can go towards that A dish side as well, because that's where they were pushing in. That's where Team Global Esports Academy were pushing. Even B bench can be that place. But let's see where Aziz is gonna go. For now, he is towards that A door. But on the other side, B bench is crowded. That's where Team Global Esports Academy wants to push. NV is on that main side, slowly and steadily pushing towards the tunnel.
All missiles away.
Once again, Global Esports Academy. The cracking by Stingers, Bucky, just one rifle up behind. Going with an aggressive approach towards the B hit, but Raw Fuel was just ready for enemy. Shuts him down. The duo has been tested. All the
Noise. Crazy random fires.
One enemy remaining.
Georgie getting smoky, leaving little boy all by himself in a 1v5 situation. A flawless conversion from the side of Revenant XSpark and an easy one. Seems like little boy will deny the flawless. The round will go in the favor of Revenant XSpark. 7
Absolutely.
4 rounds deficit is Global Esports Academy right now.
Absolutely. Aziz was waiting with his operator and nobody tried to entertain him. But on the other side, it was all Raw Fuel. Raw Fuel and Anti. They were there to seal the deal for their team. Another round goes in their favor.
This goes here.
They don't have to do anything out of the box. They don't have to do anything. I mean, they're just waiting. Unfortunately, the start of Team Global Esports Academy are not good enough to breach their defense.
Revenant XSpark is just one step ahead of Global Esports Academy. Whatever Global Esports Academy is bringing in, Revenant XSpark is just prepared for it. But the timeout was for this particular round because once again it's going to be a full buy round for the players of Global Esports Academy. Let's see if the coach guidance can help them secure the 4th round. 1v1 trade coming in.
Drone going
where
up.
NV has been picked off and Raw Fuel has also been traded out. 4v4 situation. Georgie is still having that rolling thunder. But the lockdown in the hands of Smokey is a game changer. Can be that win condition. And that could be the reason that Smokey is staying so away from his entire team. Because they really want to capitalize on that lockdown. But Antidote's position is also going to be so critical, Aladdin, at this point.
Absolutely. On the other side, all of these players are slowly and steadily moving towards the tunnel and B bench now.
30
Aziz,
seconds left.
look at him. Lil Boy is right in front of him. He can surprise these players and surprised by Lil Boy. Aziz gets taken down, but Georgie trading him off. Ultimate is being committed. On the other side, Rolling Thunder is being invested by Georgie. Georgie finds a Kibo and Smokey, although he finds 2 of those players. The tables are turning slowly and steadily. Deathmaker, the last man standing, responsibility lies on his shoulders now. But he gets picked off by Smokey and now the round is done. For Team Revenant XSpark, Global Esports finally found another round.
Smokey's 3k and that lockdown really did help the entire team to secure that 4th round. But still they are 3-round deficit and Revenant XSpark, they have got everything lined up. Showstopper just 2 points away. Where else, if you look at the performance of Global Esports Academy,
player
so many
standing.
players, NV especially, is still not able to perform up to the mark. Lil Boy
Although
is
Georgie
most
tried...
happy.
Yes, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I was just saying little boy stay Aziz and winning the other, but Aziz once more finding a perfect connection onto little boy.
Oh my god, this guy is too good. This guy is crazy. Raw Fuel. He found 2 players as well and look at him.
One
That's
enemy
Smokey.
remaining.
And now he's chasing, he's haunting him down. Slowly and steadily, another round got converted. Smokey, he found 1. Antidote has to be careful. But on the other side, there's another player who is coming from the backside. And this time around, this is Raw Fuel. Okay, he pushed the Molotov off. But unfortunately, he could not eliminate Antidote. And Antidote seals another round for his team.
Switching sides.
This whole first half
Pay
was
attention.
Team
I learned something.
Global Esports Academy trying to go towards B side from tunnels. And when they fail to do that, they rotate towards that B bench side and fail again. That's the whole
Right
attacking side from Global Esports Academy. That's all they did.
The main problem, Aladdin, here is that Revenant XSpark was able to secure 8 rounds in the defensive half. And if they get the pistol of the second half as well, it is going to be a 10-4. 6-round deficit. So this pistol is going to be the deciding factor. Global Esports Academy, they need to win this pistol round because if they're looking forward to win on the map of Fracture. If they lose pistol, it's pretty much done and dusted.
Absolutely, this heavy utils push towards the B side. This is something that will give another round to this team. And look at Team Revenant XSpark. They have the side control. They eliminated one of the players. And now look at them. Antidote, although he finds one, he finds 2 of those players. But anyway, he was enough for him.
Enemy remaining.
Situation is down to a 1v3. And finally, Raw Fuel gets the final pick.
9-4. That means entire eco for Revenant XSpark and an eco round for the players of Global Esports Academy. Are they going to force buy? Because if they are, I don't know, man. If a force buy can help them. At this point, I don't think a force buy should be the solution. But 9-4 in the hands of Revenant XSpark, and slowly that silver small little hope which Global Esports Academy had to win this one slowly fading away.
Absolutely.
Dogs, Spectre, already there. And just classics all across the board for Global Esports Academy.
3 of the players, they push towards the A drop, trying to form all the ultimates that they can. Antidote is that player on the other side who is checking the B main, and the other team is going towards the A side. A is open, A is up for the grasp. I think NT will throw some fake smokes, and that's when they will try to hit the A side. Nobody is towards A. He's pushing slowly and steadily. There are 4 players in front of him. He finds one, finds another. He's just too good. Raw Fuel committing 3rd and 4th one as well. This guy is too good. Is this going to be an ace? And the answer is no. Smokey finds him.
Smokey did manage to deny the ace, but I'm sure he won't be able to deny the round to the players of Revenant XSpark.
Absolutely.
Vishek and Aziz will shut him down, and the 10th round goes in the favor of Revenant XSpark. Revenant just 2 rounds away from the match point, from the series point. And Global Esports Academy, they are 6 rounds deficit to an equalizer. Seems like Revenant XSpark, they're going to get a dominating victory on the map of Fracture at this point. Once again, it's going to be full buy round for the players of Global Esports Academy.
One enemy
If they
remaining.
lose this one, we can already pretty much draw the curtains out that Revenant XSpark is coming victorious in this map of Fracture.
Absolutely. No hope whatsoever for Team Global Esports Academy, although they have a good buy comparatively. But on the other side, we have Aziz on Phantom with heavy shield. We have Deathmaker with Bulldog on heavy shield. So these 2 guys, on the good day, they're enough for any of those teams out there. But for now, Global Esports Academy, as they have lost their confidence, as their confidence is shattered, their momentum is shattered. Is this going to be enough? And look at the players of Team Revenant XSpark. They're chilling. They're having fun. Specifically Raw Fuel in Jersey. This is something that gives you an upper hand advantage. When everything is chilly going on, no pressure at all, that's when you can capitalize on your opponent.
Entire day, Aladdin, Envy has not been able to step up pretty much. Even on the map of Fracture, if you notice, he's 4 and 14. And as a duelist, you need to be somewhere on the top. You need to create those openings. You need to get an entry into the side. Your defense also should be the way that you are able to get that forced opening frag. But that is not happening with Envy. On the other side, the thing which is really working for the players of Revenant XSpark is Aziz is really coming online. If you notice from the very start of the pistol round and tie eco round, he's getting those 4Ks. He's somewhere 17 and 6. He stopped fragging. So Envy also need to step up big time if they want to win on the map of Fracture, and already the win is looking way too far for the players of Global Esports Academy, because yes, it's a full buy round for them, but Revenant XSpark is on the 10th round, 2 rounds away from the series point.
Absolutely. Revenant XSpark is 2 rounds away from the series point, and as you were mentioning that anyway, he is not stepping up unfortunately. In the previous game, in the previous map of Abyss, he was playing relatively better. He was competing with Aziz as well at some point, but unfortunately, after the loss of that map, this team is unable to capitalize. This team is unable to stand once again, and specifically Envy.
Smoke's down.
He is not playing the way he used to, but for now, this is the most important round. If they lose this one, this is it, this is done and dusted. But once again, look at Revenant XSpark. They are just coming gun blazing. Raw Fuel finds one. The ultimate gives him information. He's gonna find another one, but he got stunned, and that's how Smokey eliminated him. But they have the side control. Spike's been planted. Revenant XSpark, they don't have the weapon advantage, but they have the side control.
Well, they certainly have the side control. It's a 4v4 situation. Revenant XSpark, Antidote just competing with it. Incendiary, still trying to block off the entry
Aziz.
for the Esports Academy. Yes, Aziz is there. Aziz gets one, but he gets traded off by
player
Ibujan.
standing.
Oh no.
Ibujan getting the third as well. A 3K coming in for him. Antidote. In
One
a
enemy remaining.
Kibo has been dealt with. He needs to deal with Smokey as well. This switches
Oh
to
my
the pistol,
God.
but Smokey wins that duel, survives on 11 HP.
Clutch.
And the 5th round might not go in the favor of Global Esports Academy because there was no time left to go for the defuse. The 11th round goes for Revenant XSpark.
Absolutely. The credit goes towards that last player. He did some amazing 1v2s when it was needed. Anti, throughout the game, he was that burden the whole team was carrying. But in this round, he was that sole player who made sure that his team wins this round. No time for Team Global Esports to defuse, and not time for them to come back. 11th round on the board, and look at Aziz. He is just brilliant.
All the information is there. Aziz, my man, doing
Oh my
wonderful,
god.
and so is Raw Fuel.
Oh my
Gets
god.
a connection onto Risen and Kibo.
Crazy.
Highlighted. The entirety
Oh.
of Global Esports is being highlighted. A 2v3 situation. Little boy still being choked alive. Only
Last
getting
player
one ward.
standing.
And it's only
Spike
just people
down,
remaining.
B.
Suddenly the table have turned.
I got
Global
this
Esports
spike.
Academy
Absolutely.
might be heading for the 5th round.
Welcome. Exactly. Smokey was that player who made it happen. A fake plan from Deathmaker's side, but team Revenant
enemy
XSpark,
remaining.
their fake plants are not being bought. But once again, Deathmaker finds one of the player, and now he's falling back. He can pull it off. He can do it. Oh my god. Lil boy has no idea
30
that
seconds left.
Deathmaker is going towards A. He can plant, and then he can position himself towards a very good angle. This will give him an advantage. Once again, Global Esports, the round that they turned towards them, specifically Smokey, was that player who turned this round towards his team. They're gonna lose it. But it's still not over. A 1v1 between Deathmaker and Lil Boy.
Ammunition. Ammo out. Locating targets. One suppressed.
Deathmaker
All
has
missiles
pretty much
away.
used his entire utilities. He knows exactly where Lil Boy is, just waiting for him.
Oh my god, he's just
And
baiting
gets
him.
the information. He just needs to buy the time. He just needs to buy
Ah.
the time. The time won't be there as Lil Boy shuts down Deathmaker. He has got enough time to go for the diffuser. The 5th round goes in the favor of Global Esports Academy, still keeping the hopes alive for all the fans and the supporters. But still, Global Esports Academy 6 rounds deficit. They need to get back-to-back rounds, not just one single round. They need at least 3 to 4 back-to-back rounds. That's when we can say that yes, Global Esports Academy has staged a comeback.
Absolutely. But this is close to impossible now. That's what I think. You can say the otherwise, but this is close to impossible now. Revenant XSpark, they have all the advantages. Although Global Esports Academy, they can still pull it off. They have some amazing players in their lineup. Envy specifically, Ryzen. We've seen these players playing in different lineups previously, and they have stopped. They have played some brilliant games as well. On the other side, this time around, some information given towards the A side, and now slowly and steadily they are regrouping towards the B bench. There's nobody is placed there. In fact, B is up for the grasp. Although easy setup gonna be there, but for now, Aziz using the showstopper. Can he find any player? He did find one, damaged him, but could not eliminate him. Now he has to deal with 2 players. Smoke is right in front of him. This is a 1v1, but he falls back as he got stunned. Spike is planted once again. In a 5v5 situation, Spike is being planted. Although the Rolling Thunder is being committed. But let's see, is there going to be any advantage of that towards Team Global Esports? I think the answer is no.
Prison finds a connection onto Raw Fuel. Smokey finds a connection onto Aziz, and he needs to survive as he is just 1 point away from his own Rolling Thunder. The Spike Envy was
Last player
but
standing.
Kibo and Lil Boy making things more difficult. Lil Boy shutting the last player also down, and the 6th down also goes in the favor of Global Esports Academy. The hope, the OPM about which Scared always talks about is still there. 5-round deficit. Yes, I agree, it's close to impossible, but even the word impossible says I am possible, and that is exactly what Global Esports Academy is trying to do at this point. Round after round, they got 2 rounds, few more rounds, and maybe they can reach to an equalizer.
Absolutely, Team Global Esports Academy, they're not losing hopes at all. They're still trying their level best to win those rounds, but Team Global Esports Academy, they forced Revenant to go on a safe buy. They're saving this one with a couple of stingers. They're hoping for some close range fights, and Rawfuel still manages to find one of those players. Envy is down. This is very unfortunate. They have a Vandal down as well, but Aziz with all those utils, and what is going on? Kibo, although he found one, but Georgie finds Kibo.
Exactly where you are.
No way this is happening. A 3v2 situation on a save round where we were not expecting at all. And look at Georgie committing his Rolling Thunder. Although Rawfuel find another player. This is down to the last player, Ryzen. And this is it. 12 rounds on the board.
You think I don't know how to get
What
yes,
a play.
Round.
Absolutely.
Match point.
This round should have gone in the favor of Global Esports Academy, but Revenant XSpark seems like they refuse to bow down today. The 12th round, like you said, match point, series point is there. Just one more round and Revenant XSpark, they'll come on the top, they'll get their victory. Yes, I agree, Global Esports Academy, they have got 3 ultimates online, but getting back-to-back 6 rounds is close to an impossible task at this point, especially when you have got Stingers, 2 Guardians, 3 half shields. Anti-Node is already having his orbital strike also on it.
Absolutely. But moving towards the last round, possibly.
There.
A slow start this time around. This is not how Revenant Esports push. But Deathmaker, he surprised Envy, although Kibo surprised one of those players out there. Situation is down to a 4v4. An ultimate being committed by Entidor this time. And they have the side control now. Georgie going for the plant.
Spike planted. Clearing out.
The lockdown is there. The lockdown is there. It might help. The players of Global Esports Academy has risen with his ultimate. With Deathmaker. The defensive part is not
Oh, Georgie.
and Georgie and Aziz, and the entirety of Revenant XSpark has been shut down. The 7th round coming in the favor of Global Esports Academy, but they need 5 more rounds, and only after that they'll move into an overtime. 5 back-to-back rounds. If they lose one round, it's done and dusted. It's close.
Absolutely. One mistake and it will be over. That's something that we do not expect from Team Revenant Esports, although, but it is doable. Global Esports Academy, the way they have proved in the previous 2 matches, this team can do it. Although the pressure is there, but 7-12 still doable. Another round. Smokey placing his setup on towards the A side, and to get those information, the setup is deep towards A. But now, as we can see, 2 of the players pushing towards the dash. Raw Fuel still finds one. Aziz, he finds the position of one player. Aziz finds Kibo as well. This guy is insane, refusing to give all those extra rounds whatsoever. And look at him, he's gonna find him, and this is it.
Hackers win.
Aziz, this guy started the map of Fracture with a 4K and ending the map of Fracture with a 4K and getting that victory, a 2-1 victory in the favor of Revenant Esports. Global Esports Academy did give a tough competition on the previous 2 maps, but Fracture seemed like the opposite case. Seemed like it was entirely a Revenant Esports map where Revenant Esports was dominating from the very get-go of the map, especially Aziz. The way this guy was getting those 4Ks. I don't know, man, how many 4Ks he got? Last I remember it was 3, maybe more than 3 4Ks he got.
I think 3 4Ks in one game. This is something brilliant. And previously, in the previous map, he had 7 first bloods, and I really need to see how many first blood this guy has in this game. But Aziz, all in all, his performance was brilliant. Although his players were there to support him, specifically Georgie, he was also there. Raw Fuel in those crucial thrifty rounds. Raw Fuel was the first one to get those picks, and even in the last round, Raw Fuel got the first pick as well. So we can say that all those players were complimenting as well, but all in all, it was Aziz's day, it was his day, and this is what they were celebrating in the bootcamp as well.
I think the entire team of Revenant Esports was really performing up to the mark, be it Aziz, Antidote, or Raw Fuel. Raw Fuel as a Cypher was doing so much, especially with his neural theft, the way he was getting those information. Every single time he was getting that opening frag, the first blood onto the players of Global Esports Academy. Even Georgie was also getting those 2Ks and 3Ks. Georgie was also doing wonderful on the map of Lotus as well. So I think the synergy which you were talking about at the start of the game, that yes, Revenant Esports, these guys have been sticking together with each other since a very long time, and that synergy was clearly visible, was clearly showcased by them in the entirety of teams.
Absolutely, but let's move towards the Aziz highlight, because this is what he did. All in all, this was that one player who got so many picks, starting in the pistol rounds and then converting towards the bonus round. And in the last moments as well, he was just better than everybody else out there, as he's already my favorite player from Indian competitive scene. So I can say that I enjoyed this match more than anyone else. But look at these moments where Raw Fuel was very, very, very crucial. Although it was a save round inside of Team Global Esports Academy, but still, Raw Fuel was making sure to get all those picks in some crucial rounds. And even Anti, he was online in this one, because in many situations, specifically on in that I guess the 4th round, that was the bonus conversion, Anti was there to get that round, and in the end, Aziz making sure, finalizing that last blow, making sure that his team wins this match, confirms this match. He gets the last pick with the showstopper, and the showstopper he used, and the showstopper he was, Aziz was absolutely brilliant throughout the map.
Well, of course, from the very start we saw that Aziz was getting those 4Ks, be it the pistol, be it the outlaw, be it his ultimate showstopper. Every single time Aziz was getting the perfect value which was required in that particular round. I think the major reason that Global Esports Academy lost on this one was round number 18, because yes, they started staging the comeback, but the minute they lost onto round number 18, after that it was pretty much done and dusted. The victory will go in the favor of Revenant Esports, and that is exactly what happened. But kudos to Global Esports Academy also for giving that, showcasing those valiant efforts, especially Risen and Kibogen, the way they were performing, even Lil Boy and Smokey.
Oh my
also.
God.
Looking at the team stats, 16 first kills is what Revenant XSpark is having at this point.
Absolutely, 16 and 4. A very obvious difference there. On the other side, the post plant conversion is 4/7 on Team Revenant XSpark and 4/6 on towards the Global Esports Academy. So we can say that there's not much of a difference here, but all in all, the first pick and overall battle, overall combat was just brilliant from this team side. And Aziz once again with 2.5 KDA, 319 ACS and 214 damage per round. This is some crazy stats from his side. 7 first blood, 7 first kills. Aziz was just better than everybody else out there. And there's one thing that I want to talk about from the game number 1 to the game number 3. This guy progressed slowly and steadily, and he just transitioned into a blood-sucking demon. This guy is too good.
Well, of course, he was up to the mark. He was doing so much for the entire team. And yes, Aziz is one of the names which everyone is going to fear in the upcoming games of Revenant XSpark. Because the way he was performing on the map of Fracture, I think Fracture should be an insta-ban if you're playing against the Revenant XSpark. But looking at the team performance, Smokey is going to be the MVP from the side of Global Esports Academy with 18 and 14, 244 ACS. But Aziz, 7 first kills. Oh my god, this guy was on different level.
Absolutely. Although Raw Fuel complemented his performance with 21-12 score. And on the other side, Georgie was also there. This is something that I was talking about previously as well. If you combine the stats of all these 3 matches, you will see Aziz on top, Raw Fuel on the second number, and then there was another player, Georgie, who was complementing the performance of his team. And there's one thing that I need to highlight. This is another addition, a new addition. You can say that he is replacing Levi, not a new addition, but yes, he replaced Levi, another player who used to play with them in their previous lineup. But the way this player, he has managed to perform, the way he has supported Aziz, it was brilliant. And all in all, team Revenant XSpark, they played really good and they deserve all these appreciations.
Well, they certainly do. They certainly do. Even Raw Fuel also deserves a lot of appreciation. He also got his own 4K in round number 14, where he dealt with Envy, Keyboard, Lil Boy, and Resin. But we also have got an interview lined up, so let's directly head over to the interview.
I love Georgie in the background. वो जो भी actions करते हैं वो बहुत मजेदार है. Georgie is mind blowing. Aziz as well. Andy, first things first, congratulations, ये जो win आई, but ऐसा लगा कुछ मौकों पर starting from the first map, ये win easy नहीं बन रही थी. Maybe what changed? क्या टीम की composition में कुछ change हो रहा था? क्या टीम कहीं struggle कर रही थी? What do you think was the reason कि वो win exactly नहीं बन पा रही थी?
नहीं, टीम एब्सोल्युटली सेट है इवेंट के लिए, बट ओशन आपको पता ही है कि वी स्टार्ट स्लो. मेरी टीम की हिस्ट्री रह चुकी है, अगर कि कोई भी इवेंट में जाओगे तो थोड़ा सा इधर उधर, थोड़ा वो फर्स्ट मैप जिटर्स ये सब रहता है. तो आई थिंक नथिंग टेकिंग, आई एम नॉट टेकिंग एनीथिंग अवे फ्रॉम ग्लोबल स्पोर्ट्स एकेडमी. वो लोग बहुत अच्छा खेले, यंग प्लेयर्स है, काफी अच्छा परफॉर्मेंस किया एंड टक्कर का मुकाबला था ऑल 3 मैप्स. एंड या आई एम जस्ट होपिंग कि नेक्स्ट मैचेस में हम लोग स्टार्टिंग से अपना ये गेम दिखा पाए और क्विकली स्कोर लाइन हम लोग के तरफ लेके आ पाए.
लोटस पर्मा बैन नेक्स्ट गेम से या फिर अभी
नहीं, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है. लोटस भी हम लोग का अच्छा ही मैप है, बट एज आई सेड कि थोड़ा इधर उधर हो रहा था.
फर्स्ट गेम जिटर्स, अंडरस्टैंडेबल. अच्छा, व्हाट इज दिस ट्रिपल इनिशिएटर कॉम्पोजिशन? मतलब ये तो बिल्कुल ही आउट ऑफ द बुक है. ये वन ऑफ था कि आगे दिख सकता अभी?
बहुत लंबा टूर्नामेंट है, बहुत लंबा सफर है. स्प्लिट 1, स्प्लिट 2, स्प्लिट 3, बहुत कुछ ऐसी चीज देखने को मिलेगी जो आगे नहीं लगे. बट इफ यू टॉक अबाउट द ट्रिपल इनिशिएटर कॉम्प, हम लोग ने काफी कोच, बेसिकली जो गॉब्स है हम लोग का कोच, उन्होंने ये कॉम्प लाया. और बिकॉज इसके पहले हम लोग का जो अबीस था, हम लोग थोड़ा स्ट्रगल कर रहे थे, बट अभी हम लोग ने कुछ ट्राई किया. हम लोग के पास है एक चीज है कि हम लोग खेल पाए सारे मैप्स. सो आई थिंक दिस इज समथिंग एज अ टीम हम लोग अच्छा करते हैं कि हम लोग अडेप्ट करते हैं एंड विलिंगनेस रहता है कि कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर आके अगर किसी को इनिशिएटर दिया गया, किसी को सेंटिनल दिया गया, वो सब खेलते कंफर्ट जोन के बाहर आ गए. तो आई थिंक दिस व्हाट मेक्स माय टीम स्ट्रांग एंड आगे भी ऐसे कुछ अनोखी चीजें देखने मिलेंगी.
एंड आंटी देखिए, जिस तरीके से वो एक इंपॉर्टेंट राउंड था जब डेथ मेकर बचे हुए थे, वो कोशिश कर रहे थे, अपनी यूटिल्स वगैरह सब चीजें डाल रहे थे, वो टाइम पे प्ले करना चाहते थे, मे बी ऐसा लग रहा था, लेकिन हो नहीं पाया. और ऐसा लगा कि जब आप लोग जीते तो एंड में वो आपसे आकर के कुछ बात कर रहे थे. व्हाट वाज इट अबाउट? लाइक तेहो एंड डेथ मेकर इज नॉट, वो अभी तक पॉलिश नहीं हो पाया है, या फिर उस चीज पे काम किया जाएगा? वाज दिस समथिंग जो आपसे बात हो रही थी उस चीज के ऊपर?
नहीं, हम लोग डिस्कस कर रहे थे क्योंकि वैलोरेंट के अंदर क्विक डिसीजन मेकिंग रहता है, और अगर थॉट प्रोसेस या डिसीजन एक दूसरे के मैच ना हो, तो मुश्किल हो रहा है. इफ यू आप आई गेस ओशन आप लास्ट मैप की बात कर रहे रहेंगे या राइट. सो आई थिंक वो मैंने कुछ कॉल किया था, उसके दिमाग में कुछ अलग था, तो हम लोग वो सिचुएशन क्लियर करते. तो वैसा ही था कि ऐसा. एंड डेथ मेकर काफी अच्छा तेहो खेल रहा है, एंड एज आई सेड कि उसका हिस्ट्री आप देख लो तो वो एक डुअलिस्ट मेन है, ठीक है, और डुअलिस्ट सेंटिनल मेन है. वो एकदम अपना कंफर्ट के बाहर आके दूसरी चीजें ट्राई कर रहा है. सो आई एम वेरी हैप्पी विथ हिम, एंड आगे भी वो बहुत अच्छा खेलेगा.
Alright, that's great antidote, and really happy to have you back. Miss किया था last season and finally you're here. I hope, मतलब मैंने तो अपना prediction already दे दिया है, Revenant is winning it out. आपके पास कुछ तो चाबी है साउथ एशिया की, हमेशा घुमाते हो, ट्रॉफी लेके जाते हैं. I really hope you win all your further games as well. Best of luck for your future games.
थैंक यू. आई होप थैंक यू. आई होप आप लोग को और भी अच्छा गेम देखने को मिले. फ्रिट्स, आपने तो आपका प्रेडिक्शन दे दिया. एंड ओशन, आई थिंक ओशन लास्ट टाइम जब वो मुझे कास्ट किया था तो हम लोग चैंपियन थे लैंड पे. तो ओशन इज आल्सो बैक, सो आई थिंक लकी चार्म भी आ गया, एंड आई थिंक अच्छा ही होगा जो होगा आगे.
मजा आएगा, और कुछ नहीं, बस मजा आएगा.
थैंक यू गाइस, थैंक यू सो मच.
Alright.
Well.
That was Antidote and the entire team. And we also have a change on the desk. Aladi needs a little bit of the break after that intense action of Revenant XSpark, and we have got the big brain. Scared yet?
I mean, for some reason, I just feel like that was not actually a praise, but more of a taunt. But it's all right. It's all right. I know how you are, Shadow, so it's absolutely fine. But yes, that definitely was an exciting map, at least for Aziz. My man was not stopping. The Aziz train started, and then Global Esports Academy had no idea how to stop that out. It was a phenomenal game between both of these teams. But I'll have to say, Global Esports Academy did end up surprising me. Stole the first map, gave a good competition on the second one, but eventually gassed out on the third.
Gassed out, or should I say Revenant XSpark is way too better on the map of Fracture, because the way they started it off, they already had too much lead in their favor. Yes, I do agree, Global Esports Academy did manage to stage a comeback, did give few good rounds where Smokey was doing wonderful, but Envy is a guy who needs to really step up, especially on the map of Fracture. Not just Fracture, the entire day he was off for some reason, but I'm sure next time whenever we are going to see the players of Global Esports Academy, Envy will be back into the action.
Absolutely. Really want to see this entire roster step up. It's again, we have seen the name Global Esports is creating in the global stage, right? Yes, they're struggling as well, but at the same time, they're constantly there in those specific leagues. So maybe they want to try and bring that same glory back onto the standard leagues of South Asia too. But ladies and gentlemen, that was it for the first game. But there's still one more best of 3 remaining. Orangutan, Asterisk on the other side of the short break.
One enemy remains.
After an exciting third map series for the first match itself in the VCSA Split 1, ladies and gentlemen, we are back again for the second matchup, and it's going to be between Asterisk up against Orangutan. Super exciting one, and for the desk, you're going to have me, Skated, and alongside me, it's going to be Shadow. How are you doing, and how excited are you for this second matchup?
I'm super excited. Like I said, I was feeling under the weather at the start of the day, but seems like this entire Valorant action has already got me pumped up for the upcoming next match between Asterisk and Orangutan, because Asterisk, a completely new roster, the roster will come in front of our eyes also very soon. But if you remember the previous matchup between Global Esports Academy and Revenant Esports, the very first game itself went into double overtime. So I'm expecting a similar thing in this one also.
I kind of am expecting the same thing as well. I don't know if it's going to be overtime or not, but I want a 3-map series. I want it to go full way, man. Let's be honest. Everyone wants to see these new young guns perform on these big stages. And since we're talking about the members of Asterisk, this roster itself, all these players, they have played together for such a long time. And it's basically about time for them to perform on such a big stage. But on the other side, if you're talking about Orangutan, everyone knows all the players who are on their own roster itself. We know how they have performed throughout the previous year itself, and maybe a few years prior to that too. They have been playing together for a long time. Synergy is going to be the main key for both of these teams.
Synergy is definitely going to be the main factor, but more than that, how prepared are you for the map? How prepared are you to counter-strat the opponent team? So many things also come into the picture, because the synergy was there between the players of Global Esports Academy. Despite that, they lost onto one of the map. Revenant XSpark also, they had good synergy. They have been sticking together since a very long time, but still, Lotus has been a weak map for the players of Revenant XSpark. So yes, the map pick, the map veto also comes into the picture. But let's have a look at the roster. Like you said, the players of Asterisk, they have been sticking together since a very long time, and they are here in VCSA to make a name for themselves. Icarus, Near, Wave, Yash, River, all the 5 new faces on the board. I'm expecting big things from them.
Absolutely, but again, there's another behemoth roster just in front of them. They are up against some big names: Hoax, Wenka, DC, Machiavelli, RVK. And if I'm not wrong, Hoax and Wenka used to play together for such a long time. It goes back all the way from Grey Fox Esports to VLT, and now being a part of OG. DC and Machiavelli have been the core for OG for the previous year, and RBK used to play for Reckoning Esports. So it's more or less like a few pieces of different puzzles being brought together. But let's not get fooled by that fact, because this entire roster has been playing together since the previous off-season. So after the Split 3 was over, and if I'm not wrong, even in Split 3, a few of these players played together. So it's been a while, and I think so the synergy is there, the coordination is going to be there. The only question is, how well can they act on this big stage when the pressure is high, when it's time for those clutches? Because all these players are those big game players.
See, let's be honest, Orangutan, they do have an experience of those big stages. So I don't think they're going to have any sort of jitters of VCSA, because they have all that experience. They have been grinding this is a very long time. So they do have that certain edge over the players of Asterisk, because for Asterisk, it's their first major event. And those early jitters, those early game nerves are going to be there for the players of Team Asterisk. So let's see how they're going to handle it all. But my prediction says OG, they are going to get victory. I'm going to ask you your prediction. And also, let's have a look at the map veto.
Well, my prediction, it's probably going to go that it's maybe a third mapper, but we'll have to see, right? First, again, it's Lotus. It's the pick for Asterisk. OG pick up defense. So Asterisk will have to start on attack. Now, you don't really know what's the solid number of rounds there, but again, it's going to be Haven after that. Then if it goes to 1-1, we'll move on to the map of Abyss. So again, 3-sided attack-centric map, and then Abyss. So it totally depends on which team has momentum early on. Though first one, definitely a pick of Asterisk, then OG. It's a difficult question, to be very honest, right? Because the way how Lotus and Haven are played, it's kind of similar, but then again, when it comes down to Abyss, it's entirely different. It's like a coin flip for the entire playstyle of these maps. The first one is very fast, but the last one is super slow. But you know, one thing that happens very quickly is that there are a lot of people who want some interviews with a few people, right? And we've got just one lined up for all of you. You'll have to wait for that for a few seconds though, because I know good things take time and people who have patience get the best out of there. But Shadow, now my question is going to come down to the same thing. You mentioned already about your prediction. I think so. Maybe Asterisk are going to win that one. We'll talk about on the same topic in a while though, ladies and gentlemen. Let's move on to that short interview.
Folks, what's up, my man? How are you guys? कैसे हैं आप लोग?
Hello. Good. आप कैसा?
Good, guys. Nice to see you.
मुझे आवाज क्यों नहीं आ रही?
Yeah. All right. कोई दिक्कत वाली बात नहीं है. जब तक स्पार्टस चीजें फिक्स करते हैं, मैं तब तक आप लोगों से बात करूंगा. First of all, चाहिए welcome back on the desk, my man. आप कोच के उस पे आए हो. Welcome back to VCSA. How are you feeling?
Good, excited, just waiting for the split to start. So I'm glad it's finally here and we can get going.
All right. And Hawks, once again, आपसे कुछ एक important चीज. Before the split one start, कुछ बदलाव हुए, कुछ changes हुए into the team और structure के अंदर भी उसको थोड़ा सा explain करोगे and how you're preparing for the split one itself.
मतलब चेंजेस तो हुए ही कि टेक्नो और एलएफ जॉइंड एसएटीएल एंड हम लोग ये रोस्टर के साथ कंटिन्यू कर रहे हैं एंड एंड मोमेंट पे वी हैड टू चेंज बिकॉज प्रैक्टिस हमने पूरी ऑफ सीजन दूसरे रोस्टर के साथ की थी इसके साथ बट अभी मतलब ऐसा कुछ सेट प्रैक्टिस तो नहीं है ये टीम के साथ बिकॉज अभी स्प्लिट वन के लिए सिर्फ स्प्लिट वन के लिए वेंका के बोर्ड्स चल रहे हैं मैं जॉब कर रहा हूँ कोहली का तो कॉलेज ही है तो प्रैक्टिस के हमें ज़्यादा टाइम नहीं मिलती बट विल सी हम ऐसा कुछ नहीं है कि बिना प्रैक्टिस के हम खेल नहीं सकते बट मिनिमल प्रैक्टिस है अभी
Hawks, मेरा फॉलोअप क्वेश्चन इसी चीज पे है कि अब प्रैक्टिस क्योंकि आपके पास बहुत लिमिटेड नंबर ऑफ आवर्स है तो मैप वीटो को कितना ज्यादा इन्फ्लुएंस करता है बिकॉज जो मैप पिक्स हैं अभी आपको अबिस है लोटस है एंड देन यू हैव ऑप्टेड फॉर हेवन ये क्या मैप वीटो भी बहुत ज्यादा डिपेंड करता है कि कितनी प्रैक्टिस हुई है गेम्स को लेकर
ऑनेस्टली ऐसा नहीं है मतलब मैप वीटो मेरे ऊपर है मेरे को जो मैप में कॉल करना प्रेफरेंस रहती है तो मैं वो मैप पिक करता हूँ तो उसके हिसाब से ही करा है मैंने
एंड द डिसीजन आरवीके एंड कोहली कौन सा प्लेयर 5 में रहेगा
नहीं वो
डिसीजन कैसा आता है
ऐसा कुछ वो नहीं था कोहली ने 2 महीने से गेम ही नहीं खेला उसके कॉलेज का लास्ट सेमेस्टर चल रहा है तो कोहली इज जस्ट आवर बैकअप प्लेयर राइट नाउ मेन 5 में ऋषि खेल रहा है
ऑलराइट आई होप भाई आज आप दोनों के लिए गेम अच्छा जाए एक फाइनल वर्ड अपने ऑपोजिशन को बोलना चाहेंगे सीए
Just good luck, man. I'm sure you guys will do well. So excited to play against you.
Yep. Good luck to you, sir.
All right, good luck, guys. Thanks a lot, guys, for joining in. और I hope आप दोनों की टीम अच्छा खेले. And thank you, guys. We'll see you soon. आप दोनों की टीम के कैप्टन से बात करेंगे after winning this particular series. जो भी जीता है. Best of luck and thanks a lot for joining.
Okay, thank you. Bye bye.
Well. All right. Understandable, right? Because OG, with the way how Hooks has given that interview, Shadow, things are looking dire.
It is, but I was happy to see Sia. He's the coach of Asterisk, and we all know how experienced he is. He's also one of our fellow casters who has been casting Valorant since a very long time. It's good to see him back in the action, and I'm sure he has prepared the entire team. He has guided them entirely that what sort of approach they need to bring in against the players of Orangutan, because he is one of those person who has been closely monitoring the entire Indian Valo circuit. So I'm expecting already big things from the side of Asterisk now.
To be very honest, I'll have to agree with you on that point because with such an experienced coach on the desk now who has seen so many things, who's also been on one of the analyst desk here on the casting desk, that basically means he's got a lot of experience. So I will agree to all of your points. And now even I have my hopes high up from Asterisk. And at the same time, I'll have to say, everything that I had in mind regarding Orangutan, now it's all eventually thrown into the fire. The question is, will that fire burn enough to shut down the approach of Asterisk, or will they just wipe out OGs in this entire series? It does seem to be the case that Folks is comfortable for his own map pick of Haven, but the question falls down to the same thing. Is the minimum practice that they have done enough? Yeah. Is it enough to take down Asterisk, who now have got a good opportunity to start things off in their own split in a phenomenal fashion? Maybe take down OG and then ride onto that momentum wave.
You know what? I think Hawks was just being humble by saying that they have the minimal practice, because a player of such caliber and experience, I'm sure he has been grinding day and night. We'll see all of that in upcoming games. But yes, if you remember the last VCSS season, it was also of 2024, especially the map of Split, where Hawks did a 4K with a pistol, got a thrifty round converted. Makavli also doing wonderful in the previous season of VCSS. So the entire team of Orangutan is looking very comfortable. They have the experience, they have got everything lined up for them. So yes, it's not going to be an easy matchup for the players of Asterisk, even with a minimal practice, which Hawk said.
I mean, again, we'll have to see, right? They practiced with a very different roster in the entire off season, and then eventually a few people had to leave. But it's absolutely fine. What happened in the off season stays in the off season. What happens in Split stays with you forever. As we will now move on to the second matchup of the evening, ladies and gentlemen, and the opener map is still the same: Lotus, the pick of Asterisk, and they will be starting on the attacking side, and they've got the same composition this time, though, with a Teho Breach and Wise into the mix, along with an Omen and a Raze. So I'm excited. There's a double smokes one side with a very standard composition with just Wise as a change in terms of those sentinels. I like the idea from both the teams. We've seen the comp of OG Shadow in the previous series, but Asterisk is a new composition that we've seen on the global stages.
Well, certainly we have seen that, but how they're going to execute this composition, that's the main thing. Asterisk, they are starting on the attacking half. Orangutan, they are starting on the defensive side, and Fade is one of my favorite agent when it comes to the map of Lotus, because I think you can do so much, especially with that ultimate Nightfall. It's really handy in the attacking and the defensive half, both. But OG, since it's an attack-centric map, they need those bare minimum 4 to 5 rounds in the first half. But for now, we have got 3 ghosts towards the side of OG, 1 classic half shield towards Makavli, 1 classic towards BC. I still remember Makavli in last VCS, the way he was having that entire rubble control, the way he completely denied that entry towards the A side. If that sort of performance is replicated, I'm sure OG will get a comfortable victory in this one.
If maybe all these questions will be answered now, as we will be moving on to the pistol round, as you said, Shadow. Few ghosts, few classics, few half shields in the mix, few utilities, but the ones who utilize it to perfection will win this one out. And an early push coming in from OG all the way over from C. The question is, how quickly will Asterisk know about it? Yes, it's very quick. Now they've already seen this flank heavy composition. That means the side is weak. There are a couple of razor wines though, so things will be slowed down. Wall has been triggered. No one's going to be crossing in. Yash stopped down. He will eventually try and keep control of the stairs angle. OG, who were playing that flank heavy comp, they've now decided to go all the way back from B, just to keep the members of Asterisk guessing. But nice headshot out there. Reverb. The trades are there on the other side though. Winka catching 2, but a good answer back in terms of wave. Those right clicks. Yes, the third one. RVK finally with a headshot shuts him down. But Icarus is there, taking care of Makaveli. 1v1. Very well be done, but a lovely discipline from Asterisk. Doubling up entry.
Toxin screen down.
Certainly, RVK, the entire pressure is onto him. A 1v2 situation. The fake tap was there. The flash comes in. RVK. The snake bite lineup is there to delay the thing, to reposition himself, but finally he goes in.
Lovely.
Trying to find one, but the flash did stop him in his tracks. 22 HP is all RVK is having at this point. A 1v2 high-low setup, and River will land the final blow. And the first pistol round will go in the favor of
Success is the only axis that matters.
You could clearly see the discipline, Shadow. Yes, it was a very funny dance out there, but Asterisk, they do not overextend. They didn't want to play for any kind of kills whatsoever. They knew RVK was not on the defuse, and their main objective was for the spike to detonate. They didn't care about an additional frag out there, even though that man was only on 22 HP. Phenomenal. I love the way how this Asterisk team showed a beautiful discipline out there, but now got a good amount of weaponry, an outlaw in the hand. There's a Guardian, Vandal, Spectre, and then there's also a Bulldog. They're slowly walking away with all those instructions being heard. Even I just wanted to stand up and walk.
प्लेयर अक्रॉस ए की तरफ जाओ
OG entire go round.
Toxins going up.
Good hit. Chris
Lovely
finding the
shot.
perfect connection onto DC and
Last
also
player
onto
standing.
Venka RVK. The entirety of OG has been eliminated, leaving only Makavli all by himself in a 1v5 situation. It's an ace or nothing at all. Chris down to 20 HP, but this guy did so much. Getting those 2 opening frags was so critical for the team. Let's be honest, Asterisk, they had the weaponry advantage in this one.
Wait, close inside, guys.
Anyway, come in their favor. But Makavli getting
All
one,
right.
denying the flawless, and finally Wave with a 3k. And the second round also goes in the favor of Asterisk. But this was a save round for OG. The next round, this particular round, round number 3, is going to be a full buy round scared and a very important round for OG.
Important one, as you mentioned, but since in the previous one, Asterisk only lost maybe a maximum of a couple of members, that does mean that they'll have a very solid bonus round for themselves as well. Vandal, Bulldog, Guardian, this is a good weaponry to fight. There's also an Outlaw and there's a couple of half shields on the other side too for the mix. And there's a very heavy presence of OG over towards the A rubble. The default
पकड़
approach
सकते हैं
where you
उनको।
send out the Seize Nade.
हम पे stun भी बचा हुआ है हम stun boom कर सकते हैं
And
उनको
then
rubble
there's
पे
also the human out there standing all the way on that rubble. There was Hooks out there who has now rotated all the way over towards the B side. There's also the Share. So no one will be able to make that cross without letting the other team know about that lurk possibility. I love this 1 minute rubble re-clear from Asterisk. Good utility now being used. There's a paranoia on the other side though still. Neo will have to run a bit more far away. They could not clear that space, but they've at least confirmed the presence of 2 players out there, so they're rotating all the way towards the C side. I like this approach, but at the same time, the C side is now being reinvested with 3 players. Flash being broken. Yes, runs in directly to the crosshair of DC. Second entry in form of Wave, who shuts down not 1 but 2. There's only 1 side hanger remaining now. DC rules. Who is ruling the other side? Takes 1 more, but Icarus with his Guardian shuts him
30
down
seconds
too, and
left.
Makavili on that flank now triggered the share. Wenka on the backside will eventually be stunned up, but still holds down his angle. He's still waiting for the support from one
remaining.
Not the best weaponry, but guess what? The headshot is still good. Makavili's position noted, and Icarus gets a 3k. A bonus conversion for Asterisk and some weaponry upgrades in their arsenal.
Of course, Icarus with the 3k getting that round. Even Wave in the first 2 rounds did show his heroics. A2 already. Icarus having that Steel Garden already online. A full buy round, and Orangutan, once again, they have been pushed to a save round. It's just those Sheriff and half shields. It's only Makavli with the full shield.
Push them into
Venka's
the ground.
showstopper is the only win condition which OG has to pull off a thrifty round in this one. Let's see if Venka can get some value with that showstopper. But once again, seems like Asterisk, they're going for the trouble control. But Venka, he's playing so forward, he's playing so aggressive. He needs to be very careful, but one shot and it's done. The trade is there. The win factor, the win condition is already gone for the Curse of Orangutan now.
It's already gone for OG. But still, you can try and do a bit more damage. The Steel Garden available. You mentioned about that Shadow.
Toxins going up.
In this round for OG, all they need to do is get as many weaponries off of the hands of Asterisk as possible. Do the damage to that economy.
Spike drop.
Toxins going up.
Of course. The trades are already there, and just see the change in the pace of the Curse of Team Asterisk. They do realize they have the weaponry advantage. And despite that, the slow approach is there, but Icarus
All missiles
finding
away.
2. RVK DC already being eliminated, and it's a 2v4 situation.
30
Now
seconds left.
Asterisk, they're moving all the way towards the B side.
My blind is
Completely
dead.
open site. They're taking the full advantage out of it. Yash is going for the plant. But for the retake, OG, they have got nothing. It's only the Shrouded Step in the dark cover. And
Yeah.
a 2v4 situation. Steel Garden, I don't think Asterisk need to invest in this particular round. They can save it up for the upcoming round.
Yep. I mean, either ways, they are using the secondary weapons and not the primary one. Huh.
Oh.
Okay. Okay, folks. Nice. Not doable, but at least you've done a good amount of eco damage. Taking away the 3 rifles off of the hands of Asterisk. So,
We're doing this or
good
what?
damage being done, but it's a 4-0 start for Asterisk. It kind of reminds me of what happened in that previous series, Shadow, where we had a 5-0 start for Global Esports Academy. And that map ended up going into the overtime.
Kind of a deja vu moment for you. But this time it's not going to be... It's not going to be easy because the entirety of Asterisk is looking prepared for the players of Orangutan. Yes, when Venka's showstopper is there, and this time once again, Orangutan, they are having a full buy round. So, very important round for the players of OG. Pain shells to delay the rush of Asterisk. The rubble control is still with the players of Team Orangutan, but this time seems like Asterisk, they have a different plan. Few players are going all the way towards the C side to create a fake, to create a distraction, or maybe to actually execute the C side, because even the spike is moving towards that area, but Hawks finding a perfect connection onto Wave. The numbers advantage, this one is with OG, and they also have the Nightfall.
Oh, that's the Steel Garden coming into the play, but RVK right before it moves catches 2 and make it a 3rd one. This guy is nasty, even with the classic in his own hand. What a play by RVK. 30 HP and he gets the fork and close out the round. OG are not bowing down.
They certainly are not. Now they have got the Viper Spit also online. The Nightfall is already there. They have got the weaponry. They have got everything to go for the 2nd round as well. And mind you, they are on the defensive side. And defense on the map of Lotus is not easy. Even if they even get those 4 to 5 rounds, I think that's enough for OG to stage a comeback in the 2nd half. But this time, 3 players all the way towards the B side, 2 players towards C side. The Viper Spit is already there towards the C. But Yash, despite that, finds a opening onto Venka. Oh, the Nightfall, the information, everything is there. A good reveal coming in. On the back of it, the trades are also there in the favor of Asterisk.
OG just clustered up all the way over towards that link. Bursted down instantly by Asterisk. Beautiful one. It's now all the way down to a 2v4. Doable though, but not now. Alright, DC has been taken down. Icarus, crispy with that headshot, crispy on that trigger. RVK, you got a 4K in the previous one. Can you do it again? Catches near lacking. But now the position has been noted. All 3 players disciplined. Good, lovely flash. Oh, hold on, RVK. One with the snake bite, next with the spam. Does he anticipate the reposition? It's the big question. RVK, shotty in the hand. And he clutches the round out. Not one, but twice. Clutch. He does not stop, and that smile tells the story. Orangutan. They are not done yet. They've got a lot left in their tank.
RVK, this guy refuses to bow down. He clutches it out when it mattered the most. 9 and 4. And only few points away from the next Viper's Pit. It was such an important critical round for the players of Orangutan to go for the equalizer. Now, Asterisk, their economy is pretty much broken. A scrappy buy coming in, 2 Guardians, a single Bulldog and 2 pistols. OG can go for the 3rd round. Unless and until Asterisk, they pull off a thrifty. They pull off something heroic. And this time they're going for the C side. And look at the read. Orangutan, they're already prepared for that sort of a play. The stealth drone gives all the information about Makavli. Snake bite to delay the push. But the team has already started rotating all the way towards the A side. Just look at the position where Yash is. So deep inside A side.
Oh, Winka. Bit of that wide peak. Was noted. Oh, the snap of this guy is crazy. Changes it out. Now gets the showstopper online as well. Position revealed. He sends it out, but Venka deletes the backup that was out there, sends out a satchel, there's the paint shell as well. Seas comes into the play, Yash wants to reposition, will be taken down. The raise duel, won by Benka, gets the 4K on for an ace as Icarus is the god who's flying a bit too
30
high.
seconds
Shuts
left.
him down, but needs to do it 4 more times.
Player
Gets the
standing.
second, gets the
I
third.
have the spike.
It's just insane how he keeps on doing it one more time. But can he pull this off? 5 HP to 150. DC has got a flash. He's got the patience.
10 seconds left.
He's waiting. 8 more seconds. Another tap. Another try. Reveal the position. Goes for the wide one. And DC lands a shot on the body. Heroic. Just not enough.
Of course, DC saving the day for the players of Orangutan. He has got the Steel Garden online. Makavli has got from the shadows. But this time, Asterisk, even they also have got the buy. They have got all the rifles and few half shields to work around with. A timeout being called? Because this round, Scared, let's be honest, is going to be really important for the players of Team Asterisk if they want to keep that lead in their hands. Because if they lose this one, the lead will go in the favor of the players of Team Orangutan. Because after this round, Asterisk might not have that economy to go for those rifles.
It indeed is just so chaotic. Even if it's a 1v4 Shadow, you cannot bet who's going to win that one. It's a clutch after a clutch into a close clutch situation. But with those 2 rounds where RVK clutched out, he got 8 kills in those 2 rounds. His total is 9-5. And even after that, OG are right now trailing by 1. But again, it's the momentum shifter. And as soon as we talk about momentum shifter, we've got to take pause. It seems like I kind of have that black sheep vibe where whenever I'm on the desk, we're going to have a technical pause.
These things are part and parcel of the tournament. It's better all the technical issues are fixed as soon as possible so that the momentum is not lost towards the second half of the game. And like I was saying, this round is going to be really important for the players of Team Asterisk. That gives them the extra time also. Icarus, Steel Garden is just only 1 point away. Even the Rolling Thunder of River is also just 1 point away. But Near and River, they're not really coming online. It's 12-4 for Icarus and 2-7 and 2-3 for Near and River. And that's really concerning.
It indeed is. I talked about the discipline of Asterisk in first round itself. If I'm not wrong, the second time when RVK clutched up around, that was round number 6, there were 3 players in tree. Had one of them been on site and maybe peeked in from a different angle, that would have definitely shut down RVK's possibility of any kind of clutch. And also at the same time, when RVK threw out his snake bite, that was the exact time when Asterisk decided to push out. It was the worst timing possible. But also, I would have to say, it was a bit of an impatient call there to quickly flash him out and shut him down before he could try and make any kind of play. I think so. They could have played with a bit more patience there and maybe would have let at least RVK tap on the spike and then peeked in together. 3 people, max RVK gets his 2 until and unless all of them are eventually lined up. We'll just have to see how eventually Asterisk now change the flow of this entire half, because we are on the map of Lotus, Shadow, and Lotus is a 3-sided map where you need rounds on attack. Until and unless you get them, things are going to get a bit more difficult on your defensive rounds. This is a double initiator comp on top of that.
Shadows traveling.
you said, important round for the players of Team Orangutan and Asterisk. RVK, the clutch master, is already there towards the C side. The solo angle. But look at Venka and Yash. It was such an important duel for Yash. Getting both Hawks and Venka, leaving OG with only 3 players remaining. It's a 3v4 situation, but where do the players of Team Asterisk really go? They have the disadvantage, but the entire setup of DC is all the way towards the A side. The stealth drone is there to get the information, but no information has been passed on.
Wow.
The rubber control has been established by the players of Team Asterisk, but the solo anchor DC is still there. His own steel garden, but he's looking.
Nice information being gained of Mount. And also the share now being triggered. That definitely means that it's going to be a hit, but there we go. Steel Garden being used up, and this time DC, good for 1. But not more than that. It's going to slow down the push though. Snakebite comes into play. Oh, DC gets River out. This is the utility combinations, Shadow. Snakebite into the Razor Wine. You move, you die. You don't move, you die. 10 more seconds. Cross needs to be made. Makaveli is there. The plan's gonna be going in. RVK shuts down Icarus. Now there's no time, and Makaveli, along with RVK, shut down this entire push of OG. A 3v4 converted. Yash got the opener. He got the follow-up, and then he fell. Asterisk questioning their own decision, not committing. It's a big, big problem. And I wanted to point out, Shadow, that DC this time has got his setup over towards A, which is going to slow down the push of Asterisk. It did. And the backup was there on time.
Of course, the perfect plan. In OG, they already have 4 rounds in their favor, and this time Asterisk, they don't have the weaponry. A scrappy buy coming in, only 3 stringers. Rolling Thunder is there. That can be a win condition, but Hawk catches up completely unaware. Yash, the paranoia on the back of it. River also finds a trade onto RVK, but DC getting 2 of his own. River getting the 3rd one. A 2v3 situation where River is down to 8 HP, and finally he also goes down. The spike carrier has been brought down, leaving Icarus all by himself. Not for very long. A comfortable win for OG. The 5th round coming on board. And also Venka's showstopper, just 1 single point away. Even RVK's Viper Spit is also 1 point away.
Asterisk now need to send things back down to their same discipline call. If they first take control of the mound, then they try to take control of the rubble, re-clear it at around 1 minute mark. They did that in the earlier few rounds, but in the past 2 or 3 rounds, we haven't seen that. Even in round number 8, we saw Makaveli use his from the shadows to confirm that there's no one on mount. That means they had the entire map control for themselves. But for now, it's early rubble take, and now it's going to be a re-clear coming in from OG. Makaveli catching 1. Yash finished off. Venka stunned up, so he's going to be holding down his own angle. Support needs to be provided to Makaveli. EP's behind them, but Nia anticipates that. Shuts him down. There's no shenanigans being played out here. All right. I mean, I'm going to give brownie points to Makaveli for trying that.
There's still hope for the players of Team OG to convert this round. Because they have got the map control. Asterisk, they are still looking for some sort of side control. But this decision of the IGL to leave the A side completely open might not really work in the favor of OG. The rubble control is still there. Asterisk just still holding on to their grounds. The stealth drone will go. All the information which Asterisk need at this point. It's only one solo anchor. That is Venka. If he somehow manages to get 1,
30 seconds left.
The showstopper will be there, and the round might go in the favor of OG. Still, too many ifs and buts. The spike has been planted. A 3v4 retake for the players of Orangutan.
River eventually finds 1. That's going to be the steel garden used up. They already pulled out their own weaponries. Aftershock comes in. Hoax a bit too early. Shuts him down. Everyone on the other side. Venka catches 1 more. Near on the other side, though, answers back as Venka pulls out his rocket. Sends it out the satchel, and it's all the way. Catching no one. Venka needs to pull down the angle. He'll be taken down as Near catches both Venka and Hoax. With a 4K in the round, Asterisk move on to 5. And the possibility to end this half on an advantageous note still stands.
I'm already loving this action. I'm already loving how both these teams are going up against each other. So many clutches are there. We saw RVK clutching it out. This time a 4K coming in from the side of Asterisk. So many things are happening. Hawks, this guy knows how to use the Sheriff. Every single time the heroics are there by using those Sheriff shots. Now RVK, he has got his own Viper's Pit. And it has been committed toward the C side, and that is where Asterisk were planning to go. Now they have to make the decision either to go all the way towards the B side or towards the A side. Towards the A side we have two players. Makavli along with that Venka is already there.
You know,
towards the B
Shadow,
we have got Hawks.
this Viper Pit is in a way where he can be scammed out very easily. As soon as I mentioned that, they shut down RVK right away into that pit. They cut off his exit route with a Razor Wine and then just moved in easily. There was no way for RVK to survive. There was no cover for him. Very presumptuous Viper's Pit, and now you've got 50 seconds to create question marks around the map. And cutting off the noise basically means the rotation is going to be dragged out on the other ends of the map. C-side entirely empty. B has been taken care of. The paranoia is still there. Sends it out, but eventually there's a timing for Hoax. He sends out the C's as well to catch in a couple of players, but again, he's going to be pushed back by all that utility. He's waiting for the tap on the spike to go for the spam. He's got a chance maybe. The nade is there. Wasn't for the spam out, but River still was able to plant down that spike. Good amount of utility. They still have to try and go for the retake at least, but Venka, he was the man who had the utility. Shut down. Armageddon sent out in the open as Yash catches one more. River gets another one. No flood from Waterfall as it's all been evaporated, and so was DC. Asterisk get an empty site for themselves and hold out in post plant.
Once again, Asterisk, they are back in the lead. And OG, they don't have the weaponry, don't have the economy to go for those rifles, to go for that full buy. So that also gives the chance for the players of Team Asterisk to double up the lead. That Viper's Pit was so important. But the minute RVK got taken down, the entire situation was in the favor of the players of Team Asterisk. But this time, Yash trying to find something with that outlaw. Finally decides to move all the way towards the A side, but Venka was prepared for wave and immediately shuts him down, but he's now down to 5 HP. He needs to reposition himself.
As long as he survives, that's what matters. Swaps up the weaponry as well, sends the judge down for Machiavelli to grab, and they're going to get another weapon in their own hands.
Go get him.
Machiavelli is going to hold down that angle and will swap to another weapon once he's needed to run away from that angle. But look at the pressure OG is creating on the extremities. Shadow, Mound taken care of, Rubble taken care of. The only place where Asterisk can go is B main. They are going there, but they're not going to catch anything. There's also a shear on your face. I do like the idea, opening this door. That means that the C-mount players are going to be pinched up, but it's going to be all about timing. Flash, perfect, with a snake bite is even better. RBK gets the headshot, and Near was just caught lacking, walking in the park.
Down, C.
What an anti-pinch play from OG. Phenomenal. All the way down to 1v4 was Yashin, and it's too difficult for this race to handle. Not enough grenades left in the bank. 6-6 is where we stand, and I think so OG has the advantage.
They certainly have an advantage because now they are on the attacking side, and Asterisk now they will be on the defensive side. So the chances of OG winning this one are pretty high because Lotus is an attack-oriented map. OG, they are going to be pretty happy because, like I said, they needed those 4 to 5 rounds. They got 6. Seems like a cherry on the top. They have got all the 5 ghosts. Where else? Asterisk, they have got 3 ghosts. 1 classic half shield and 1 single classic towards the side of river. 3 players stacked up towards the B side, solo anchor towards E and C. That means the defense towards the A and C side is not that amped up. But for now, OG seems like they're trying to get the information. The paranoia, the fault line being exchanged. The information is there, and Yash with the pain shell finds a connection onto Venka, and Makavli finds a connection onto Wave. The trade is there.
Slowing it down now. Moving all the way over towards the A. The drone catches one, but it's only on Hoax. Utility for that initiator, but just run it down over towards the side. I like the idea what DC and RBK are doing, doubling up all the way over towards Heaven. They want another aggressive pick. The plant is going to go down, and it's for the drop as well as... Good pick by Yash. Catches down Machiavelli. Now that means they've got the rubble control. Can easily jump in for the retake from 2 different, maybe 3 different fronts. But DC, he needs to go big. He is going big along with RBK, but guess what? Yash is bigger out there. Catching one, the right click, running right click from Icarus. And Yash gets a 4K for this round. Will make sure that Asterisk have got the lead on the other side of this half.
Shame. Well, they certainly have. They can double up the lead as well, because they have won the pistol round. So obviously in the next round they are going to have the weaponry advantage. Well, OG, they'll be on the save round, an eco round. But seems like I can already see 2 sheriffs coming on board. So maybe there is a chance of OG converting that round. But Yash, the pain shell was so important in that particular situation, and after that he went ahead and got a complete 3K. This entire round belonged to you. Where are you?
Oh, lovely pinch play. Oh my goodness, the obliteration. You push out B, you push out C mount, and you shut down the entire team right in their spawn. Asterisk have done their homework on defense. At least for the first 2 rounds, it seems that way. Orangutan, they're just being caught off guard by that pace, but now is going to be an important round for them. But Shadow, look at the weaponry. There's a Guardian, a couple of Bulldogs, yes, but then there's also a Showstopper already built up for Yash. He's also got the Vandal in his own hand along with the half shield. This could very well be a doable round for Asterisk, maybe a bonus conversion. OG, they'll have to be wary about it. Another play, another pinch play. They are so very ready. They are seeing Machiavelli, and Machiavelli will be taken down. But the fight over towards B main. They had no idea of the C push. And a long range fight. Yes, gets a third one. Hoax still leaked. And they've also got the spike. Asterisk, you know what? If it's not broken, don't fix it. BC push worked out. Guess what? We're going to do that again.
Wait a second, scared. RVK, this guy has done in the past. He can try to do it again. He gets one, but good for only one. Wave gets a trade.
I'll make them remember.
One more round goes in the favor of Asterisk.
There.
Seems like the entire hard work which OG did in the first half is going in vain, because they're losing their buy rounds as well. This is not a good news for them. Asterisk, they can go for the 10th round also, because they have the weaponry advantage. But Yash from the side of Asterisk is proving to be an absolute asset for the team. He's already 18 and 10. He has got the showstopper. Icarus has got the outlaw. Everything lined up perfectly to get the 10th round on the board.
Bring them down.
I like the idea as well of the outlaw which you just mentioned. Half shields on the other side along with sheriffs. You've basically got an operator that fires 2 shots. Up close and personal. One is needed for River. Was eventually flowing out of bounds. Icarus as well out there over towards C.
Rip and tear.
So very ready to shut down anyone who wants to push out forward. A lot of utility burned up, but guess what? Yash is in just an off-angle position. RBK sees 2, runs away. A is locked down, C unapproachable, B is the only place that they can eventually go. But is there a shear? That's my question. They can constantly go in for the spam, the C snakebite combination. Smoke goes in on the other side. Ooh, okay, Wave just went in a bit too early though. There's also the guided salvos to try and stop the plant. The weaponry upgraded, DC rules. And if we take one more down, the call is to move over towards stairs. The showstopper out in the open. And the push is going to be over towards the A. They send it out, catching no one. But now they've got a very good idea of where Asterisk, Roji are running. Asterisk on the chase. High up. RBK wanted to be a hero, but near. Was so damn near to him, they had no clue.
2v4. Flash is there.
There.
OG. Let's see how they're going to play this one out. The numbers advantage with the players of Team Asterisk. The flash is there. All the 4 players rushing. And Yash and Nia deals with the 2 players. There is enough time to go for the defuse as well. The 10th round goes in the favor of the players of Team Asterisk. Already hitting the double digit. And Orangutan seems like the defensive half was working for them. The attacking half is not really working for them. Not even a single round converted in the attacking half.
Asterisk are just looking so solid. They know they've conditioned Orangutan to just basically be locked out of all those main positions. They don't have the rubble control. They don't have the mount control. The only place that they can go is B main.
Satchel out. Yeah.
And this time around, Asterisk, look at the amount of utility that they're burning. Alright, yes, it's fine. No one saw that. You can be forgiven for one round. They take the control of rubble so quickly. They also have the control of mount. Good TP play coming in from Wave as well. And he's running with the operator, of course. Tries to reposition though. I think getting a little too presumptuous. Prowler not catch on to him though. Both his TPs are burned. He's got a paranoia to work around with. But they still maintain the control of C-side. They have the control of rubble. There are 2 players to answer any kind of push over towards B. Sheer still not being triggered. OG. A couple of players just holding down any kind of possible flank. And them cutting out the noise has basically forced the members of Asterisk all the way towards back.
I have the spike.
After such an explosive start, they've slowed down the round entirely. And this is the discipline that we needed from OG. But they don't have any extremity control. This time at least they have got the mount one. And Hooks will be there using the Nightfall to try and create those question marks to catch anyone who's rotating towards A to go towards C. And Hooks also get one pick, but RBK there to answer back near. And yes, they shut down any kind of possibility of lurk play from B.
10
But the plant is going to go down all the way towards the A side. Is Hooks going to join in his teammates or is he going to go for the lurk is the question. 4 seconds, the plant will be there. At 45 more on the clock. Markavelli playing aggressive over towards Heaven. Needs to win this play. Needs to win this fight.
He needs to. But let's see how he's going to do that. The flash is there, and Markavelli is expecting someone coming from the A top. But look at the smart play coming from the side of Asterisk.
They're saving?
It's like they are saving. Yes, they are saving. They are saving the operator. They're not taking any sort of risk. And they're going for those exit frags. Wave shutting down Markavelli, and finally OG getting that first round in the attacking half. 10-7 in the favor of Asterisk, still having a 3-round advantage, 3-round lead. But I still think Asterisk could have gone for that attempt to defuse, for that retake.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of think the same thing. They also had the aftershock, they had the fault line as well, they had the flashpoint. All the utility that you technically need to try and push out. I think so the reason why they did not go was because Yash was already low in HP and they also had an operator. So only a couple of rifles to work with. A bit of questionable one, but it's absolutely fine. They still have got a pretty decent lead for themselves. It's not going to be a problem. But again, the slow round seems to be an answer of the fast-paced Asterisk retake. That's why they're slowing it down. Alright. It's going to be the armor getting used up so early on. Burning such a major utility like that. I don't know if that was quite the right call or not. Asterisk They're pretty high on that adrenaline.
Locating target.
Running away so very fast. Paranoia Prowler used up by OG. They regain the control of Mound. And they're now slowly working around the rubble as well. RBK slowly and steadily moving forward. DC is going to hold down the angle of B. Couple of players moving together there. While the rest of the team scales up over towards Mound to get ready to execute towards the side. There's a shear, by the way, down in their feet. So you need to be wary about it. Opening the door, this definitely does get the attention though, but there we go. Ult being used up, try and move in. Showstopper right on the face. Icarus gets one, will be traded off. So very quickly and through the smoke, Makaveli catches River, who wanted to jump away. No chance, no opportunity. A 3v4. Almost the same thing, this time just with the extra HP. Yash, through the waterfall, needs to win out that fight. Thornrose being taken out, and DC catches Yash. The concuss misses out on that angle. Wave has got the orb, catches one. Makaveli down. Still a good amount of job he needs to do. One more time, tries to hit and another shot. No TP for you, my man. As DC moves up close and personal, takes down the round. 8-1 on board for OG.
Slowly and steadily, OG, they are getting those rounds. Now, only 2-run deficit for an equalizer. DC, even he has got his Steel Garden online. But this time, Asterisk, they're going for the timeout. Because they have already lost 2 rounds and seems like they don't want to take any sort of risk. It's better to mend things as quickly as possible. And maybe after the timeout, we'll see one more round going in their favor. If that happens, scared, the chances of Asterisk winning this one are pretty high. They just need one more round, and after that, they'll be on the match point. 2 rounds and match point, and it's done. That also brings up the conversation that how much pressure is going to be there on the shoulders of the Plusher team Orangutan.
It's going to be a bit. Because again, they are 2 rounds away from the equalizer, but so are Asterisk from the map point. But here's the thing, right? This is the map pick of Asterisk. So seeing OG give them so good competition, that's going to be really good for their own confidence.
Now we wait.
Icarus, though, is 1 point away from his own Steel Garden, and they are trying to force buy into it with an NODWIN as well. So the spam's going to come in through. And again, it's all the way over towards A. Oh my god, this is going to get bloody. And guess what? Wave's been shut down just like that. RBK all the way there, and that was one of the Guardians out. Odin catches one, not more than that, as Makaveli catches one more. Watching the backs of his team. There's a couple of players remaining. Steel Garden was there as Icarus picked up the orb. Maybe Hoax. I don't think so that they can try and go in for this retake at all. They don't have the rubble control, they don't have sight, and look at where Venka is. Crispy with the aim, catches one. Icarus low in the HP. And now there's no HP. 9th one on board for them, and this could eventually break the economy of Asterisk entirely.
Yeah. It certainly will.
Oh, it did
Seems
not.
like the tables, they are on the half shields. That is also giving a certain edge to the plus of Team Orangutan to go for the 10th round, to go for that equalizer. They've got 2 ultimates also. The Viper Spit is there for the post plant. Then the Steel Garden is also there. So yes, the chances of Orangutan converting this round are pretty high. They need to play all their cards right, and seems like this time Asterisk, they're taking that early rubble control. So are the players of OG trying to do so. 1v1 trade is there. But Yash getting 2. DC getting the trade. Venka dealing with the earth. And it's only Chris remaining. A very comfortable round for the players of Team Orangutan. Going for that equalizer. The tables have turned, and seems like maybe there is a chance of OG winning on the map pick of Asterisk.
The double digits now are going to be on board until and unless Icarus makes a nasty play, which does not seem to be DC has got his own steel guard and Venka with a showstopper. Haunt is up for Hoax as well. There's a boom board, paint shell, macros, everything up. Should go in their own bag, and triple peak is basically the answer.
Last trap destroyed.
Yep. No opportunity whatsoever. There we go. The Haunt paint shells. Haunt reveals the position. Paint shells. Could have been enough, but Venka decided his bullets are there to wrap up the job that he started itself. I have to point out the position of Venka over near that connector door was basically what broke Asterisk in two different parts, because now you have to look at two different angles. One is obviously that one choke point, and the second one, Venka. So you can only try to play safe from one of those angles. Lovely play by OG. That Viper orb as well, it kind of denied any kind of vision from anyone who was playing all the way far back towards the stairs angle. Look at where Venka is. Nasty good play. But there we go, the showstopper early on. Aggressive fight, Machiavelli catches one, Yashansa's back as well, but Hoax is there. Venka on the off angle with the support of Hoax to shut down every single one. Yet again, these rubble fights are not going in favor of Asterisk in any case.
One enemy remaining.
Because Venka with a shorty deals with River, leaving Icarus all by himself in a 1v4 situation. The 11th round going in the favor of Orangutan. OG team, for a second it looked like attacking half is not their strong suit on the map of Lotus, but seems like they are replying back with equal amount of aggression. Back to back 5 rounds being converted by the players of Orangutan. They've got 2 ultimates, a full buy. Let's see. Will the series be once again pushed to an OT?
Possibly.
Or Orangutan
Shadow.
will move on to the match point.
Shadow, there's an operator being in play by Venka now. Gets towards Mount. Finally, we're going to see a proper rubble control. Venka catches Icarus all the way over towards C. So all that Sentinel utility now wasted. And with just how quickly Asterisk took control of the rubble, Orangutan just went all the way towards C side. They've got the control. Nair though, in the meantime, catches one on Icarus. On DC, is able to take them down, make it 2! Individual brilliance, just perfect. Now they've got the advantage, but is it enough? Hoax is one away from his own Nightfall, and Venka is on the operator. They do have the smokes to play around with, both of them. A Paranoia utility by River as well in the hands near. They can very well retake this entire side, but time is going to be their biggest enemy. They have to move fast. Flash bounced up. Machiavelli still in that off angle. Venka catches one with Yash. Oh my god, reloading, moving into the smoke. That's a mistake. And Machiavelli, even the Nair was ready. He still shuts him down as Hoax wraps up the job. Last man standing, but the last man is all you need. Asterisk had everything, and OG still managed to outgun them.
Yes, Wave did manage to get a 3k, but despite that, the round went in the favor of the players of Orangutan. Hoax survived till the very end.
One enemy remaining.
Now OG, they are on the match point. But kudos to the valiant efforts of Wave. 4 ultimates online. There is no chance on earth that OG will lose this round.
Are you sure about that? River is
I am very sure.
We'll see now. We'll see. I think so. It's going 11-12. This might possibly go to OT as well.
You always have to jinx it.
Ouch. I see what you were trying to do. That's all.
I was
But
just
again,
stating the facts.
Bring them down.
Hopefully. Alright. Rubble re-clear over the first minute now. It's going to be from the shadows utilized to try and reinforce the A side. 58 more seconds remaining on clock. Steel Garden used up. Icarus is ready with his own as well. Uses it to try and shut down any kind of entry now in the side. Impossible as Nair catches one on DC with a classic headshot. Lovely, but RVK is outside the range, so catches one more. There we go. Nightfall comes into play. All the ultimates being thrown except for the kitchen sink now out in the mix as Icarus catches one on Venka. Nia and River, one off of their own ultimates. One kill is all they need. The reposition by Makaveli to create the question marks as RPK is all the way back. Barely in center. Nia has got his Armageddon up online, uses it in an awkward angle though, but all he wants to do is block any kind of spam. Snake bite not on the way. There's another util. River is ready, and that's the defuse coming into play. RBK will get the final 2, but it's still not enough. 11-12, and boy, we can possibly have a series in our hands.
I said it. You always have to jinx it. You always have to jinx it, but that also makes things super interesting because now there is a possibility of an OT coming in. Asterisk, they need just one more round. But the problem is, all the 5 players, they are on a half shield. Few of them have a Guardian, few on Bulldogs. Not perfect buy. On the other side, OG, they have a full buy.
Oh, Rolling Thunder, so very aggressive play this time around, but players can eventually get pinched as well from the different side. Nia catches one, back and forth, 3v3. But in order to change that, Venka is ready. Wave shut down, Nia moves forward. Perfect timing onto Hoax. Brings it down to a 2v2. Spike out in the open. There we go with the showstopper. Sends it out as Nia is shut down. It's all down to River. Can this man change the tides of the game? Can he turn into a tsunami? He's got the right read. He's going towards the A side. Just missed the cross though. But with this door opening, they're gonna know everything. River. It's all about timing. It's all about one shot. Can he land it? Venka unaware, moves up front, but RBK is super ready for the trade. As OG will get the map in their pockets. It was a pick for Asterisk. It was one of the closest that we've seen. But man, oh man, the apes are here to create the chaos in the jungle.
They certainly are. They certainly are, and they definitely did that also. For a second, it looked like Orangutan was struggling on the attacking half, but after that, they were getting round after round, back-to-back 5-6 rounds in their favor, and the comeback was already there for the side of Orangutan. And Asterisk, they were struggling on the defensive side. I don't think they were struggling on the defensive side because their defense was really good. It was just that OG was slightly better than them in the attacking half.
I just have to say, man, it eventually came down to a few of the reads as well, which
Yes.
Hoax eventually brought in as the IGL of his team, where he knew, or rather we'd have to say they adjusted according to the aggressive play of Asterisk. They were constantly going in for those pincer maneuvers over towards B and C, and they also were trying to play in a very fast-paced play on that defense, right? And maybe rotate just as soon as they see someone moving in towards one side. Hoax was able to understand that, and after those first 4 rounds, was able to bring in his team to positions where they had the extremity control, they had the lurk possibilities as well, and eventually they just went in winning all of those fights. Venka was playing phenomenal. Seems like this guy does not even care about his boats. He's very crispy on that aim.
Well, he was Makafi also, DC also, RBK, especially RBK. This guy did clutch it out when it mattered the most. OG was struggling. They were not getting those rounds in the first half. But after that clutch of RBK, it seems like OG got the confidence to go for a little aggressive approach. And that really worked in their favor. Yash also with his utility, especially those pain shells, did get the perfect value which he needed. Especially those 4Ks in the pistol round from the side of Yash. So even Asterisk was also giving a tough competition to the players of Orangutan.
Yeah, and then eventually a few adjustments came in from OG. A few players started to snap, went in to trade each other. It did seem that Asterisk are just going to close it all down, but OG said no. That was the round where they started to make that comeback. DC getting the 3K, Venka being in such awkward positions where no one from Asterisk expected him to be. This was a very solid round though, but again, I'd have to say Asterisk kind of tried to force down the fights towards Rubble, where they eventually should have retreated. it was one time when I saw that their rubble take was great. When they used down that breach aftershock,
Spike planted.
and they also eventually went in the fault line play. So you had that initiator utility all that while, but it took you 5 rounds to eventually try and use that. That was a big hole in terms of that A hold, and that's where Orangutan, they decided to try and, you know, pinch on the wounds of members of Asterisk, and it was again the momentum wave that they eventually carried. We're gonna have a look at the stats of the previous game. OG 13 rounds for themselves, 13 first kills. Asterisk with 11, but look at the post plants, Shadow. This is where the problem is. 6 out of 7 converted for Asterisk, while 10 times OG were able to get that plant down.
Oh yes, the post plant was looking better for the players of Team Orangutan. The post plant win rate is also slightly better. 0.86 for the players of Team Asterisk and 0.7 for the players of Team Orangutan. Like I said, it was a close call. Asterisk was also playing really good. It was not a shabby performance at all. But the MVP is going to be Venka from the side of Orangutan with 1.7 KDA, 301 ACS, 186 damage per round. Headshot percentage is also going to be 28.0%, and first kills are going to be 5.
This guy looks fired up. Whenever he plays Raze, it just seems that it's one of his favorite picks, and he just enjoys it so much. 301 ACS is just bonkers. Absolutely nasty. 26 in 17 though. I'd have to say Yash answered back really well. 5 first kills from him too. 297 ACS. Just 4 away. Maybe just a little bit of an extra damage by the paint shells. He would have crossed the mark of Venka himself. But again, from the second position is where things started to change. If you actually try to total the number of kills, Asterisk have more. But OG played objectively over towards their last few rounds, where they constantly got those rounds, right? Important ones specifically.
Yeah.
So it came down to, again, the same thing, discipline, which Asterisk showed early on, but eventually, you could say that adrenaline rush, you know, whenever it comes down, sometimes it gets difficult for players to control that. And that's what happened. They got the wave in the first 3 rounds, 4 rounds of the defense, and then they kept on riding on the same wave. When OG slowed down the pace, that's when they found the first success in their attacking rounds, and it just kept on moving forward for them. So I'd have to say, good experience call from Hoax, but that's just the first map. There's still 2 potential maps remaining. But the problem is, Shadow, the next one is going to be Haven.
A map pick of OG. That is a problem.
Yeah.
I do agree. And like you said, OG, they were playing objectively. Because if you remember one of the round where Asterisk won every single fight, but the round went in the favor of the players of Team Orangutan.
Yep, indeed. But you know what, Shadow? I still remember there was a reel in which I and Fritz mentioned that there's going to be questions for all of you people to answer for the giveaways. And this is one of those questions. What was the most picked map in VCSA 24 Split 3? Again, that's the most important part. VCSA 24 Split 3. So make sure you check out those stats and quickly answer that question. For the people who will answer the most questions correctly throughout the week will win the giveaway. So it's not that you answer one question, you answer it correctly and you're winning the giveaway. No, the one who answers the most questions correctly throughout the week will win the giveaway of potentially 7,000 OEP. You don't want to miss out on that opportunity. And Shadow, make sure you keep your phone down. It's not for you to answer.
How did you know that I was trying to do that? But anyhow, we casters always lack on such opportunities. We are never a part of any sort of a giveaway because I know the answer of that question. I'm sure you don't.
We'll have to figure that out, or maybe I can try and look it in the book in this short break, ladies and gentlemen. Don't go anywhere. Map 2 on the way. After such a banger map, it is inevitable that we'd come back so very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. And guess what? The previous map was so good that Aladdin just wanted to jump in on the desk and want to cast this one. So welcome, Aladdin. How are you doing, my man?
Thank you so much. I'm doing great. And the previous match, just like OG did it, OG was superb in the whole match. The way they started, the way they dominated, and after some rounds, it was going back and forth. But at the end of the day, at the end of the map, it was just OG who made sure that Asterisk suffer. But let's not just give it all for Team OG. Asterisk played really well, and there are a few matches. I mean, there's one more match where Team OG has to prove and then win this best of 3. Otherwise, it is going to be very difficult for them.
True, yeah, they have to pull this one off on their opponent's map pick. That's the most important part, right? Because OG were able to lock this one down. And fun fact, the next map is also a 3-site map. So that means you have to navigate through the similar grounds, but there's still a few different things on that one, right? There's
absolutely
A long, C long, and then there's also B towards the window. You can always use those operators. So I think so that economy management is going to be crucial. How quickly can you bring out your team's operator? And we've seen Winka to be very crisp whenever he plays that. So I think so we're going to still see him on Jet. While for the composition, I kind of want to see the Teho breach. Please show me that. But maybe since teams are really comfortable with the Sova on that map, they might want to go again for that Sova breach comps.
To be very honest, what I am expecting from Team OG is a neon breach composition, because this is something that we have seen from them on the map of Heaven. They like to play with a neon on their side. So most probably it is going to be their choice between Jet or neon, but they do like to play with neon and breach. So I am expecting that OG will go towards that. On the other side, Asterisk, we have seen them playing the same composition as well, but let's move forward and see what are the actual composition for this one. As you mentioned, Sova is a player that they like to play on this one, because you need all those information, you need those owl drone and side by side reckon, and the ultimate of Sova is also very important. But on the other side, we have seen that people do not miss breach on this one.
Yeah, you always need those for those clearances of those long angles, right? Because in order to force your opponents to not take the A lobby, all you need is just one big fault line, and any kind of aggressive play that they want to make will be stopped in, because those rolling thunders are super crucial for those side takes. But we have seen a lot of teams switch up with those Teho breach as well, bringing the same comp on this map. But again, there's a lot of mix of Yorus in that comp. You don't really go for those classic Jets, classic Neons. You go for the Teho breach Yoru. My question is, are we still going to see something along the similar lines? Seeing how Asterisk, they did bring out the Teho breach on Lotus, I'm thinking that they might have probably done their research on this one as well. Maybe they could have tried to add in this Yoru. I love to see this kind of comp, but you know, it does not matter what I really love. All it depends is what these teams are comfortable with. So yeah, I'm pretty excited to see on that one. But if in case this one goes for Asterisk, then we'll move on to the third map. Then we'll move on to the Decider, Aladdin. And that's also where I think so we might possibly see a good competition.
Absolutely. If we talk about the first match, it was really close. Although OG started with a bang, but Asterisk, they made a comeback. Scored were even many times. So we can say that both the teams, they have performed, they have showed a balanced performance. So we cannot expect any one of these teams to do or to show a one-sided gameplay. But on the other side, let's move forward and talk about the map. Vito Haven is going to be that map, the next match, where OG will be on the defense side and we will be seeing Asterisk on the attacking side. Considering both the teams are very comfortable on both the side, either it's attacking or defense, we can see another balanced gameplay.
Highly possible. I can hear the music in my background. That means we are getting things ready for the map of Haven. It's all coming down to the agent select. What compositions are we going to see? And it's going to be the Teho breach Yoru from Asterisk. I mentioned about this, but guess what? It's an ISO Yoru composition by OG. All right, man, we've got a map for all of us. We've got a crazy series now. I am super excited for this one, Aladdin. Your opinions for this Agent Select?
Absolutely, absolutely. Team Asterisk, they're trying something different. They're trying something new, but on the other side, a bit of classical composition from Team OG side. They are not risking it at all. Previously, we have seen that lots and lots of teams, they have capitalized on this one. They do use those utilities of Teho, those crazy utilities of Teho, and they utilize it perfectly. Even in the previous matches, we have seen that from Deathmaker's side, the utils were he was making sure to get those picks with those crazy utils. But let's not talk about that. Let's talk about this one. In 12 seconds, the first round is gonna start. This is a pistol round. A couple of classics from side of Team Asterisk, and on the other side, we can see that 4 players are playing on Ghost and 1 with Classic and Light Shield. There is a bit of cluster on the C side, so we can see that a C heavy attack is gonna be the first priority from the side of Team Asterisk.
Yeah. A quick op take for Nia. Wanna try and prioritize the Armageddon for themselves. DC rules with that jump peak was able to find that. Now OG are gonna re-clear the mid area. Triple pushing down slowly and steadily. Machiavelli has still got his TP up though. No real need to take that. Hoax controlling the entirety of A main. Or rather A long itself. No push out there whatsoever, no question marks. A 2-1 split for that mid round for OG. It's only DC who's holding down the side. He's got to trip all the way towards the back to stop any kind of fast backside push. Right there. Going for the spam as well itself. A full side take for Asterisk. Decent amount of utility. The drone goes out all the way towards back and they're going to go in for the plant too. Now this is a very solid positioning of the plant. You can spam all the way from the long, but there we go. Clone being broken down. Shield taken out. Venka still will be able to catch in one. 2 people shut down already. Another time. No more double tap available for you. Venka 58 engaged. He wants to push out forward. Here's the reload. Will be able to shut down one. Answers back on the other side. Hoax catches one. 34 HP. Fame only down to 23. And he will be shut down to RBK for the answer. Lovely retake from OG. 3 players stood. 2 untouched.
Absolute brilliant retake. And in this retake specifically, RBK played a crucial role. Venka and DC, they got their 1-1 pick, and Hawks, he was there to seal the deal as well. So OG, they played a brilliant retake round. With this, they will have the advantage, but on the other side, Team Asterisk, they're going with a couple of stingers. They're not saving it at all. This can be very risky, but let's see. There is something going on. Asterisk is planning to do something. They are going for a B-heavy push. But they have to be careful because look at RBK. Look at RBK and his angle. He finds one. Finds another one. 2 of the players are down. Stinger W push is not going to work for you. Because RBK is there to give support to his teammates. And look at this.
Wow.
A flawless round towards Team Orangutan.
Venka is just 1 point away from a skill contract. The only the only bad thing is that he has a Guardian. But with how crispy he's been looking, plus how there's only a Sheriff and Classic on board on the other side, you might want to probably play for that orb, maybe catch that 1 person in the kill contract if things get messy, or at least prepare it for the next one. But a force buy for Asterisk in the previous one means they've got to save this one. So it's a 3-0 lead almost for sure for OG until and unless something different happens. Machiavelli will make sure that does not. Good spam on the other side. Venka does not need the orb. He'll farm the other side, sends out the undercut, gets caught in the paranoia of his own teammates, so has to slow things down. But there we go. Fall time comes in. He's 1 more player. Wait, scrappy out there, but it does not matter. Did not drop a single man, and fun fact, Aladdin, they did not take a single piece of damage. Nothing is going to be spent on those shields. It's only the utilities. The economy is snowballing out of control.
Absolutely, but Venka with his crispy pain game out there. Kill contract is ready. He is not upgrading his weapon. Another bonus round from their side. OG, they have all the credit saved. But this is going to be that buy round that Team Asterisk has to win. But Venka, a bit of overconfident.
One enemy remaining.
Lovely anti-push setup by Asterisk. They were ready for this kind of aggressive play by OG. They waited for that one and were able to shut down every single person on all different fronts. Good adjustment, good adaptation. Last round. Seems like we just started this map and we are already on to the 5th round.
Absolutely.
But alright. This is going to be the main gun round of the game. Aladdin, we've got an operator up for works for Makaveli now.
Makaveli placing his operator on that A side. A vents. Emoji.
Time to jump.
They have this advantage, they have to use it. Asterisk has to anticipate that there's an operator now. Information is being traded. We can't say that. Hawks has the information that they are pushing towards A, but on the other side, Venka slowly and steadily cutting that mid rotation points. This is important. Unfortunately. What is this?
Makaveli, he was just ready for the play of Yash. Armageddon was used up as well to try and shut the people down, but it's down to a 3v3. Make it a 3v2. Venka wins out his own duel against Nier. In his skill contract, was able to pick one off. Icarus only has got one steel cage remaining. Venka, double tap, timer expired. Icarus wins out the duel.
Planted.
It was an important one. He had to take that contact play. No utilities. But he needed to win that one. DC up all the way in heaven. Oh my goodness. If it was not for that wall bank, this definitely would have turned into a 1v2. But for now, Chris is going to hold on to his DL life. No utility for RVK or DC himself. No crossfire, double peek, 1-for-1 trade, the HP advantage. RVK.
He has the information.
Yeah, he's got the information. Finally taps it out. DC needs to peek in. Shots. Gonna give the info yet again. Oh my goodness. RBK moves around, ring around the rosy to get the round in his pocket. He's got enough time.
My ultimate is ready.
Over a second left. 4-1.
I survived obliteration.
Aggressive push from the side of Team Asterisk. I mean, the Armageddon was crazy, and on the other side, the ultimate from Yash was also on point. But unfortunately, those last aim duels were more important than that, and unfortunately, Asterisk lost it.
Player standing.
Yep.
Specifically RVK, that last 1v1. Although he got a bit pressured, but he still made it. Another round on the back of the emoji. Now score is down. Score is 4-1 now. This time a little bit of different approach from side of Team Asterisk. They're pushing towards mid, side by side, holding the A side. If any of those players will try to be aggressive, they will be ready to push them.
Slowing the approach down though, but with this owl drone, Makaveli will be
portal closed.
Posted up on the same angle. He's ready, holding such a tight one. And his portal is closed though, by the way, so he does not have an escape tool. Will have to just move back thanks to the flash. Still wants to hold down on that off angle. Sends out a flash of his own though. Knows the better not to peek yet again. It's risky, very risky. Finally will be pushed back. Shorty in the hand, hooks with the support, catches River down. Paranoia, all he's eating up on face, but he's so very close and it does not matter. Yash and Icarus, few people who found success down to 2v3. Neuros have to give out some of the information as well. RVK now just keeping out of the harm's way. They know everything that they needed to know as they're moving all the way towards B. But what a TP from RVK! This man knows, this man sees.
Spike planted.
Gives the information out. Icarus holding on the off angle needs to win the fight. Three different fronts now is where they need to take care of other people. Marcavelli holding down the angle. Near wins the fight though, but now they've got to push through the smoke. They've got the guided salvos. Sends it right on time to deny any kind of tab. But there we go. Tab comes in. Smoke fades away. Icarus will be taken down. Drone gave out the information for DC.
RVK!
Holds the perfect angle, and RVK, DC rules, both of them.
Team A
will win another round for OG.
History has already forgotten you.
Another crazy round from the side of Team OG. Asterisk made it look like it is their round. It is going to be in their favor. 2v2 situation it was. But in the end, RVK and DC made it look so easy for themselves. Another round on the board, and this is looking easy for Orangutan.
One enemy remaining.
And this is definitely going to put a lot of pressure on Asterisk.
It just feels that at this point, Hawks was just pulling our leg by mentioning that his team is lacking the practice and all that blah blah blah. They're looking super crisp, my guy. If anything, I'm kind of enjoying. I'll have to be biased, man. I think so. I'm enjoying this match more than the previous one. Sorry, not sorry.
I think casters enjoy when the game is going like this.
I'd have to say yes.
When the games are going so fast.
When all we have to do is yap.
That's what we always do, but it's okay. Round number 7. Asterisk is a bit pressured now. Are they going to play default? Are they going to push towards
the light from them.
garage? I think so. A garage and C secured is what we are expecting.
1-3-1. That's the split for OG. Set up over towards the garage.
They're waiting.
Oh, look at
Waiting
Venka.
for OG to push.
He's just too far forward out there. And yes, as you mentioned, Asterisk are just waiting for OG to push. But this also creates the question that there could be any kind of trap play. But there we go with the dimensional drift. The TP has been sent out all the way over towards C. So he's just going to clear out a few of the areas. Alright.
Oh my god, the trap fire!
Lovely tripwire, but again, it was the TP, the gate crash which was available. Hunter's Fury comes in on the other side along with the Paranoid try and stop them!
Oh my god!
He undercut into the Hunter's Fury, gets not just 2 but 3! What a combo by OG! Hawks said that they were underprepared. I'm gonna say, damn not. What a combination. What a play. Brings it down to a 2v4, and there's the flying play. It does not matter. By the time it comes through, DC will be able to shut down everyone, as that was the spike down already. It's trying to put the nail in the coffin for this round as well. As Icarus, as big of a god as he might be, he's flying too close to the sun. Or OGs are just burning up the entire jungle. He cannot fly low. His wings are belted.
OG is definitely prepared. I mean, how beautifully Hawks used its ultimate, and on the other side, Venka with that undercut. That was enough to destroy Team Asterisk. And now they have lost their confidence once again. But Asterisk, we cannot count them out at any point. Once again, as the executors, what they're planning, Cypher has been shifted towards A, and the fires are not here as well. But Makavali making sure that that operator makes an impact. Picks one on the other side. This heavy execute and all those utils out there.
Okay.
Asterisk near with his Armageddon picks one. This is something impressive. Not Armageddon, but those were missiles, I'm sorry.
Yeah, the guy
Makavali, look at him. Yes.
Do they anticipate him here? That's the question. I don't think so. They've got an idea, but it does not even matter, as RBK was able to shut down 2. Icarus was able to answer back 2. Needs to find one more. 1v3, a bit too much to ask for. The rifle, visible shots taken. Machiavelli finds him. Now, It's all down to this guy near Icarus. Both of them taken down. Machiavelli with the last shot. And it's a 7-1 start.
Insane.
OG seems untouchable.
Absolutely. Specifically Venka. He is playing brilliantly. Look at this. All that heavy execute. It was all in their favor. Until Machiavelli did something impressive. He picked one, TP'd towards the main, then picked another one. But let's talk about this one. Another mid-heavy execute. Asterisk is not planning, they're just pushing. This does not seem like a plan.
Yeah, I mean, they're on just an eco buy, so not a lot of places where you can actually go and traverse, right? Apart from the want to take those close range fights, but OG see that. OG understand that. Okay, shot being taken, but he's got an escape route available for him. Venka was able to take one down, make it to Icarus finally. Was able to break through his shield and lungs.
Spike planted.
Foul drone out there, RVK scaling up behind it. No possession of the last two players. Spam is perfect.
Nice.
He gets both of them. 1 HP left. 1 HP is all he needs. OG are not losing members, are not losing the creds. If anything, they're just gaining all the confidence. Stealing it away, I must say, from Asterisk.
I do agree with one thing that you said. OG is truly untouchable. I mean, look at this. Look at the HP of 3 of their players. 100 health, 50 shield. Untouchable, truly. That's how they won the last round. But Asterisk, you have to do something different. You have to come up with a strategy. You have to come up with a plan. This time, a bit of tension towards the A side. They're doing this in every other round. They fake one side, move towards the other. But Team OG, they do not buy it.
Look at how far Machiavelli is pushed out. And what an off angle from RVK. Paranoia up in front will be taken down through the spam. But look at Machiavelli, my man. He's got the full control of Ceylon. Sends out the second gate crash as well, so just a few more seconds remaining, but it's all the way out in the open. He will be caught up if in case he decides to go for that. Venka is there
I
for the
know
support.
exactly where you are.
Lovely information by the neural theft. He wants to still stay there. This is nasty. Alright, finally moves back. Knew that the drone could eventually cancel out his escape route. Hoax catches one on base. No smokes available for them. Good flash play to try and stop down the kind of push. Icarus goes in for the spam. This was a connection, but through the wall back. Venka will be taken down. No more support remaining. Armageddon out of the face with the shotty. He catches one. Absolutely perfect. But EC comes into the play to support his teammate. 2v1. And EC gets another. No heroic play from River. As the dams are just too damn strong of OG.
Another round, another dominating performance from the side of Team OG. This one was closer than the previous one. But still, OG made it. Look at this. River was trying to play some heroic round, but unfortunately he didn't do it.
Show me a target.
He couldn't do it. Now once again, all the interest of Team Asterisk is shifted towards the A side. Once again they're pushing towards A. OG has his Venka has his ultimate ready. Let's see if he tries to pick someone.
Aladdin, here's the thing. Oh, lovely shot by Yash. Venka was taken down. He had to use his double tap early on in the round. It expired. Did not save his life. Now, Icarus needs to clear up the Cypher utility in at least one or the other places. But look at how far Machiavelli is constantly pushing. He's realized that regardless of what happens, the entire C-Long has been open for such a long time. And that's why they can stack a lot of players over towards the A side. They've got 3 there. RBK is got to move out of the harm's way too, but wait a second. No matter where he jumps, there are still missiles on the ground. DC was able to take 1 down, make it 2. River, another down. Finally, the answer back. DC!
DC!
Is immortal. Can he get
Oh
an
my
ace?
God.
He definitely will. He does not fall.
Last
This
round in the
Cypher
half.
seems to be the
Crazy
craziest sentinel out there. You can use everything, but DC will not move an inch.
Yes, this should
Absolutely brilliant. Some crispy clicks out there.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Easy is just too good. With everything, not just with his setup, not just with his trap fires, but the aim game is superb as well. Once again, the interest of Team Asterisk, it has shifted towards the mid and the garage side. There is a trap fire to get all the information. And behind those trap wires, there is DC, the legend. You cannot cross this. DC is ready with the Phantom in his hands. Just wait for it.
Time to jump.
Oh my god.
Unconventional. But it's fine. Machiavelli. Reposition, catches the Vandal in his own hand. Icarus was there for the answer. DC for the support too. 20 HP in the hands of this man. But Z side, you cannot jump in whatsoever. Icarus finds another opener though. This guy is doing a lot of heavy lifting for his team, but they're all just stuck in garage. And no space
30
to
seconds
work
left.
around. And as long as
Absolutely.
DC stands, he can constantly check his camera for the information.
This is the last chance Team Asterisk has. They have to win this one.
Yep. Otherwise it's done. And Machiavelli, he says it's already done.
10
Never
seconds
will be able to get the plant down.
Spike planted.
But by the
Last
time he
player
tries to win
standing.
the fight, there's last 1v1. He's seen DC, uses up the rolling thunder.
Oh,
DC
still.
dodges it perfectly. Runs on the face of River. And
My
DC
ultimate is ready.
is ruling.
That is very obvious. Not just in one, but in another round. Back-to-back 2 rounds clutched by this guy.
Surprise.
Although Machiavelli is also making sure to use that operator, but on the other side, every other player of Team OG, they're making their bullets count. Shifting the first half on an 111, this is some brilliant gameplay from their side. DC, Venka, RVK, and even Hoax and Machiavelli, everybody's playing their cards.
Time out a bit too late, I'd have to say. Asterisk. The first map was so close and was such a back and forth. It was super enjoyable. But this one, it is just a stomp. 11-1. If you're Asterisk, what do you even do at this point?
Give up.
I mean, if that were the case, none of these players would have been here. Give up is
Absolutely.
never an option.
I thought you were asking me.
Oh, absolutely not. I was asking for the MUV.
Have to take that leap of faith and try once again. Not a fresh start it is, but it is a start of something else. I mean, second half, but Asterisk, one mistake and it will be over. OG has to win this one. Just finish it.
The only round that Asterisk won was the one in which they had the better weaponry. after that, none. So it does seem difficult. Icarus all the way up close. Venka sees the rifle, sees the weapon, and shuts down that pistol. River, only man who found success. Still got the aftershock remaining, and there's also one gate crash. Oh, okay. A shot being planted. 70 HP on Venka, but his headshot is just crispy. Movement even better, and aim is just insane.
Oh my god.
You can just count the players who are falling by his bullets, and the smiles of them say the same story. His room is dim, but he's shining brighter than any star out there.
Enemy down. Enemy down.
One enemy remaining.
Got 3. I guess that's it.
It indeed is it. 12-1. Sheriffs with a bit of a heavy shield across the board. River has not even bought a shield and is just running it with a classic. No utility.
Wow, my eyes are down.
That's not something we wanted to see. Aladdin, it does seem like they've kind of lost hope.
Yes, certainly they do. Not just River, look at Wave. He has 1000 credits available. He's not using it. They do have lost their hope, but can they pull it off? Can they do something amazing, something unbelievable? I mean, it is too late, but this is the Asterisk we're talking about.
Wave. Oh, okay. He casually just moves out, gets one, moves away. Fair enough. Whatever gives you the lead. But again, the call is to move over towards the seaside. There's still a couple of players. The question is, can DC win the fight? 40 HP, wins one, but will be taken down. Yash ready for the answer.
30 seconds left.
They're still slowly, steadily running away. Venka, can he catch one more? The movement of Yash even better. Venka runs away, double tap activated. They will get the plant down.
No chance whatsoever.
To stop the plant, but maybe to win the round. Not if they run in 1v1. Yes, maybe they can. Wave gets 2. Utility now being thrown out, but RVK. This man started the comeback story of OG with a 4K, and this man ended the hopes of Asterisk with a 3K. Look at Marcavelli. Wow. Alright. He was just turning off the camera. I thought maybe he wanted to do a few things else, but guess what? I don't think so they need to do anything after humiliating Asterisk with a 13-1 on Haven. Nasty.
Absolute overkill. Orangutan, they just played brilliantly, not just their aim game, but in every other department. They did not let Team Asterisk have one sight, one time. Other than that bonus round, in which they were saving and the other team was forcing, they were buying. That was the only one round that they had. That's it. Third one, as you said. That's it. That was enough. Team OG, they just humiliated Team Asterisk.
I remember back in the day when DC was going by the name of DC Rules. That was also the time when he used to have a very crispy aim, and anyone who would stand in front of his crosshair would have to bow down in front of him. And it seems like he is still ruling. He is still the king. Maybe this time this team of OG want him to turn into an emperor. They are demons, man, I'll have to say. Venka, DC Rules, everyone has been doing phenomenal. And guess what, people? You also got a chance to probably get a phenomenal amount of VP. What was the most picked map in BCSA 24 Split 3? Ascent, Bind, Haven, or Split? Answer that question as quickly as possible and as correctly as possible. There's only one answer, of course. So there's only one opportunity for you to answer that correctly. Make sure you quickly answer that, and if you answer most of the questions correctly throughout this entire week, then you stand a chance to win the massive 7,000 VP giveaway. So don't forget to quickly check out in the comments as well. You've got to answer that, and then for the next 1 week, you have to join into the stream to catch these quiz questions live. Aladdin, do you know the answer to that question?
I don't.
Lucky. Oh,
To be
all
very
right, all
honest,
right. Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't
You know
really.
the answer.
I do, but I'm not going to. I was there when Split 3 was happening. And we were there when this 13-1 was happening.
One enemy remaining.
I think the fans of Team Asterisk, they don't want to remember it. They don't want to repeat this humiliating loss. But unfortunately,
Remaining.
Asterisk, they could not do anything. I mean, it was all Team OG winning those strategic battles, winning those aim battles, and everything.
It was just a
They did not
full-fledged
let them
domination.
Yes.
Yep.
Absolutely.
And again, over towards the end, it was just those unanticipated, unconventional angles. So OG really knew how to play throughout this entire map. Good call from Hooks, good anticipation, good defense from BC. I mean, we had the ace. Day 1 of VCSA Split 1 2025, and we've got the first ace. You know what, people, make sure you put it down in your notes, because you may never know that this might actually be one of the questions for the future possible giveaways too.
One enemy remaining.
I should not have said that.
I guess that's it.
I think there's one thing that needs to be highlighted. OG was playing without a breach, and still their composition worked perfectly. And on the other side, a deadly composition from Asterisk side, and it was not enough. They need to practice it a little bit more. And they need to make sure that this composition works for them in local scrimmage and everywhere, and then they have to use it in such tournaments. But for now, I think they need to come up with a different plan on their next matches. But on the other side, OG, they were just brilliant. So lots and lots of appreciations for them.
I kind of agree, right? Because in the first one, yes, Asterisk were looking like they prepared something. But in terms of the depth, that's where we saw the struggle began. In terms of the post-plans conversion itself, I mean, only 6 times they were able to get the plant down. And out of those 6, 5 times OG were able to steal that away. There's not much look in the stats either ways apart from those first kills, where still OG are ruling. 11 first kills for them. Probably Wenka had 4 or 5 for himself, and I'm pretty sure that he's going to be the MVP of the previous game itself. Haha.
Absolutely. 2 KDA and 298 ACS, 213 damage per round. These are some impressive stats. Although he just managed to get 1 first blood. But on the other side, the overall impact he created was insane. Makavali, he was that one player who made sure that C side is blocked and nobody can enter. If you look at the plan of action from Team Asterisk, you can see that this is another place. This is another place where Team Asterisk was lacking so far behind. Let's move forward and talk about the other stats, and you can see that RVK is also there to support. Yes.
He's there with 15 and 5, 14 and 5 for DC, out of which he had an ace. Hooks was just enjoying with his own utility. 7 assists for him, 9, 6 and 7. Markavelli was, well, 9 and 6. He was having his fun time over towards C. Because every single time when he was pushing that part, Asterisk were just not interested to go there. Icarus, 9-13 with 1 first blood for himself. But everyone else struggling. Yash not looking comfortable on the Yoru whatsoever. River as well, 6-13. Not the best kind of stats you would want from your own initiator itself. Yes, this does seem like Asterisk are not prepared for this one map. If anything, for the composition, I'd still have to say maybe they need a few more things to brush it up in terms of the entire utility that they were bringing on the table. But I mean, we'll have to say it's absolutely fine, right? It's the day 1 itself, and this team has qualified all the way from the open qualifiers, if I'm not wrong. So they've had a very long journey, but there's also a possibility for them to maybe get something even more. It's a long tournament. You've got quite a few matches. It's again round robin, so it's not you lose one, you go out, right? You have more chances. And this is a very big
Absolutely.
learning curve for this team.
I mean, they can practice their composition in the other matches as well, but there are some weak points that they need to discuss. Specifically, not adapting according to the situation when you know that there's one player who is pushing C every time. You're not threatening him, you're not pushing him, you're not trying to lock him, shut him down. You're just going towards mid or either A side and giving all those informations. You don't have any plan of action. So they have to make sure that they come up with a plan of action in the next Heaven map specifically. Asterisk is a very good team. If you look at the previous map, they were playing really good. All those aim duels, they were winning it. All those strategic battles, they were winning it. It was an 11-13 gameplay, score gameplay in the previous one. But in this one, they look like another some other team, some different team.
I kind of agree, but you know what? Let's have a short interview with the MVP of the previous match. That's going to be Venka Too Cold.
Hello, I'm good. How are you guys?
Perfect. Huge congratulations, Venka.
Thank you,
What was
thank
going
you.
on in the second match? Just fragging out everybody quarters after quarters. क्या चल रहा था टीम में उस समय?
I mean, ज़्यादा कुछ नहीं चल रहा था, आसान ही लग रहा था सब. Honestly, थोड़ा better expect करा था दूसरी टीम से, because young है सब, इंडिया का future है, supposedly future है, but yeah, थोड़ा disappointing था second map. First map अच्छा खेले वो लोग, second map तो बस run it down कर दिया हमने.
तो यहाँ पर तो सब गेम की बातें करते हैं, सब ये सब चलता है, इंपॉर्टेंट भी है, बट मैं राइट ऑफ द बैट पूछता हूँ, पढ़ाई कैसी चल रही है और हाउ यू आर एक्चुअली मैनेज द पढ़ाई और द स्प्लिट वन?
I mean, मुश्किल है काफ़ी, बोर्ड चल रहे हैं अभी, मतलब प्रैक्टिस नहीं कर रहे ढंग से बिल्कुल, गेम और पढ़ाई मैनेज करना मुश्किल है. बट अगर पुराना ओजी का रोस्टर होता जिसमें टेक्नो और हेलेफ थे तो मैं नहीं खेल जाना था स्प्लिट वन, बट बिकॉज सब कुछ पता नहीं क्या हो गया तो फिर इसलिए आई वाज जस्ट लाइक खेल ही लेते हैं, क्या फ़र्क पड़ता है.
खेल ही लेते हैं, दोनों मैच में एमवीपी भी निकाल लेते हैं, क्या ही फर्क पड़ता है. बट वंस अगेन एंडिंग ऑन अ वेरी गुड नोट, दूसरा मैच भी आपके लिए अच्छा गया. अब जो बाकी टीम्स हैं, यू नो, जैसा कि आपने बोला, वो कोर सिमिलर नहीं है, राइट? और आप वो स्प्लिट वन के अंदर कंटिन्यू भी नहीं करने वाले थे, बट नाउ यू हैव टू कंटिन्यू. तो अब टीम के अंदर इन टर्म्स ऑफ मैप्स के अंदर भी बहुत ज्यादा चेंजेस आने वाले हैं, और किस टीम से एक्चुअली में सबसे ज्यादा खतरा लग रहा है, क्योंकि सारी टीमें अब आपके सामने ही है.
खतरा तो किसी से नहीं लग रहा ऑनेस्टली. हम लोग को इतना फर्क नहीं पड़ता, सच बोलूँ तो. जो होगा देखा जाएगा. अभी हम बस वाइब्स के लिए खेल रहे हैं, वाइब्स के साथ खेल रहे हैं, एंड क्लियरली इट्स वर्किंग आउट वेल. सो जो भी टीम आएगी सामने हम सबको सेम ही ट्रीट करेंगे, तो उसका कुछ इशू नहीं है.
फ्यूचर में भी ये कंपटीशन सेम रहने वाला है क्या? लाइक यू बीइंग ऑन द आईएसओ, या फिर ये सिर्फ ऐसा पिक था कि आज ज्यादा प्रैक्टिस हुई नहीं है तो भी आईएसओ योरू खेल लेते हैं, बाकी फ्यूचर में अगर फॉर एग्जांपल ऐसे ड्यूल आती है तो चीजें क्या बदलती हुई नजर आएंगी हमें?
नहीं, किसी के लिए कुछ नहीं बदलेंगे, जो है वो है. दूसरी टीम हमारे लिए बदलेंगे तो बदलेंगे, वरना हम अपना गेम खेलेंगे सिर्फ.
क्या कॉन्फिडेंस.
आई होप ये जो
अरे यार, ह्यूज कांग्रेचुलेशंस
क्रेजी
फ्रॉग्स, काफी मजा आया आपसे बात करके वेंका.
थैंक यू
अगेन ऑल द बेस्ट फॉर फ्यूचर.
थैंक यू, बाय गाइस.
बाय बाय.
Aladdin, listen. This was one of the most nonchalant interview that I've seen almost in my entire casting career. My man straight up said, we are not changing anything. Whoever's facing us will change their own comps. What we've shown you is everything that we've got. And please let me go and study for my boards. His face was reeking of that answer. It's absolutely crazy how this team, even with such less practice, is able to put so big numbers, man. If this is how they're playing right now, I'm pretty worried for the other teams who are eventually going to face them in the future.
And there's one more thing that I would like to highlight. He said we are just vibing and playing. We're not taking it very serious. We're not taking it very seriously. We're just vibing and we're just chilling and we're just playing. So this is it. That's it. That's our entire gameplay. But let's move forward and talk about the tomorrow's schedule. There is going game number 1 between Team Revenant Esports and Team S8UL. And on the other side, Aura versus Velocity Gaming. There's going to be another best of 3. So 2 best of 3s tomorrow as well. What's your take on this one? Tomorrow S8UL is going to be playing against another dominating team, Revenant Esports.
True. Reckoning Esports had also revamped their roster recently, but they've got experienced players, bringing in a couple of Russians as well in their own roster. We've seen the Reckoning Esports and their love for Russian players. They always bring in 1 or 2 and they perform phenomenally. So I'm super excited for what's going to happen for that one. Again, after that, we're going to have Aura up against Velocity. Velocity are a very renowned roster. We're also going to have that one fun rivalry of Velocity against Global Esports Academy in the future, possibly. But I think so. Both of these games are looking pretty solid, specifically the first one. Because Reckoning, well-known name in the community, up against S8UL. This esports org is one of the most renowned in the subcontinent, and they have now entered the Valorant scene. And we were, Venka mentioned about Helef and Techno. This is where they've gone. So S8UL up against Reckoning, Velocity up against Aurora. It's going to be very exciting, and yes, I cannot contain that excitement. I know, Aladdin, even you cannot. And for all the people out there, I know you're also excited for the same, but also at the same time, one last announcement for the giveaway. Make sure you answer that question and then answer subsequent questions throughout the week, and you'll stand a chance of winning 5,000 VP for the first place, 2,000 VP if you're at the second place. So get your Valorant knowledge up as quickly as possible. Aladdin, before we go, any last few words?
That's it. Today was a great day. Specifically, we have seen some great ass Valorant out there, specifically from the side of Team OG. They played brilliantly. So let's hope that tomorrow is going to be another day when we will be seeing some crazy Valorant. And on the other side, Velocity versus Aura, this is something that I'm looking forward to, because Aura, relatively a new team, they can surprise us as well. But let's move forward and end the show. This is it for tonight. And last word from your side?
That's about it. Thank you so very much for that, Aladdin. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. 2-1 for the first, 2-0 for the second. But what's for the future? We have no idea. Make sure you join in tomorrow as well at the same time. We'll see you guys there.